Zhao Youyue currently feels exceptionally well, for she has transformed into a girl. In this day and age, how could a girl in transformation not be a stunning beauty? Upon discovering her metamorphosis, she sensed that this situation was most favorable. If she were not a superlative beauty, what would be the purpose of such a transformation? It is akin to a charming boy donning female attire, delighting all and becoming an enchanting presence. If this journey through time and space did not result in her being a breathtaking beauty, it would be best to end it all swiftly. Zhao Youyue does not believe she possesses the formidable determination of that academic overachiever, Wu Di, who managed to transform from an overweight girl into a goddess. Indeed, a direct leap to beauty is the most splendid outcome. She despises the trope of rising from adversity that plagues so many narratives. With newfound confidence, Zhao Youyue took out a small mirror to assess her reflection. This should qualify as a beautiful girl, right? Her features are well-defined, her skin fair and delicate, with a stylish bob that frames her face and bangs that casually rest upon her forehead. The quality of her hair is commendable, evoking images of the protagonist, Kato Megumi, from How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. She could very well be the three-dimensional incarnation of Kato Megumi indeed. The classic trope of transformation into a beautiful girl stands unwaveringly true. As she merged with the memories of her original body, she discovered that the life of this individual over the past 15 years was lamentably monotonous, with a personality that lacked any semblance of presence. Is it any wonder that she resembles the three-dimensional Kato Megumi? To her dismay, she uncovered that she had never received a love letter, nor had anyone expressed affection toward her. In fact, many classmates could scarcely recall her existence. It must be conceded that at this moment, Zhao Youyue began to question whether her self-assured belief in being a beautiful girl was merely an illusion. A true superlative beauty could not possibly lack such presence. With mere looks, one could conquer all, much like the cartoonist in E, who has ensnared countless fans. A simple glimpse of her face or a cute pose suffices to placate any discontent. Thus, objectively speaking, Zhao Youyue could only be regarded as a somewhat charming girl. However, her exceedingly ordinary personality rendered her devoid of any distinctive charm, leading to an exceedingly faint presence. Many individuals reflect on their school days and can readily recall the top students with exceptional grades, the strikingly attractive campus idols, or even those who flouted authority. Yet would such a student, possessing neither remarkable looks nor outstanding grades, be remembered? Perhaps only during a reunion. When a name is mentioned, would others recall that indeed there was such a classmate? Undoubtedly, Zhao Youyue embodies such an existence. She possesses no special talents whatsoever. In her youth, she enrolled in numerous extracurricular classes, sampling a variety of pursuits, yet she excelled at none, as she lacked the fervent ambition that drives others. Upon reflection, Zhao Youyue discerned a source of solace. She could be considered a wealthy heiress, yet not of the utmost echelon, such as the daughter of a magnate. Her father held the esteemed position of director at a private hospital, effectively rendering the entire institution a family enterprise, while her mother was a university professor. In essence, she could lead a life of leisure, coasting through existence as a dependent, albeit without the means to indulge in private jets, luxurious yachts, or opulent villas. Nevertheless, she could certainly afford $1 million luxury car and reside in a lavish apartment. However, her moment of contentment was fleeting as she realized that such a background lacked the essence of a protagonist. A true protagonist ought either to arise from the most humble beginnings, embarking on a journey of grassroots triumph, or to hail from an illustrious family, potentially as an illegitimate child or a wayward scion, ultimately seizing control of that esteemed lineage. Her family background offered no room for the protagonist's development. Indeed, she was not the main character, but rather a mere passerby. This was unacceptable. She was no longer the original Zhao Youyue. She aspired to transform herself, to amplify her presence, and ensure that the world recognized her existence. She resolved to first assess her potential abilities. At the very least, she ought to possess a photographic memory or a mind akin to a computer, storing a wealth of classic literary works, enabling her to effortlessly reproduce them. This would allow her to thrive as a literary copyist, resulting in her works achieving remarkable success in this parallel universe and garnering countless admirers, ensuring her legacy would be remembered. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself utterly incapable of recreating those classic works. Take, for instance, the esteemed writings of Jin Yong, which any literary copyist would be expected to emulate. While she recalled the return of the Condor heroes and its general plot and iconic characters, attempting to write from memory proved futile. Her writing skills were insufficient. For such a task, the novels eluded her grasp, let alone the realm of comic adaptations. It bore reminding that she was merely an ordinary girl devoid of any particular talents. Thus, her aspirations of becoming a literary copyist were dashed. System, please manifest. Without a system, I shall inevitably become a mere background character in this world. Zhao Youyue murmured to herself, yearning for the sounds of notifications binding. Host yet, silence persisted. Ultimately, Zhao Youyue resigned herself to the realization that she appeared to lack any special abilities, and prior to her crossing into this realm, she was just another unremarkable individual, her character remaining largely unchanged. How could she possibly transition from being a bystander to a protagonist? Was she truly expected to diligently study to become an academic overachiever? She opened the high school textbooks she had recently acquired, glancing through them, only to find them overwhelmingly complex and challenging. Being an academic prodigy seemed an insurmountable task. Perhaps she ought to pursue a career in film instead. Surely, that would be a venture imbued with significance, and her identity as the director's daughter could serve as a compelling selling point. Yet, the thought of actually engaging in such an endeavor seemed implausible. The competition in that industry was fierce. In her previous life, many young women from her homeland ventured into the film industry, but how many truly left a lasting impression? Zhao Youyue once held a profound admiration for Kato Megumi from How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. Yet she lacked the saintly disposition that Kato possessed. She was not content to remain a mere background character. In fact, under the influence of the male protagonist, Kato grew increasingly charismatic and significant, truly embodying the role of a leading lady. Determined to transform herself, Zhao Youyue resolved to evolve from an inconspicuous bystander into a prominent protagonist, her mind now consumed with the notion of stirring things up. Classmate Wang Yang, it's your turn to introduce yourself, reminded their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chiu. Rising to her feet, Zhao Youyue intended to express her disinterest in ordinary humans, wishing instead to attract the attention of extraterrestrials or time travelers. Though such humor was rather clicked, it would undoubtedly capture interest. However, what emerged from her lips was, "My name is Zhao Youyue, and I am pleased to be your classmate." Her tone was light, her voice melodious, reminiscent of Kato Megumi, yet her introduction was utterly mundane. The class merely cast her a few fleeting glances before returning to their own affairs. Deflated, Zhao Youyue sank back into her seat, realizing that despite her fervent desire to incite intrigue, she was utterly incapable of taking action. How could she possibly muster the audacity to deliver a cringe-worthy introduction like Haruai Suzumiya in the real world? She had no intention of resorting to such tactics for attention. After all, what right did a mere bystander like her have to assume the role of a protagonist? If a narrative were to center around a character of her ilk, it would surely be doomed to failure. Thus, the tale could have ended there, amidst a chorus of flowers and celebration. Yet, Zhao Youyue ultimately discovered a realm where she could indeed make an impact and unveiled her extraordinary ability. Initially, she believed it was merely a dream, as such phenomena only occurred after she had closed her eyes at night. Before her appeared a profoundly enigmatic door, and as if guided by an epiphany, she instinctively comprehended all there was to know about this portal. This door was dubbed the Dimensional Gate, through which one could enter the realms of anime, novels, games, and other cultural works. She could embody a named female character within these narratives, be it a heroine, supporting character, or mere background figure. However, assuming the role of a heroine or supporting character necessitated a readiness to adhere strictly to their pre-established traits and abilities, leaving little room for personal interpretation. Conversely, portraying a background character allowed her the freedom to create her own narrative, as the author typically did not furnish such roles with elaborate backstories. Should she succeed in making her chosen character well-known and unforgettable in the real world, she would then be able to wield the abilities of that character. The more attention and popularity the character garnered, the stronger and longer-lasting her inherited abilities would become. Conversely, if the character faded into obscurity, she would find herself unable to utilize those powers. During the day, Zhao Youyue, who had been lamenting her lack of a golden finger, now felt that her future was resplendent with possibilities. How could she ever be just a bystander? She pushed open the door to another dimension and stepped inside, instantly grasping the essence of this world. It was a web novel titled The King of Super Abilities, narrating the tale of an underachieving student who, upon acquiring superpowers, navigates the urban landscape, cultivates a harem, and battles against other superhumans in an alternate realm. The novel, still ongoing, enjoyed a modest yet steady popularity, with an average subscription count of fewer than 2,000, affording the author a monthly income of around 5 to 6,000. Zhao Youyue had never read this novel instead. She chose to embody a minor character named Zhang Youyue. This character had previously been humiliated by the male protagonist, a saleswoman in a high-end clothing store who had disdainfully looked down upon the male lead. However, after he gained his abilities and struck it rich through gambling, he turned the tables on her, utilizing his wealth to deliver a metaphorical slap in the face. Following this brief episode of hubris and retribution, Zhang Youyue faded into the background. Zhao Youyue unabashedly redefined Zhang Youyue with remarkable attributes: maximum intelligence, unwavering perseverance, and an impeccable memory. She reasoned that in her mundane reality, she was rather unremarkable, that if she could inherit Zhang Youyue's intellect, tenacity, and memory, how could she remain an inconspicuous figure? Simultaneously, Zhao Youyue endowed Zhang Youyue with the superpower of Misaka Mikoto. She thought it would be extraordinarily exhilarating to wield a railgun in reality. It is worth noting that in the King of Super Abilities, the male protagonist's powers were still in their infancy, as the narrative was in its early stages. He was currently showcasing his abilities in front of ordinary people, confronting the privileged offspring of the wealthy and powerful. Zhao Youyue's whimsical alterations significantly disrupted the balance of the story. She was taken aback when she witnessed a seemingly petty thug harassing a young lady driving a sports car. With decisive force, she unleashed the railgun upon him, resulting in his demise. In the novel's universe, she was indeed ruthless. To her astonishment, she later discovered that the victim of her decisive action was none other than the male protagonist. Unbelievable. The once derided clothing saleswoman had executed a stunning turnaround and avenged herself. The following day, upon awakening, Zhao Youyue immediately retrieved the coin and tossed it into the air, exclaiming, "Railgun." The coin, however, merely struck her on the head, and nothing transpired. At the same time, she realized that she still lacked any remarkable memory capabilities. Indeed, it must have been a nonsensical dream. Zhao Youyue sighed. How could there possibly be a golden finger like a dimensional door? While attending her morning class, she suddenly overheard Wang Yang, seated in front of her, lamenting to his desk mate Jiang Chao, "I can't believe there are such terrible writers out there, treating readers like fools, that I even supported him with a tip. If he can't continue, he shouldn't leave it hanging like this." Wang Yang is an avid enthusiast of online novels. Since his middle school years, he has been captivated by them, and even now, as a high school student, he continues to indulge in this passion, sneaking away to read novels on his phone upon returning to the dormitory. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, harbors a greater fondness for online comics. In this world where Chinese online novels and comics flourish, it is often said that Japan serves as a vassal state to China, rendering Japanese manga akin to domestic creations. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chao inquired with keen interest. "That I am currently engrossed in a book titled The King of Super Abilities. Its fame is rather modest, and the author's writing leaves much to be desired. However, his depictions of intimate scenes are quite commendable. That I was just reading a part where the male protagonist is teasing a headstrong young lady, eagerly anticipating how he would be able to add her to his harem." Suddenly, a character named Zhang Youyue appears, a formidable electric-type ability user, possessing seemingly invincible powers. The author explicitly states that she excels in every aspect, and even his photographic memory. Then, she unleashes a devastating electromagnetic cannon, instantly eliminating the male protagonist. The turn of events is utterly ridiculous, don't you think? I had expected this powerful character to join the protagonist's harem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Who is this author? He's quite the character. Is he perhaps taking revenge on society for his poor academic performance? Regardless, I will never again read a novel penned by this dreadful author. Who does he think he is, crafting such a dismal plot twist to leave readers remembering him? They'll forget this book in a matter of days. Wang Yang scoffed. Nowadays, online writers have an array of tricks up their sleeves. There are even those who write about a meteor obliterating the entire world. This trope of a side character avenging the male lead is hardly novel, Jiang Chao remarked with a grin. Unexpectedly, Zhao Youyue, who had been listening to their conversation, found herself in shock, for she was, in fact, the true orchestrator of all this chaos. At that moment, she genuinely believed she was merely indulging in a dream, recklessly stirring up trouble, only to unwittingly lead to the demise of the male protagonist. She took out her phone, opened the Chidian Chinese website, and searched for the book. To her astonishment, she discovered that the review section for this novel had erupted in outrage, with many readers vehemently condemning the author, who went by the pen name I Am the Strongest. The comments in the review section of The King of Super Abilities reflected a shared sentiment. This book was going so well, and then this happened. Author, have you been drinking too much fake liquor? I specifically revisited the earlier chapters and found that Zhao Youyue was a female side character who had previously been humiliated by the male lead. So she turns out to be a hidden super boss, avenging herself at a critical moment? This book should have been titled The Super Female Side Character instead. Absurd, truly absurd. This book has already been taken down, and I've added the author to my blacklist. The author's approach to ending the story is quite unique. The transformation of that female side character into a major boss is rather creative. Zhao Youyue, upon witnessing the explosive activity in the review section, was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. How had she failed to realize that her reckless antics had irreparably tarnished a piece of literary work? It dawned on her that the criteria for inheriting a character's abilities were not as simple as whimsically crafting an immensely powerful persona. Rather, it required that the character evolve into a timeless classic, unforgettable to all readers. Yet, in its current state, this character was anything but classic. She was a mere laughingstock. Beyond the tumult in the review section, the online literature Jianghu forum on Dragon Sky had its share of onlookers who took it upon themselves to post about the incident. However, it garnered little attention. The book was hardly a sensation to begin with, and in this day and age, the phenomenon of authors spiraling into chaos and leaving their narratives unresolved was alarmingly common. Zhao Youyue then came to a realization. To transform a character into a lasting classic, she could not indulge in such reckless behavior. It was imperative to thoroughly comprehend the work's framework and even seek out the original author for discussion, ensuring she was impeccably prepared before taking any action. In essence, it was crucial not to disrupt the balance of a narrative, which could lead to the complete collapse of the work. If her involvement could amplify the work's popularity, it would indeed be a mutually beneficial outcome. After all, the greater the popularity of the work, the more likely its characters would be remembered. Zhao Youyue was not the type of girl to evade responsibility when she erred. She promptly registered an account on Chidian with a username Youyue and casually recharged it with 5,000 Huayuan. For her, with a monthly allowance of 20,000 Huayuan, parting with 5,000 was a trivial matter. After all, she was the daughter of the dean, and her parents firmly believed in raising their daughter in comfort to prevent her from falling prey to opportunistic suitors. Of course, the consequence of such a privileged upbringing often led to daughters being pursued by impoverished suitors who possessed nothing but false intentions, which could be quite embarrassing. Zhao Youyue first subscribed fully to the book, then tipped the author with 1,000 Huayuan, thereby becoming the book's foremost patron. To her astonishment, the work had not a single patron before only one leader. This was understandable, as the author was a newcomer, or perhaps the pseudonym under which the author operated had produced only this single work. Through this gesture, Zhao Youyue sought to express her remorse. She had never fathomed that the Gate of Dimensions was not merely a figment of her imagination. Indeed, it was far too vivid for that. In the review section, her generous donation elicited a flurry of exuberant praise. Heavenly praise for the author. Such talent deserves this reward. Youyue, the strongest, donates 100,000 Chidian coins. This sudden influx of admiration left the readers who had been vociferously denouncing the author in shock. Behold, a wealthy benefactor. By the way, has this benefactor read the latest chapter? Is this encouraging the author to write recklessly? How can a mere book have a patron? This is ludicrous. Author, should you not swiftly apologize? Is this how you repay a benefactor of such caliber? Zhao Youyue observed the multitude of comments her generous donations had garnered, all expressing skepticism towards her actions. After all, who would reward an author whose writing had faltered? Yet this was the first time she felt such a profound sense of presence. Indeed, she was a wealthy and beautiful woman, but the former Zhao Youyue could never have indulged in such lavish spending to bask in the adulation of others. This sensation thrilled her. She suddenly realized that being an unnoticed passerby in reality was not so disheartening. In this age of advanced technology, she could effortlessly craft an impressive persona online. Meanwhile, in a rather chaotic four-person university dormitory, the author known as I Am the Strongest had just awoken. His head still felt somewhat woozy. The previous night, he had indulged in skewers and drinks with friends. Although he typically held his liquor well, He found himself tipsy after only 2 or 3 bottles. In that inebriated state, he had returned to his dorm and managed to write several chapters. Impressing himself with his productivity, he recalled feeling exceptionally inspired, as if he had breathed life into a character named Zhao Youyue. What nonsense about inspiration! I must have been drunk on counterfeit liquor last night. I am the strongest, suddenly remembered the chapters he had penned. He hastily rolled off his upper bunk and rushed to his laptop. Opening the interface of his book, King of Super Abilities, to his astonishment, he discovered that his review section was adorned with red notifications indicating donations. The crimson alerts suggested that someone had donated at least 50,000 Chidian coins, equivalent to 500 yuan. Upon further inspection, he realized the contribution was a staggering 100,000 Chidian coins. This revelation sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Since his university days, he had struggled to find success in writing web novels, and it was only during his senior year that he began to make a name for himself with this book. While his classmates fretted over their future careers, he no longer had to worry even at his mediocre university. A monthly income of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan would be commendable. His book already brought him a monthly royalty of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a figure he attributed to his laziness, as he considered writing 2 updates of 4,000 words each akin to saving the world. Writing 6 chapters totaling 12,000 words in one day had left him awestruck. Could it be that this affluent reader was so impressed by a sudden 6-chapter outburst that they spontaneously decided to reward him with a lordship? This was, after all, the very first lordship he had received, a maiden lordship, and he was thoroughly exhilarated. It was then that he noticed the wealthy reader's username, Youyue, a female. To his further delight, she had subscribed to his entire work. Could it be that he had won over a female fan? Did his tale of a lowly individual gaining extraordinary abilities and cultivating a harem resonate with female readers? However, his joy was short-lived as he soon encountered a torrent of insults in the review section. Upon checking his QQ, he discovered that his reader group had erupted in chaos. Originally comprising around 200 members, dozens had abruptly left the group. Witnessing so many fans depart left him disheartened, particularly since several of those who exited had previously donated over 100 yuan. He then perused the chat logs from the group. Initially, I was elated to see the latest 6 chapters from the most powerful author, expecting to indulge in a delightful reading experience. However, the updated content was utterly disappointing. The protagonist had met their demise, leaving nothing to savor. Indeed, it seems the most powerful author has become bereft of inspiration for subsequent developments, leading to a haphazard conclusion of the narrative. Sigh. It's exhausting. I feel as though I've been toyed with by a subpar author. I shall exit the group to preserve my sanity. I have also departed from the group, vowing never to read the author's works again. Leaving the group seems prudent, by the way. This group has no female members. I truly cannot fathom how I have remained here for so long. Exit, 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 exit. At this moment, the most powerful author felt a profound sense of despair. Ironically, those who clamored to leave the group did not actually depart. Rather, it was the silent lurkers who quietly exited. Upon reflection, it became clear that discussions within the reader group rarely delved into the book's content. Those who were previously active had formed connections with other netizens, becoming accustomed to casual banter and various group interactions that if they left the group, they might feel a sense of loss. Moreover, not all readers are so petty as to completely abandon an author simply because of a poorly executed book. While they may vocally criticize the author as a poison king, their actions often betray a different sentiment. If the author were to release another book that piqued their interest, they would likely continue to pursue it. The most powerful author hastily clarified in the group, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I truly overindulged yesterday. The content I produced is unbearable to me. I will promptly delete these chapters and rewrite them. All members." As soon as the most powerful author appeared in the group, the remaining active members seized the opportunity to tease him. I genuinely believe the most powerful author possesses talent. While I can usually predict the development of clicked narratives, this time, I was completely taken aback. There's no need to rewrite it. Didn't a wealthy reader reward you after witnessing this plot? Just continue with the unstoppable saga of the super female supporting character dominating the world. So, the most powerful author truly must have consumed counterfeit liquor. After extending his apologies, the most powerful author promptly accessed the author backend. Before making substantial revisions to the work, he sent a private message to his maiden supporter, Youyue, hoping she might join his reader group or directly add him on QQ to share any suggestions regarding the work. Upon reviewing the subscription statistics for the latest update, he was disheartened to find a significant drop in subscriptions. While it is indeed gratifying for an author to receive rewards from readers, subscriptions are the lifeblood of sustained success. Rewards often represent a one-time transaction. The most powerful author began feverishly revising the text. Astonished at his own disbelief, he found the new words he crafted to be dry and devoid of soul, whereas the content he had written in his inebriated state had felt exhilarating and satisfying. Regrettably, that was merely an illusion upon sobriety. He recognized the absurdity of his earlier writing. The most powerful author remained oblivious to the fact that such content had emerged from a mere side character's antics. Zhao Youyue soon discovered the private message sent by my strongest self. Although she rewarded the sender with a chief membership, she felt a twinge of guilt and thus took the initiative to add the person on QQ, as well as joining their reader group. Since my strongest self was still fervently revising the manuscript, they did not accept her friend request immediately. However, her request to join the reader group was swiftly approved, as the group's administrators were merely those enthusiastic readers who frequently engaged in chatter. Zhao Yue's QQ nickname was also Youyue, and her profile indicated that she was female, age 15. In terms of her virtual age, she should actually be 16. Her QQ avatar was the default coffee icon provided by the system, and since she had not used QQ for long, her account level was quite low. To be honest, this QQ account resembled a secondary account at first glance, and the profile details seemed rather untrustworthy. As soon as Zhao Youyue entered the group, she encountered a flurry of messages. Welcome to the newcomers. Welcome to the group. An image of a cute girl lifting her skirt. Newcomer, quickly show us your picture and voice. A newcomer is actually a girl? No way. It must be someone deliberately registering a secondary account and changing their QQ profile to female. How could a girl possibly be interested in this kind of book? Don't pretend, newcomer. You must be a burly man who, after reading the latest chapter by my strongest self, angrily joined the group to hunt him down. The likelihood of that is exceedingly high. Winks. The newcomer's ID seems strangely familiar. Whoa, could the newcomer be the one who rewarded my strongest self with a chief membership? It really seems like it. What are the odds of both being named Youyue? Speak up, newcomer. Zhao Youyue was somewhat astonished by the lively atmosphere in the group, primarily because she had never joined a reader group before. The groups she usually engaged with consisted of classmates, which were often dormant and rarely had anyone speaking. When they did, it was typically to share links to dubious websites due to someone's QQ being compromised by a virus. Conversely, the speed at which these individuals typed was astonishing. Although she wanted to send a message, by the time she began typing on her phone, numerous messages had already flooded the screen. When she noticed someone encouraging her to speak, she felt as if a teacher was calling her name and instinctively typed a single character. Here, this response elicited amusement from the group members. The newcomer's reaction is so delightful, utterly adorable. Cute newcomer, come to us. All right, I've decided the newcomer is definitely a girl regardless of her real-life identity. Anyone who can be this charming online must be a girl. Indeed, a big heart cute girl is the best. You lot, don't tease the newcomer. Don't let her current cuteness fool you. Look at this image. Initially a cute husky, then revealing a knowing smile. By the way, is the newcomer truly a wealthy chief? Seeing the group's reaction, Zhao Youyue softly uttered a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. If anyone could see her now, they would truly perceive her as adorable. She confidently responded to everyone's curiosity about whether she was the leader, which instantly ignited a lively discussion in the group. After a wave of admiration for her affluence, the members collectively inquired why she chose to reward the leader, as if they were unaware of the recent misfortune that had befallen the author of this book. Regarding the question of why Zhao Youyue chose to reward the leader, she certainly could not provide an honest answer. It would be rather inappropriate to admit it stemmed from a sense of guilt, especially since she herself was not particularly interested in the work. Consequently, she merely offered a casual response, stating that the writing was fluid and enjoyable, and that the author had seemingly released additional content the previous day, prompting her to support the author as encouragement. When a fellow group member inquired whether she had read the latest chapter, Zhao Youyue decisively replied that she had not, as she had merely activated the automatic subscription and had yet to delve into it. Such a response did not surprise anyone. Just as a group member was about to relish in the opportunity to inform Zhao Youyue about the latest chapter, the author, known as I Am the Strongest, unexpectedly intervened. It turned out he had been fervently revising his manuscript while discreetly observing the interactions between his maiden leader and other group members. Truth be told, he felt genuinely touched to have a reader who appreciated his work, even if it was likely that this reader was male. After all, He was well aware of the demographics of his readership, and considering that the individual's QQ account was a secondary one. He surmised that such a wealthy supporter would likely possess a primary account as a supermember with numerous privileges. It was quite common for someone with a secondary account to adopt a female persona. Nonetheless, he could not allow this affluent reader to encounter his glaringly flawed latest chapter. So he promptly reached out to Zhao Youyue, explaining that she should wait until he had revised the manuscript before continuing her reading. Upon seeing the author himself appear, Zhao Youyue felt a wave of guilt wash over her. However, when she heard that he could amend the content, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her transgressions could still be rectified. Subsequently, I Am the Strongest managed to steer his work, the king of super abilities, back on course. Readers who had previously departed gradually returned, and astonishingly, he even gained a few more leaders. He could hardly believe that after achieving a semblance of success through this book, he found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the nights spent writing under the influence of alcohol. In that moment, he felt like a true creator, having penned words imbued with soul. This experience also brought about a revelation for Zhao Youyue. She recognized that if she were to traverse the dimensional gate into a narrative world and recklessly stir up trouble, she might not achieve her intended objectives. Not every author would be as careless as I Am the Strongest, who had, in a state of inebriation, released his content. Some diligent authors would meticulously revise their works, and if they found a particular section odd, they would swiftly delete it, rendering her efforts futile. At that moment, she realized that her unique ability had significant limitations, preventing her from attaining instant success. Nevertheless, Zhao Youyue did not feel disheartened. She was accustomed to being, even if she entered a work merely to play the role of a bystander, what difference would it make? With a tranquil mindset, she began to formulate new ideas, patiently awaiting her next opportunity to step through the dimensional gate. At this juncture, Zhao Youyue was among the entire cohort of freshman students in the school gymnasium, listening to the principal's address during the opening ceremony. As the early autumn of September unfolds, a new semester commences today. I sincerely hope that all the freshmen can cherish the fresh experience of entering school, and may this sensation enrich your campus life. It is indeed crucial to establish a long-term goal and to cultivate an ambitious ideal during your first year of high school. As the college entrance examination 3 years hence shall serve as your battleground. During the principal's speech, many of the freshmen, who were often friends from middle school, engaged in idle chatter. This is a common occurrence. After all, the opening ceremony tends to be rather mundane. No one dared to use their mobile phones, as the school explicitly prohibits them, and with the homeroom teacher supervising nearby, everyone remained subdued. No one conversed with Zhao Youyue, which is quite normal. Her nondescript presence rendered her almost invisible. Even if someone were to speak with her, it would likely lead to awkward small talk. Having grown accustomed to this state, she found a certain tranquility in it. She suddenly contemplated that the reason Kato K became a sage might stem from her prolonged existence in this observer's role. There is a term that aptly describes this state. The bystander sees more clearly, which elucidates why Sage K possesses such profound insight, always able to see through everything. Zhao Youyue admitted that she was unconsciously learning from Kato K, as it aided her in maintaining a serene and composed mindset, suppressing her desire for mischief, thus accumulating strength for greater endeavors in the future. After the principal concluded his address, an exemplary student representative took to the stage to speak, none other than Huang Zhongchao, the top scorer of the city's middle school entrance examination, a figure of considerable renown. It is quite remarkable that even students from other schools were aware of him. However, this was Zhao Youyue's first encounter with him. Seated at the podium, he was not particularly handsome, yet exuded a spirited demeanor that conveyed an exceptional confidence, which surprised Zhao Youyue, who had expected a mere bookworm. Huang Zhongchao's speech was engaging, devoid of tedious cliches, as he recounted amusing anecdotes, seemingly improvising, and even eliciting a satisfied smile from the principal. At times, one must concede that aside from ordinary individuals like Zhao Youyue, there exist exceptionally prominent students like Huang Zhongchao. Years from now, many of his classmates will undoubtedly recall their student days and remember this remarkable figure. Not long after the semester commenced, an assessment test was unexpectedly held. Zhao Youyue faced considerable difficulty. While she managed the simpler questions with relative ease, the challenging ones left her utterly perplexed. She felt this was a matter of intellect, also a matter of perseverance. Coming from a privileged background, Zhao Youyue was unaccustomed to hardship. Her parents were quite lenient, believing that maintaining a stable, moderate academic performance was satisfactory, especially since both her middle and high schools were of considerable repute. With her current grades, she could barely qualify for a prestigious university. And with some connections and financial influence, securing a special status as a talented student for admission into a renowned institution should not pose a significant obstacle. This rendered the original Zhao Youyue devoid of ambition. However, she led a life filled with joy and contentment. Hence, She pondered why she had to inhabit the life of such a stereotypical girl, feeling her own drive gradually eroding with the complete fusion of her soul. Zhao Youyue once again lamented her predicament. She yearned to cultivate her own excellence, at the very least to avoid the arduous struggle during examinations, where encountering insurmountable questions left her helplessly staring, a sensation truly unbearable. At long last, the long-awaited dimensional portal manifested in her dreams once more, and she resolutely stepped inside. What kind of world awaited her this time? Having learned from previous experiences, Zhao Youyue was no longer hasty to define her character as invincible. Instead, she resolved to first ascertain the circumstances surrounding her. Through the dimensional portal, the only information she could glean pertained to the title of this work, its brief synopsis, and the names and character designs of the female figures. The extent of the character designs allowed her to discern which female roles were protagonists or significant supporting characters, and which were merely bystanders. The title of this work was Pure Love, which, despite its seemingly innocent name, was actually a school harem manga. The general premise was that the male lead, Yang Ming, embarked on his high school life, cohabiting with a beautiful sister who shared no blood ties, attending to his daily needs while their parents traveled the world. Naturally, the sister exhibited a brother complex, and aside from her, the male lead would encounter numerous attractive girls with diverse attributes, all orbiting around him, vying for his affection, creating a tumultuous yet delicate battlefield. In essence, this was a rather cliché school harem manga, with the male protagonist characterized by classic traits of tenderness, kindness, naivety, and impotence. From the beginning to the conclusion, he would maintain his status as a virgin, often finding himself in situations where he accidentally fell, thus enjoying unintended encounters with facial cleansers or inadvertently entering female baths and changing rooms, witnessing the nudity of girls. Creators of such manga adeptly employed these tropes to provide fan service. Upon acquiring a general understanding of the work, Zhao Youyue dismissed the option of directly portraying the sister or any harem member. It was not that she was averse to becoming someone else's harem. After all, this was merely a two-dimensional world born from a comic. She would be inhabiting the body of a female character from the work. If the plot necessitated, she would not hesitate to reverse the narrative, as long as it allowed her character to become iconic and, in turn, grant her the abilities of that character in reality. What was there to prevent her from causing a stir? If she could enter realms such as fate, a certain magical index, or even battle through the heavens, she would undoubtedly choose to embody Saber, Misaka Makoto, or Shao Sooner in assured victory. These unforgettable classic female characters would require no personal design. Following the original narrative would suffice. Alas, the probability of such a fortunate outcome was exceedingly slim. She feels that the character designs of the harem members in Pure Love are utterly lackluster, merely ornamental, akin to the numerous women in typical harem novels, completely forgettable to readers. Hence, she would never choose to portray them. In truth, she believes that crafting a memorable and classic female character within such a dull narrative is exceedingly challenging, prompting her to adopt a novel approach. The character she opts to portray is a background figure named Su Jing, who makes only 2 or 3 appearances in the comic. She is a close friend of the male protagonist Yang Ming's sister, Yang Tranxian, possessing a conventional ponytail and striking beauty. At this moment, Zhao Youyue suddenly discovers the true highlight of the work. The artist's style and skill are genuinely impressive, with each harem girl radiating beauty, even Su Jing, a mere background character, embodies the essence of a stunning maiden. It is no wonder that it is said that 99% of the two-dimensional world is populated by beauties, leading many otaku to become infatuated with the realm of anime, completely detached from reality. Zhao Youyue adds a singular trait to Su Jing, a fervent dedication to her studies, portraying her as an exceptionally diligent girl, rather than as an all-knowing, omnipotent character. Otherwise, it would surely perplex the comic's creator, if such a character is conceived. Why is she still a mere supporting role? It seems I was mistaken, and thus she rectifies the unreasonable traits Zhao Youyue had imposed, resulting in another futile endeavor and yet another loss of opportunity to enter the dimensional gate. Undoubtedly, the dimensional gate is not something one can simply enter at will, as it is not entirely unrestricted. The repercussions of Zhao Youyue's previous mischief are distinctly apparent. Initially, she began in a fantastical world with low-level powers, but now she finds herself in a realm devoid of any extraordinary abilities, a pure daily life. The energy levels have diminished, and should she wish to enter a world of higher energy in the future, she must create a classic character to garner the wishes of numerous readers, thereby allowing her passage through the dimensional gate into a realm of greater power. Having established such a straightforward characterization, Zhao Youyue feels confident that the comic's creator will not notice any discrepancies. A character obsessed with learning and striving for self-improvement is far too commonplace. Once Zhao Youyue embodies her creation, Su Jing, she is suddenly overwhelmed by an intense desire to learn. As if countless expressions from various memes have manifested within her. I love learning. Learning brings me joy. My sole focus is learning. If I go a second without studying, I feel utterly uncomfortable. JPG does not allow me to study. I might as well perish. Your fondness for me is of no consequence. My passion lies in learning. Engrossed in my studies, I find myself growing increasingly frail. Simultaneously, she has come to appreciate the formidable nature of diligence, for in reality, she cannot be deemed indolent. Yet she is certainly not the epitome of ambition and industriousness. It is not entirely her fault. She has suffered due to her circumstances. As it is often said that poverty stifles aspirations. In truth, many are driven to seek change in the face of adversity, achieving remarkable transformations from humble beginnings. While those born into affluence may lack motivation, often failing to sustain their wealth beyond 3 generations. For anyone, perseverance is an admirable quality. Thus, Zhao Youyue resolutely cast aside all distractions and began to apply herself diligently in this world, utilizing Su Jing's body to study fervently. After all, Su Jing was in the 3rd year of middle school, preparing for the crucial high school entrance examination. Originally, Zhao Youyue's grasp of middle school knowledge was tenuous at best. Yet through Su Jing, she masterfully regained command of this knowledge. Zhao Youyue's new perspective was that, since she could not ensure the creation of a memorable character endowed with remarkable abilities, perhaps she could instead leverage this character within the dimensional gateway to acquire knowledge. Could she inherit this knowledge? The following day, upon awakening with fervent anticipation, she retrieved her mathematics test paper from the preliminary examination, only to discover, much to her chagrin, that she still struggled with those challenging problems. Was it possible that the knowledge attained through study could not be inherited? No, she distinctly remembered all of it. It soon dawned on her that even with a fervor for learning and a commitment to self-improvement, how much could one truly achieve in a single night? Education is a prolonged journey. Only through persistence does the outcome become increasingly evident. Indeed, the knowledge gained through one's own efforts can be inherited. Conversely, if one were to simply designate Su Jing as a super genius or an exceptional scholar, such a superficial premise would merely provide fleeting satisfaction in the realm of comics. While in reality, nothing would change. Zhao Youyue felt she had earned the right to utter a profound maxim. In this world, there are no true geniuses. I simply utilize the time others spend sleeping to study. Chapter 7. The campus atmosphere. Upon confirming that she could indeed acquire knowledge through studying in the dimensional portal and subsequently bring it back to the real world, Zhao Youyue joyfully indulged in her breakfast before heading to school. She was seated in a luxurious vehicle, undoubtedly belonging to her father, Zhao Youyue. Although she had little knowledge of the automotive brands in this world, she recognized that she was traveling in a premium car. The comfort it provided was undeniably on a different plane compared to ordinary sedans, and the interior was meticulously arranged. She relished the ability to connect her phone via Bluetooth to the car's audio system, selecting her favorite melodies for the journey. As she made her way to school, she felt a sense of ease and leisure, occasionally watching videos on Bilibili from the back seat. The platform, commonly referred to as a barrage video website starting with the letter B, was accessible through the car's smart devices, which required her phone's hotspot. She never worried about data usage or phone bills, as these expenses were covered by her father's private hospital. Zhao Jiai's private hospital was evidently not one catering to the general populace. Its patients were either affluent or influential, bestowing upon him a level of wealth and connections that would be unfathomable for an average hospital director. The luxurious vehicle stopped a short distance from the school entrance. A habitual practice of Zhao Youyue's, as she preferred to keep her privileged background discreet, believing that revealing her status might lead to unfavorable perceptions. This inclination stemmed from a peculiar sense of pride. Despite her modest demeanor, the identity of a young lady of means would inevitably draw attention. However, middle school students are generally quite innocent and do not place an excessive emphasis on wealth. This phase is often the prime time for young men to charm women with their looks and talents. While Zhao Youyue now possessed an intrinsic desire to attract attention, she was resolute in not using her family background as a means of doing so, feeling that such an action would be beneath her dignity, akin to a forced pretense. Nonetheless, Zhao Youyue's character had not undergone significant changes, as she had seamlessly integrated the memories of her past life. Otherwise, she would have struggled with the nuances of being a girl, resulting in an awkward disposition rather than her current composure. As the car came to a halt, the driver, Lu Zhongqing, stepped out to open the door for Zhao Youyue, gently positioning his hand just below the top of the rear door to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Zhao Youyue said, stepping out of the luxury vehicle while carrying her backpack towards the school. In truth, Lu Zhongqing wished to carry her bag for her, but Zhao Youyue deemed such an act too conspicuous and thus declined the offer. He felt fortunate to serve as the young lady's chauffeur, as she was remarkably easygoing, polite, and respectful. making their interactions incredibly pleasant and comfortable. From another perspective, it can be understood that Zhao Youyue lacks the commanding presence of a wealthy heiress. As she traverses the campus, Zhao Youyue takes the opportunity to meticulously observe the high school experience that awaits her over the next 3 years. Her memories of her student days have long since faded, and in any case, the other version of herself would never have qualified to attend such a prestigious institution. Therefore, she cherishes this opportunity immensely. The school's greenery is quite pleasing, and its facilities are exceptionally well equipped, including a swimming pool. Along her path, Zhao Youyue encounters numerous honorific photographs and accomplishments of distinguished alumni, standing like signposts, showcasing academicians and entrepreneurs among others, as well as the recent high achievers who graduated. Their accolades including admissions to capital universities and first prizes in various competitions. Upon entering the teaching building, she notices the walls of the corridor adorned with the portraits of renowned figures, many of whom evoke a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness. This familiarity stems from the former Zhao Youyue's acquaintance with these luminaries, at least by hearsay, while the strangeness arises from the amalgamation of her other self's memories, leading her to believe that the achievements attributed to these individuals should rightly belong to a different group of luminaries. Zhao Youyue dismisses these convoluted thoughts as she steps into the classroom through the front door, where she is greeted by the ranking list of the recent placement test prominently displayed on the right wall. With over 50 students in the class, Zhao Youyue finds herself positioned at 27th, truly embodying the essence of mediocrity. On the right edge of the blackboard, a chart is inscribed, wherein the class monitor diligently records the day's lessons, enabling everyone to prepare their textbooks in advance for each class. However, many pragmatic students choose to leave their primary textbooks piled on their desks, creating a makeshift fortress that seems to provide them with a sense of security. During lessons, they might sneak in a nap, only to be caught by the teacher. Countless instances have proven that such fortifications are merely a psychological comfort, offering no substantial benefit. Yet students persist in this amusing endeavor. Above the blackboard, 8 large red characters proclaim, "Study diligently, strive for progress," accompanied by a gear emblem of the red flag. This world has produced great figures comparable to the founding ancestors, with equally resonant maxims, albeit under different names. These leaders have positioned China as the dominant force of the East, with Korea and Japan as tributary states, encompassing vast territories in the Far East and creating a bipolar world alongside Europe and America. To the left edge of the blackboard, a vertical line is drawn, where each day the language teacher requires students to transcribe a moral aphorism. During class, the teacher leads the students in reading it aloud. The projector screen is also situated here. Some educators have adapted to utilizing multimedia teaching through computers, while many traditionalist teachers prefer the classic chalkboard method. After a lesson, the neatly inscribed chalk writing on the blackboard brings a sense of accomplishment, albeit at the expense of students attempting to take notes, as the teacher's rapid writing often results in a legible scrawl. Zhao Youyue continues her journey forward, and against the wall at the back of the classroom, she finds the water dispenser. After each physical education class, it becomes a bustling hub, prompting astute students to fill their water bottles in advance during the preceding period. The entire classroom is filled with nostalgic memories of youthful exuberance. Most of the students in the classroom had gathered, as they were primarily boarders whose homes lay far from this provincial capital in Jiangnan, only able to return home during the month-long holidays, which was rather pitiable. Additionally, the boarders were required to rise early for morning exercises, which made Zhao Youyue, a day student, feel exceedingly fortunate in comparison. However, her status as a day student also meant she struggled to quickly integrate into the small groups that the girls had already formed. Her roommate, who lived in the same dormitory, rapidly became a close friend, for they shared not only meals but also living quarters. The school cafeteria allocated dining tables based on dormitories rather than individual servings, a practice said to mitigate comparisons among students. Zhao Youyue's deskmate, Zhou Fang, had already formed a close bond with her best friend, Zhang Wen, who also resided in the same dormitory. They would call upon each other even during restroom breaks. While Zhao Youyue had exchanged only a few polite words with Zhou Fang, as they were still unfamiliar with one another. Upon noticing Zhao Youyue's arrival, Zhou Fang greeted her with a smile and stepped aside to allow her to take her seat. No sooner had Zhao Youyue settled in than a class representative approached her to collect the homework. Chapter 8. Conduct those still in the first year of high school. This institution has already instituted evening study sessions, which explains the abundance of students excelling in provincial college entrance exams. It is evident that the school maintains a rigorous standard in all aspects. Parents feel reassured when sending their children to this high school. For instance, Zhao Youyue's father, Zhao Jia, does not subscribe to the notion that elite private schools are superior. Such institutions often have a rather lackluster reputation. Instead, he believes that a provincial key high school which emphasizes a strong academic atmosphere and has strict school regulations, is far more beneficial. Typically, assignments are collected during the last 10 minutes of the final evening study session, and the class representatives submit them to the respective teachers the following morning. However, Zhao Youyue does not attend evening study sessions, a privilege afforded to day students. By the time the 3 sessions conclude, it is nearly 10 o'clock at night, and returning home poses safety concerns. The school allows day students to choose whether or not to attend evening sessions, though most opt to do so willingly. In truth, Zhao Youyue does not face any genuine safety issues. While she does not have the luxury of a personal bodyguard, she is provided with a private vehicle for transport. Thus, safety should not be a concern. Nevertheless, she still opts out of evening study, feeling that doing homework at home suffices. Admittedly, her decision is largely motivated by a desire for leisure. At home, she can multitask between completing assignments and indulging in her phone. Upon hearing her mother's footsteps, she hastily hides her phone and feigns diligence in her studies. Moreover, when confronted with challenging problems, she finds herself too lazy to engage in thorough research, often resorting to online searches for answers instead. This is the reality of Zhao Youyue. She clearly adopts a laissez-faire attitude towards her studies. Among her classmates, several day students attend evening study, yet she alone exploits the perceived safety concerns to forego it. This choice has inadvertently heightened her presence among peers, with their impression of her now tinged with the notion of being somewhat lackadaisical. Consequently, the class representatives must collect her assignments during morning study sessions, as she is absent during evening study. On this occasion, the mathematics representative, Chen Haoran, approaches her. He is known for achieving full marks in both the middle school entrance examination and the recent diagnostic test, as well as having won first place in a mathematics competition during junior high. His prowess led the mathematics teacher, Gu Yaoen, to appoint him as the class representative, recognizing him as one of his most promising students. During mathematics classes, if other students falter in their responses, Gu Yaoen often calls upon Chen Haoran to provide the solution, as he never fails to deliver. Zhao Youyue hands her mathematics assignment to Chen Haoran, who wears black-framed glasses and has a slightly plump physique. Upon glancing at her work, he notices the elegant handwriting and neat presentation, which elicits a favorable impression. He cannot help but exclaim, "You are quite impressive." The last problem on this assignment stumped many of our classmates for quite a while, and it took considerable discussion to arrive at the solution. "I cannot believe you solved it all on your own." His voice is somewhat loud, drawing the attention of nearby students, one of whom mutters, "Impressive, my foot. If I had a phone, I could easily solve it too." In truth, in this day and age, nearly everyone possesses a mobile phone. However, they tend to leave them in their dormitories, hesitant to bring them to class for fear of an unexpected ring, even a mere vibration, which could lead to discovery. The prospect of having their phones confiscated by teachers is daunting, as it might result in a call to their parents. A peculiar aspect of this school is that the power outlets in the dormitories are merely decorative, leaving many boarding students to charge their devices only once a week, or rely on day students to take them home for a recharge. Upon hearing others speak thus, Chen Haoran suddenly realized the situation. He scratched his head and awkwardly apologized. He had not considered that one could actually use a phone. He himself owned a mobile device, but his parents forbade him from bringing it to school, fearing it might lead to early romantic entanglements that could jeopardize his studies. Consequently, he could only communicate with his family via public telephones. In truth, Chen Haoran had initially intended to impress Zhao Youyue, whom he regarded as the most beautiful girl in their class. Her complexion was flawless, fair and smooth, devoid of blemishes, and her voice was exceptionally gentle and pleasant. Her short hair, cut to ear length, was endearing, yet for reasons unknown, she always seemed to be overlooked, lacking any noticeable presence. As a boarding student from a rural area beneath the county, Chen Haoran had worked diligently throughout his education, albeit with a slight weakness in the humanities. Nonetheless, he managed to gain admission to this school, unlike Zhao Youyue, who had to pay several thousand in construction fees and treat school officials to meals to secure her place in the boys' dormitory after lights out. The students could not resist engaging in various conversations. With the new semester just beginning, the homeroom teacher rarely conducted surprise room checks, which led to lively discussions that often resulted in the next day's morning study session becoming a time for catching up on sleep. Inevitably, the topics of conversation among the boys included the girls in their class. While novels often mention terms like class flower or school beauty, such expressions are rarely used in reality, perhaps due to an inexplicable sense of adolescent embarrassment. However, if a girl's name frequently arises in discussions among the boys, one might as well consider her the class flower. Zhao Youyue was evidently not mentioned. In Chen Haoran's dormitory, when the boys discussed the beauties of their class, the most frequently cited was Jiang Qing, the class's artistic representative. Her cheerful and generous personality, coupled with a constant smile, left a lasting impression, especially when she had performed a popular song during military training, capturing the attention of many boys. Of course, a significant factor was her ample bosom. Military training had taken place in the week prior to the start of classes and was voluntary. Zhao Youyue had been abroad on vacation during this period and would not have attended even if she had remained at home, for she could not endure the sweltering heat of such training. That's all right, Zhao Youyue smiled, dismissing the matter nonchalantly. Shun Haoran returned to his seat with Zhao Youyue's paper in hand, thinking that her smile was indeed beautiful. After submitting her assignment, Zhao Youyue felt somewhat bored. While most of her classmates had begun their morning study, including her deskmate, Zhou Fong, who was studying diligently, even though their homeroom teacher and Chinese instructor, Chiao Chun, had yet to arrive. Since the teacher had not yet come, why bother with morning study? Wasn't that a waste? Indeed. Zhao Youyue is the kind of student who only presents a diligent facade in front of her teachers. It must be said that this portrayal is quite relatable. During one's school years, there are undoubtedly many students who embody a similar demeanor. Stealthily, Zhao Youyue retrieved her phone, intending to visit the Qijian comic website to indulge in the webcomic Pure Love, while also considering bestowing a patronage to establish a connection with the author, as she had the means to do so. However, before she could immerse herself for long, her homeroom teacher, Chiao Chun, stealthily entered the classroom through the back door, his footsteps muffled by the sounds of reading. He caught Zhao Youyue red-handed, engrossed in her comic, and confiscated her phone on the spot. In that moment, she garnered the attention she had long desired from her classmates, her presence amplified, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Nonetheless, she found herself contemplating that the latest model of the iPhone seemed to be the 8th generation, which presented the perfect opportunity for an upgrade. Indeed, this was a quintessential example of the typical affluent young lady's disposition. Chapter 9. Problem-solving. Zhao Youyue was promptly summoned by her homeroom teacher, Mr. Chiao, who proceeded to deliver a stern reprimand. She was instructed to compose a 3,000-word reflection before her mobile phone could be returned to her. Otherwise, it would remain confiscated until the end of the semester. A 3,000-word reflection? Zhao Youyue's face fell in despair, wondering how it was even possible to produce such a lengthy piece. Perhaps it would be wiser to forego her phone altogether and simply purchase a new one. Observing Zhao Youyue's distressed countenance, Chiao Chun felt that his punishment was rather lenient. He had not demanded that she publicly apologize, and in his view, allowing her to write a reflection as a means to retrieve her phone, without even calling her parents, was a display of considerable tolerance. Initially, when he had caught her using her phone to read comics during morning study, he had been filled with fury. Yet, upon seeing her fair and charming face, his anger dissipated. It seems that in this day and age, beauty does indeed confer certain advantages. Moreover, Zhao Youyue's attitude after being caught was commendable. She readily admitted her mistake and showed little reaction to the confiscation of her phone. Were it another student, they might have wept at the loss of their expensive device, likely worth 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, even if teachers typically returned them afterward. Chiao Chun believed that this girl, with her proper attitude toward her error, would be able to submit her reflection within 3 days, leaving her with a profound lesson to prevent future transgressions. Returning to her seat in a huff, Zhao Youyue's deskmate, Zhou Fong, harbored a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Zhao Youyue had often indulged in her phone with reckless abandon when the teacher was absent, and it was only today that she faced the consequences. The retribution, she mused, had come rather late. However, she consoled Zhao Youyue with, "It's all right, mister. Chiao is really quite cunning, sneaking in through the back door." For some reason, Zhao Youyue suddenly recalled a humorous image that had circulated online, a student sitting in the back row, engrossed in his phone, while a teacher outside the window glared at him with a death stare. Another depicted a student playing Honor of Kings during class, only to have their phone confiscated, leaving them to watch helplessly as their teammates lost the match due to their absence. Unable to suppress a laugh, Zhao Youyue gently replied, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Fong felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She had just been reveling in Zhao Youyue's misfortune. Yet, she couldn't help but notice how warm and soothing Zhao Youyue's smile was, coupled with her remarkably good temper. If it were her, Zhou Fong thought, she might very well be sobbing at her desk by now. Without her phone, Zhao Youyue reluctantly took out her Chinese textbook. But instead of reading aloud or attempting to memorize anything, she merely skimmed through the articles in the back as if they were stories. The fresh perspective offered by the authors in this world intrigued her. Had Mr. Chiao, the Chinese teacher and homeroom instructor, known that Zhao Youyue displayed no hint of remorse, he would surely be beside himself with frustration. As soon as the morning reading class concluded, a number of drowsy students promptly laid their heads on their desks, greedily seizing the first 10 minutes of class to catch up on sleep, predominantly the boys, which rendered the classroom remarkably quiet. "Zhao Youyue, while filling her exquisite porcelain cup at the water dispenser, moved with utmost delicacy. Her cup, part of the prestigious Oriental Horse series from a renowned luxury brand, was quite a treasure. The complete set of 6 pairs of cups and saucers cost a staggering 15,900 yuan, with each pair priced at 2,650 yuan, an expense unfathomable to her classmates. After mixing some hot water with cold, she took a sip and immediately grimaced, pouring the water out of the window due to the overwhelming scent of bleach and disinfectant, suspecting that the supposedly purified water was merely tap water. Despite being produced by the school's factory, it was disappointingly subpar. She resolved to bring a thermos filled with water from now on, firmly deciding against consuming the school's purified water. Initially, she had hoped to brew some tea or coffee, but decided it would be best to have Uncle Lou prepare it for her in the car, enjoying it only after leaving the school grounds. Without her mobile phone, Zhao Youyue felt a profound discomfort, unable to endure the absence for even a moment. She resolved to purchase a new phone at lunchtime. As for the issue of the written reflection, she felt no urgency. Recalling her school days, she remembered a few talented classmates who excelled in writing and even offered to compose love letters. Surely, they could pen a reflection as well. Zhao Youyue had no intention of seeking their assistance for free. She calculated that offering 300 yuan for a 3,000 word piece would be reasonable. If that failed, she could always search online for a template and write something to pass muster. Ultimately, her greatest wish was for old Xiao to have a poor memory and forget about the incident. As for the confiscated phone, she considered it lost, akin to having dropped it into the river while playing with it. The first class commenced swiftly. It was mathematics taught by the young and handsome teacher Gu Yaoen, whose graceful demeanor captivated the class. In a rare display of attentiveness, Zhao Youyue, ever the connoisseur of aesthetics, diligently listened for 20 minutes as he discussed the mock exam papers. However, after that brief period, her mind began to wander. Zhao Youyue, would you come up to explain this problem to the class? Gu Yaoyan noticed her stupor, which had lingered for at least 5 minutes. Unfamiliar with her, he glanced at the seating chart before calling her name, harboring little hope that she could elucidate the question, merely aiming to rouse her from her daydream. It was only upon Wang Feng's gentle nudge that Zhao Youyue snapped back to reality, eliciting a ripple of laughter from her peers. With an adorably dazed expression, she approached the front of the classroom, slightly surprising Gu Yaoyan, who had anticipated she might remain seated, allowing him to explain the problem himself. Teacher Gu, which problem are we discussing? Her voice remained soft and soothing, neither rushed nor flustered. The laughter of her classmates grew louder, as they anticipated yet another moment of embarrassment for the girl who had recently been chastised by the homeroom teacher during morning reading. Gu Yaoen could not help but chuckle. He generally possessed a good temperament, and at that moment, he found Zhao Youyue rather endearing. He pointed to a particular question on the exam paper, ABC. AD perpendicular to BC, AM, MD is 2, 3, MN parallel to AC, and asked for the ratio of N to NB. This question was not particularly challenging, however. Zhao Youyue had failed to solve it during the examination and had not made any corrections afterward. Gu Yaoen sighed inwardly, as charming as the girl was. She seemed somewhat negligent in her studies. The students in the class displayed expressions of anticipation, while only Chen Haoran, the mathematics representative, wore a look of concern, wishing he could step in to assist Zhao Youyue and perform a heroic act to win her favor. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Youyue recalled her memories of being engrossed in study within the dimensional portal. Although she had once struggled with this problem, she now discerned the solution at a glance. Nevertheless, the impression she conveyed seemed akin to feigning understanding and providing a haphazard answer. Alas, she lacked the commanding aura of an academic prodigy. She picked up a piece of chalk and began to sketch a geometric diagram based on the conditions of the problem. Then she proceeded to solve it. Let DE be parallel to AC, intersecting AB at point E, given that it formed an isosceles triangle. The ratio of BD to DC is 1, 1, and similarly, AE to EB is also 1, 1. Thus, with N to NE being in the ratio of AM, MD is 2, 3. If we assume AE to EB is 5A, then N equals 2A, NE equals 3A, and NB equals northeast plus EB, which is 8A. Hence, the ratio of N to NB is 2A to 8A, simplifying to 1, 4. As she wrote, her gentle voice articulated the reasoning with remarkable clarity, ultimately arriving at the correct answer. She then set down the chalk, feeling quite pleased with herself, and offered a small smile towards Teacher Gu. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Chapter 10. The manga artist among the many students present. One might have anticipated witnessing the sight of a somewhat clueless girl, caught daydreaming in class, standing at the podium in a state of bewilderment, rather than mockery. The onlookers would likely feel sympathy for the adorable girl with a bob haircut. who seemed to be having an especially unfortunate day. Not only had she been caught by the teacher during morning study and had her phone confiscated, but now, during mathematics class, she found herself in another predicament at the hands of Mr. Gu. If it were anyone else, their composure would have surely crumbled. However, it must be acknowledged that misfortune often comes in waves, and one can encounter a series of setbacks in a single day. Yet, to everyone else's astonishment, this girl effortlessly solved a moderately challenging problem and provided a thorough explanation that left her classmates enlightened. Many students felt a surge of admiration for Zhao Youyue. They inexplicably sensed that this girl possessed a remarkable fortitude, approaching everything with an air of calm that instilled a sense of reliability. Her voice and smile radiated a profound sense of healing. Gu Yaoyin was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Zhao Youyue could solve the problem even while distracted. She had not even revised her exam paper, which led to the conclusion that she must have diligently studied at home, or perhaps she was simply exceptionally quick-witted. Regardless, Zhao Youyue's ability to solve the problem warranted commendation. Gu Yaoyin remarked, "Zhao Youyue, your explanation was excellent, but do remember to stay focused during class in the future." Zhao Youyue nodded vigorously, her demeanor sincere, and Gu Yaoyin was satisfied enough to allow her to return to her seat. While Zhao Youyue engaged in her ordinary school, two artists were diligently working at a manga studio located in the same provincial capital of Jiangnan. Among them was Su Li, the creator of the campus harem manga Pure Love, and her assistant, Zhang Ziqiang. Readers of Pure Love might be surprised to learn that this manga, which thrives on sensationalism, was crafted by a female artist. Su Li was quite attractive. With a little effort in her appearance, she could easily be considered a beautiful manga. In her university days, before she delved into manga creation, she had her fair share of admirers. Yet, it may be hard for many to believe that she had already developed a passion for creating adult-themed doujinshi, gaining recognition in the doujin community under the pseudonym Wang Li. Through her artistry, she earned a considerable income. People always pursue their aspirations. After graduating from university, Su Li resolved to become a genuine manga artist. This did not imply that she intended to abandon her craft. In fact, she continued to participate in the globally renowned comic conventions known as Holy Wars, held twice a year in summer and winter, where she sold her self-drawn works to sustain her income. Her esteemed reputation within the fan community has successfully led her to secure a commission from the comic magazine Feng Manhua. Initially, she ventured into the realm of short comics to gauge the audience's response, which was moderately favorable. Consequently, she earned the opportunity for serialization and simultaneously collaborated with Chidian Comics Network, allowing her work to be published both in print and online. This dual platform not only provided her with payments from the magazine but also enabled her to receive direct subscriptions and gratuities from her readers, albeit she could only retain a quarter of the latter. Nevertheless, Su Li relished the opportunity to engage with her online audience, establishing her own fan group. Upon noticing readers in the group commenting that her art style bore a resemblance to that of teacher Wang Li, she felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing her true identity would be unearthed, she meticulously concealed her identity as a fan artist, presenting herself as an innocent, novice manga creator. Yet, the adeptly executed scenes in Pure Love often prompted readers to jest, questioning her remarkable proficiency. The feedback from online readers was always prompt, allowing her to reflect on their opinions when contemplating subsequent plot developments. In her genre of school harem manga, she primarily catered to readers' preferences regarding which female character in the harem deserved more focus, often enhancing that character's portrayal and offering additional incentives. Su Li also had an editor who, rather than providing constructive criticism on the storyline, consistently proposed various methods for sensationalizing the content. To be candid, Su Li was not particularly satisfied with her work titled Pure Love. She felt it bore little distinction from her previous doujinshi, which was decidedly more explicit, even depicting sexual encounters openly. In contrast, her current work, while devoid of explicit scenes and cleverly obscured by divine light at pivotal moments, was rife with overt sexual innuendos that undeniably captivated male readers, leaving them in a state of perpetual excitement. Su Li's inherent weaknesses lay in plot development and character portrayal, often resorting to cliché templates. She originally aspired to hone these skills through the creation of more conventional works, yet it was evident that Pure Love had not fulfilled this objective. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to continue her artistic endeavors, as the popularity of this work was commendable and well received by male readers, ensuring a decent income that allowed her to confidently refer to herself as a manga artist. However, she was acutely aware that the appeal of her formulaic harem manga would likely reach a plateau, with scant prospects for adaptation into an anime, and perhaps only a slim chance of being transformed into a radio drama. Once this work concluded, she feared it would be forgotten, lacking uniqueness amidst a plethora of similar titles. Unless, of course, a classic female character capable of captivating all readers emerged within her narrative. One that could even vie for the title of Mo King. Yet, how likely was that? Su Li had prepared herself for the release of her debut novel, a work destined to blend into the multitude, when she suddenly heard her assistant, Zhang Ziqiang, who was managing the background details, remark, "Teacher Su Li. This character of the sister's best friend seems rather intriguing. Could she possibly become a member of the protagonist's harem? The sister's best friend?" Su Li instinctively questioned. Isn't that merely a supporting role? What significance does she hold? Zhang Ziqiang, a balding man in his 30s and still unmarried, harbored his own dreams of becoming a comic artist. However, lacking the requisite talent, he had found himself relegated to the role of assistant to a young and gifted artist like Su Li. Although Su Li struggled with plot development and character portrayal, her vibrant artistic style and exceptional ability to depict enticing scenes allowed her to firmly establish her presence in the harem genre. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ziqiang began to express his perceptions regarding the character of Su Jing, a mere supporting role. Chapter 11. She is always learning, Zhang Ziqiang remarked. First and foremost, it is undoubtedly due to your exceptional artistry, Teacher Su Li. The passerby characters you create are strikingly beautiful, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, you have assigned Su Jing a single ponytail hairstyle. Perhaps you believe this style to be too commonplace, lacking in charm. However, it inadvertently accentuates her character. She seems to be the only female character in the manga series to sport a single ponytail hairstyle. Upon hearing her assistant's observations, Su Li humbly replied, "I believe my artistic skills still require refinement. I have simply grown accustomed to illustrating the types of female characters I excel at," which inadvertently led to the portrayal of a passerby character as a stunning beauty. It is worth noting that sometimes, the physical appearances of manga characters can become alarmingly homogenized, relying solely on hairstyles and colors for differentiation. The male protagonists in harem genres often evoke the sense of being the same individual, aligning with the essence of Kirito's visage, an undeniable truth. At this moment, Su Li continued, "Regarding hairstyles, you are correct. I personally favor long black straight hair, twin tails, side ponytails, and bobs. Even a traditional single ponytail must extend to the waist. Otherwise, like the most ordinary and common single ponytail hairstyle in reality, it seems devoid of charm. I used it casually, not anticipating that it would render this character unique. Surely, there must be other aspects that pique your interest." Su Li inquired further. Zhang Ziqiang, not holding back as Su Li's assistant, felt it essential to contribute not only to the artistic process but also to the creative thought. Of course, it also pertains to the character's personality and behavior, he stated leisurely. As a response, Su Li displayed an expression that suggested disbelief. And before Zhang Ziqiang could continue, primarily because he spoke at a deliberate pace while she was rather impatient, she could not help but retort, "What personality does this character possess? Let alone behavior. I have not squandered ink to depict her, has I? She scarcely has a few lines, and remains a perpetual background figure." Zhang Ziqiang remained unperturbed by Su Li's rebuttal and calmly asserted, "The character's personality may not have been a priority in your own design, but I have noticed that despite her ordinary talents, she is diligent and passionately devoted to learning, to the point of obsession. That must be significant, right?" Su Li nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, she is merely a passerby character, so her talents should naturally be ordinary. Otherwise, it would surely be due to my oversight. After all, the protagonist's harem includes a tsundere character with an IQ of 250, a blonde with modest assets. I cannot possibly create another high-intelligence female character, as it would seem repetitive. Talent is inconsequential. What truly matters is her upward striving and fervent love for learning. I fail to comprehend your point. Such a simplistic characterization, placed upon an inconspicuous passerby, lacks intrigue, does it not? Perhaps this is merely your misconception? I have set this up purely to serve as a supporting character for the most significant sister figure in my work, young Transcends. There exists an ancient adage that states, one who is close to vermilion becomes red, one who is close to ink becomes black. Thus, I have crafted a friend for young Transcends, an ordinary yet positively radiant companion, which undoubtedly enhances her character." Su Li articulated her conceptualization of the supporting character Su Jing, oblivious to the fact that this character had already undergone modifications. She was firmly convinced that every aspect stemmed solely from her own imagination. This reveals the cunning of Zhao Youyue, who orchestrated events from the shadows. Had she bestowed an unbeatable superpower upon the character she portrayed, reminiscent of her initial entrance into the dimensional gate, the alterations in the work would have been evident. Yet the creator would likely dismiss them as a fleeting lapse of judgment or a consequence of intoxication, swiftly correcting any discrepancies. However, at this moment, Su Li remained steadfast in her belief that everything constituted her original design. The sister character, young Transcends, was indeed a focal point for Su Li. Primarily because she herself harbors a fondness for younger sisters, having two adorable younger siblings in reality, and secondly, due to the character's immense popularity among male readers, making her increasingly inclined toward the sister archetype, while neglecting other harem characters, even omitting mention of whether a close friend exists. Therefore, Su Li was not mistaken. The character Su Jing indeed exists in the shadow of her sister, reliant on her popularity for significance. At this juncture, Zhang Ziqiang let out a slight sigh. He had grown weary of debating with Su Li, who was undeniably a strong-willed manga artist, her achievements having fostered an inherent pride. Yet, contemplating the character Su Jing, he mustered the courage to assert, this may not be an enhancement, but rather a detriment. What? Su Li was thoroughly unsettled. Realizing why Zhang Ziqiang had struggled in the comic industry for so many years without notable success, he seemed utterly incapable of grasping the crux of the matter. Claiming that a supporting character was intriguing, Zhang Ziqiang, altering his previously slow pacing, continued in a rapid manner. Indeed, Su Jing is perpetually a background figure in the manga. Yet she is always studying. When Yang Tranqian yearns for her brother and experiences feelings of infatuation, she studies. When Yang Tranqian contemplates how to vie for affection and navigate romantic intrigues, she studies. Even when Yang Tranqian engages in conflicts with other harem members in the presence of the male protagonist, Su Jing remains in the corner, silently studying. Even as a background character, I had assumed, Su Li, that your arrangement bore profound significance. It seems I overthought it. Su Li found herself somewhat bewildered by Zhang Ziqiang's rapid speech, yet he had not finished his thought. This is a campus harem manga, where nearly all characters are students. However, whether it is the male protagonist or the numerous female leads surrounding him, including the teacher Su Li and the character I am particularly pleased with, Yang Tranqian, they all seem to engage in nothing but frivolous antics, creating a cacophony of noise, jumping around, and tearing at one another. In stark contrast is Su Jing, who quietly dedicates herself to her studies in the corner. I must assert that Su Jing possesses a pure and unpretentious nature, vastly different from the ostentatious and superficial girls in the protagonist's harem. This is why I find her character intriguing. If readers remain oblivious to her presence, it is one thing. However, once they take notice, she will undoubtedly diminish the appeal of the other female characters, who exhibit a complete lack of independence and seem to desperately seek attention, rendering them rather cheap. Upon hearing this, Su Li was utterly bewildered and profoundly disoriented. Chapter 12. The method of exit. Upon regaining his composure, Su Li remarked, I must concede that you possess a modicum of truth in your assertions. This supporting character indeed diverges from the other female roles. Yet, she remains a mere bystander for now, and I refuse to muddle the hierarchy of characters. Furthermore, I nearly fell into your line of reasoning. My work, Pure Love, is fundamentally a school harem manga. What the readers yearn for is the interaction between the male and female leads, the enticing scenes involving the female characters, rather than any academic pursuits. It appears that modern men are also more inclined towards the audacious and alluring vixens, do they not? Zhang Ziqiang, hearing such a response, felt a tinge of disappointment. His sentiment stemmed from the belief that the interactions between the protagonists and the suggestive scenes were rather tedious. He hoped for Su Jing to ascend in prominence, ushering in more intriguing narratives. Regrettably, Su Li remained steadfast in her convictions. Amidst his disappointment, admiration surfaced. This was indeed the demeanor expected of a professional manga artist. Currently, the most beloved female character in Pure Love remains the younger sister, Yang Tranqian. The audience has grown accustomed to the style of this work, and any abrupt alterations would be reckless. This situation is akin to a web novelist who consistently adheres to a formulaic approach, achieving commendable success. Yet one day, he opts for innovation, striving to craft unexpected plot lines, only to falter. The adage, true feelings have never been retained, only formulas win hearts, encapsulates this truth. At times, an author may believe they have penned a sincere narrative, yet the readers remain unresponsive, which is indeed lamentable. Should we then reduce the appearances of the character Su Jing and gradually render her invisible? Zhang Ziqiang inquired. To his astonishment, Su Li smiled gently and replied, there is no need for that. On the contrary, I shall gradually increase her presence, evolving her from a bystander to a supporting character. Why? Zhang Ziqiang asked, intrigued. Because I have been persuaded by your argument and find this character somewhat intriguing. Let us make her more conspicuous and observe the reader's reactions. Just because we find it interesting does not guarantee that the readers will feel the same. My focus will always remain on the characters most favored by the audience. Su Li responded with unwavering confidence. Truly commendable, teacher Su Li. As an assistant, I have learned a great deal from you. It is no wonder that your first long-running serialization has achieved such success. There is a reason behind it, Zhang Ziqiang lamented. Su Li, no longer modest, smiled, and returned to her creative endeavor. Perhaps it was merely her impression, yet she felt an extraordinary fluidity when illustrating the character Su Jing, as if this persona had developed a soul and will of her own, rendering Su Li incapable of directing her actions. Rather than feeling astonished, she recalled numerous creators who, when discussing the fate of certain characters in their works, particularly tragic figures, faced intense pleas from readers to alter the character's conclusion, wishing for a less grim outcome. Those creators often affected an air of superiority, stating that they could not amend the narrative, for that character had transcended their control, possessing her own will and essence. Destined to be a tragedy. Su Li had always felt that certain creators, plagued by their own preferences, were merely shifting the blame, for in a sense, a creator is the architect of a world, and all characters are but marionettes. How could immutable endings possibly exist? However, during her creative process, she suddenly comprehended that she did not wish to distort the will of any character. Rather, she sought to animate them, akin to those exceptional ensemble narratives where characters propel the plot. Yet, she lamented that such a realization only surfaced when she portrayed Su Jing when depicting other characters. She felt an uninspired flatness. In comparison, she found herself inclined to invest more ink in Su Jing, deeming it the true path, yet she ultimately restrained this desire. Uncertain of the reader's preferences, Zhao Youyue, the clandestine instigator, remained unaware that she had garnered the creator's favor, a development that was not particularly fortuitous. As Zhao Youyue believed it was quite satisfactory to study within the dimensional gate, compensating for her indolence in reality. Should she gain the creator's attention, it would inevitably lead to increased interactions with the main characters, thus squandering her precious study time. Concurrently, Zhao Youyue was gathering more information about the dimensional gate, only to realize that the confiscation of her phone and being called out in class were not mere coincidences, but rather the negative repercussions of her previous reckless antics. To speak in more esoteric terms, she had exhausted her fortune. This lesson rendered her more cautious in utilizing the dimensional gate, vowing never to recklessly undermine the creator's labor. Simultaneously, Zhao Youyue discerned methods to exit from a particular anime, game, or novel world. Firstly, much like her previous antics, she could indiscriminately establish a background character, transform into a terrifying overlord, and obliterate the protagonist, thereby utterly disrupting the balance of the work and causing its collapse. The consequence, however, would be a diminishment of her fortune in reality, with increasingly dire repercussions the more popular the work she dismantled. Secondly, should the character she inhabited meet an untimely demise, if it were a background character fading away unnoticed, it would be acceptable, as it would not adversely affect the narrative, nor would it bring her misfortune in reality, albeit wasting a valuable opportunity to enter the dimensional gate. Conversely, if she were to embody a prominent female character and die in an inexplicable manner, this would align with the first scenario. Thus, as the protagonist, even in death, her passing must be dictated by the plot rather than through absurd misfortunes such as drowning or choking on water. If her demise invoked a profound sense of lament and strong reluctance from readers, it would be seen as a bonus. Thirdly, if the character she inhabited enjoyed immense popularity, she would possess the latent ability to choose to leave the work, a power bestowed by the collective will of the readers. In other words, once she is perceived as a classic character by the readers, she may gracefully exit the narrative. However, the author, in subsequent portrayals, risks tarnishing this iconic figure. A pertinent example is Wu Di, the protagonist of transforming into a top student who garnered immense popularity and acclaim early on, only to be irrevocably damaged by the author's later choices, resulting in the loss of her inherited abilities. Thus, the most exquisite approach would be to allow the character to meet her end at the pinnacle of her glory and public admiration, while simultaneously ensuring that the creator in reality does not whimsically resurrect her, thereby compromising her integrity. Furthermore, the work should conclude in a conventional manner, with non-conventional endings referenced in the first point, allowing her to exit gracefully. This condition could indeed prevent the tragedy of the character, culminating her story at the height of her popularity, sparing her from the anguish of self-destruction. Chapter 13. A bold idea. Upon discerning the method of exiting from the narrative, Zhao Youyue found herself navigating the dimensional portal with newfound composure. If she ever grew weary of a particular fictional realm, she could simply withdraw discreetly, or even utilize her resources in the real world to compel the author to leave the story unresolved. Certain unscrupulous authors might indeed comply. However, at present, Zhao Youyue reveled in her existence within the world of pure love. It provided her with an exhilarating experience akin to that of an academic prodigy. She could study while simultaneously enjoying the unfolding drama, observing the interactions between the male protagonist and the various female characters with a mix of amusement and embarrassment. As is well known, characters in manga often exhibit exaggerated behaviors, occasionally transforming into chibi versions, which is amusing in the context of reading. Yet, When transported into the very world of the manga, witnessing such interactions in person, the absurdity of their actions and dialogues becomes painfully awkward, especially as the surrounding bystanders seem utterly unfazed, seamlessly integrating into the scene while she remains acutely aware. Nevertheless, she was quite content to play the role of a mere background character, as it alleviated her academic pressures in reality. The last middle school mathematics problem she encountered during the entrance examination was solved solely due to her efforts in the dimensional world. Otherwise, she would have surely faced embarrassment. Having had her phone confiscated, she was unable to reward the creator of this work. Although she later spent $8,000 on a newly released smartphone, she soon regretted it, realizing that with over 20 days left in the month, such extravagance could lead her to financial ruin, resulting in her becoming a dust-eating girl, which was decidedly unfortunate. Zhao Youyue had once believed herself affluent, but her spending habits revealed the truth that money is never enough. If only she possessed the ability to earn her own income, as relying on her parents felt inexplicably unsatisfactory. Thus, she opted to visit a comic book store to purchase the first 4 volumes of Pure Love, considering it a form of support for the manga's creator. With patience, she gradually consumed all the serialized content, and when she saw her character, Su Jing, making her appearance as a mere background figure in the manga, it was indeed a delightful experience. Yet, she occasionally succumbed to daydreams, pondering how different her reality would be if she were to become a principal character in the story. Truth be told, had she not entered this narrative world, she would have never chosen to read this work, despite its visually appealing art style, for she was, after all, a connoisseur of aesthetics. She found herself quite disdainful of the plot and characters. Primarily, she had little affinity for harem manga, favoring narratives with singular romantic pairings or even those devoid of any romantic entanglements. Additionally, the ineffectual male protagonists prevalent in harem stories were rather off-putting. Why should a character whose greatest virtue is gentleness be so favored by numerous beautiful girls, allowing him to indulge in flirtation and infidelity? Ultimately, it is the protagonist's indecisiveness that stands out. Even by the conclusion of the narrative, he remains unable to select his true love, let alone engage in any decisive actions. He is, quite frankly, the epitome of a feckless and herbivorous male. Zhao Youyue would much prefer to witness a character akin to Makoto, a notorious scoundrel who discards one love interest after another, only to meet his demise by the blade in a harem narrative. The bloodshed at the end would be utterly satisfying. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck her. Could she incite chaos and transform the protagonist of Pure Love, Yang Ming, into a despicable character who discards love interests left and right? Ultimately, she could allow him to meet his end at the hands of one of the harem members. Wouldn't that be delightful? As this bold notion took root, her inherently mischievous spirit stirred with excitement. She promptly lost interest in her homework, setting down her black pen, and instead retrieved her newly acquired smartphone to search the internet. She sought to discover whether the work-school days existed in this realm, or if there had been any instances of the classic trope where a harem protagonist meets a bloody end. If such a narrative had already been explored, she would deem it unnecessary to pursue her scheme further, as the readers would have already experienced a similar shock. Introducing a parallel scenario would hold little significance. Though this world is a parallel universe, certain works still persist. She had heard echoes of familiar old songs, and even stumbled upon a recent interview with a manga artist named Kishimoto Masashi on a manga website, where he announced his upcoming series centered around ninjas. This new work would debut on the platform alongside Weekly Shonen Jump, a prestigious magazine known as the most popular manga publication in East Asia. Whether from China, Japan, or Korea, manga artists take immense pride in serializing their works in this magazine, which is translated into multiple languages and distributed globally upon each release. If Zhao Youyue were a mere copycat character, she might be troubled by the prospect of her planned work being preempted by another. However, she felt no such concern. Rather, she eagerly anticipated Kishimoto's Naruto. Perhaps, while it was serializing, she could slip through the dimensional gate and create mischief. Would she embody Hinata? Or perhaps play the role of Naruto's mother, Kushina? Or would she go so far as to persuade Kishimoto to draw a minor female character bearing only a name, allowing her to inhabit that role, complete with a dazzling bloodline limit or a death magic eye? Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Regrettably, Naruto operates on a higher energy level, and she would need to accumulate sufficient willpower to infiltrate that world. Nevertheless, she was currently focused on determining whether any narratives existed featuring a reprehensible protagonist who met their end by blade. Upon discovering that none did, a joyful smile graced her face. Perhaps she could transform the conventional harem school manga Pure Love into a timeless classic that would leave an indelible mark on its readers. However, Zhao Youyue remained utterly unperturbed. Her primary concern was the possibility of her unusual actions within the comic being discovered by the author. Thus, everything must unfold naturally. To put it another way, Even if she failed to transform pure love into days in the sun, she would not consider it a loss. For her original intent was merely to be a bystander engrossed in her studies. Yet, should the author one day entertain a whimsical notion of having the male protagonist pursue her, thereby disrupting her academic endeavors, she could hardly be blamed for taking drastic measures. Such a situation would undoubtedly lead to a calamity stemming from her pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 14. Seeking assistance when Zhao Youyue emerged from her reverie. She found herself dismayed by the vast amount of homework still awaiting her attention. Why, despite merely being a freshman, was there such an overwhelming workload? She pondered, feeling somewhat dejected. Instinctively, she contemplated using her phone to search for answers, thus sparing herself the mental exertion. Yet, a sudden recollection of her diligent self within the dimensional gate halted her. How could she allow Su Jing to surpass her? Silently, she placed her phone on the bedside to charge and resolutely began her homework, feeling a sense of reassurance. After all, if there came a day when she could no longer enter the dimensional gate, would she not become utterly useless? Consequently, Zhao Youyue resolved to exert herself more in reality. Even if this endeavor manifested sporadically, akin to a whimsical inspiration. For instance, today, she had consciously refrained from relying on her phone for completing her assignments. However, it was possible that during a vacation, she might indulge excessively in leisure, leaving her with uncompleted tasks on the final day. At which point her conscientiousness would likely be cast aside. Zhao Youyue was indeed such a girl. If one were to label her as lazy and indolent, they would be mistaken. There were times when she could showcase her determination. Conversely, to assert that she was excessively diligent and ambitious would be an exaggeration. When she chose to procrastinate, even she feared the extent of her laziness. At present, she harbored a mischievous spirit, seeking to assert her presence. Yet she desired a positive image, not the embarrassing persona of a fool who had made a blunder. Such notoriety would only lead to mockery and quick forgetting. Zhao Youyue aspired not only to embody the iconic characters of novels, anime, and games, but also to become the quintessential heroine in reality, someone who garnered attention and earned profound respect wherever she went. As her fervor ignited, a disheartening thought struck her. She still needed to compose a 3,000-word reflection. What a stroke of bad luck. Although several days had passed without old Chiu inquiring about her written reflection, there remained a slim chance that he might have forgotten. However, this likelihood seemed unlikely. For the confiscated 7th-generation smartphone was rather expensive. If it had been merely a collection of trivial books, she might have neglected to return them. But a valuable item like a phone could not be overlooked. Thus, Zhao Youyue resolved to hasten the completion of her 3,000-word reflection, just in case. However, she also decided that as long as old Chiu did not approach her for the document, she would pretend the incident had never occurred, attempting to evade responsibility. Having just completed her assignments, she found herself resorting to her phone for solutions to particularly challenging problems, which left her feeling mentally drained. This experience made her cherish her study time within the dimensional gate all the more. Additionally, she resolved that should anyone, be it the male lead or any of the female characters, disturb her studies, she would ensure they faced the consequences. Presently, she longed for an extended period of study within the dimensional gate, striving to solidify her previously shaky foundation. She was uncertain about how long the series Pure Love would continue, yet for her, the longer, the better. Zhao Youyue did not aspire to create a classic character or inherit an extraordinary ability in one fell swoop. Instead, she found solace in the role of a silent observer, quietly absorbing knowledge and learning, a steady approach that she deemed satisfactory. Having exhausted all her enthusiasm on her assignments, she certainly had no desire to pen a self-critique and pondered whom she might seek for assistance. In recent days at school, she had gradually become familiar with her classmates, particularly her deskmate, Zhou Fang. Their relationship had grown closer, and they would occasionally engage in casual conversations about typical topics among girls. However, it was clear that Zhou Fang would be reluctant to assist her in writing a self-reflection, especially considering that her closest confidant was Zhao Youyue's roommate, Zhang Wen. Zhou Fang's personality was not one inclined to lend a helping hand, and the potential risks were daunting, should old Chiu discover this. It could irreparably damage her camaraderie with Zhou Fang. It must be acknowledged that some girls can be quite petty. Sometimes, a trivial matter can fester in their hearts, escalating into an unmanageable situation. Boys, on the other hand, might engage in a scuffle yet, if they do not dwell on it, could even emerge as friends. Apart from Zhou Fang, Zhao Youyue had also grown close to 2 boys seated in front of her, named Wang Yang and Jiang Chao. The former had a penchant for online novels, while the latter was an aficionado of comics, providing them with common ground as they frequently recommended their favorite works to one another. Coincidentally, Pure Love was among Jiang Chao's favorite comics. And while he animatedly recommended this risque manga to Wang Yang, he noticed Zhao Youyue listening intently. He quickly reined in his enthusiasm and shifted the conversation to another action-packed comic instead. Discussing a particular risque manga in the presence of girls proved to be an undeniably embarrassing affair. Little did they know that Zhao Youyue, a seasoned enthusiast, had already completed the latest installment of Pure Love and considered herself a mere background character within its narrative, perhaps sensing Zhao Youyue's interest in their discussion. And recognizing that she was not merely a dull student fixated on her studies, having had her phone confiscated at the start of the semester, these boys found her relatable. Moreover, she did not appear to look down on them. Thus, they often turned to converse with Zhao Youyue during breaks, enjoying playful banter, exchanging dry jokes in earnest, and deliberately trying to elicit laughter from her, as her smile was truly captivating. Though her physical appearance was secondary to them, they found Zhao Youyue to possess an amiable disposition, making her easy to get along with. In contrast, they regarded Zhou Feng as the epitome of a dull girl, who wore her disdain for their interests on her face, utterly uninterested in online novels or comics, viewing them as detrimental distractions from her studies. Nonetheless, Zhou Feng's academic performance was commendable, ranking 8th in the class during the preliminary exams, indicating her solid grasp of middle school knowledge, unlike Zhao Youyue, who had merely muddled through. While casual conversations with the two boys were manageable, asking them for assistance with a self-critique would likely be an unreasonable expectation. Among those she was familiar with were the representatives from each subject who collected her homework every morning. Among them, the mathematics representative, Chen Haoran, often took the opportunity to engage her in conversation. However, he had a proclivity for mathematics and struggled with the humanities. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind, Han Lang, a classmate of hers, known for his exceptional writing skills. During the recent explanation of the Chinese exam paper, he was called upon by Mr. Xiao to read his essay as a model. What was particularly noteworthy was that Zhao Youyue remembered him from their middle school days, where he was often regarded as a prodigy, excelling in written expression. She had even heard whispers of him offering a love letter writing service. Perhaps she could enlist his help. After all, they were old classmates. Chapter 15. Zhao Youyue? A figment of imagination. Zhao Youyue's foremost ambition is to excel academically in the real world. In a country like China, where education has been held in high regard since ancient times, high achievers often attract significant attention. Thus, she cannot afford to remain inconspicuous. Currently, she is enrolled in a school that places immense emphasis on academic performance, and her disdain for encountering difficult problems in homework or examinations further motivates her to become an ardent scholar in the world of pure love. In reality, her lack of perseverance inhibits her from maintaining a consistent study routine. She is devoid of that unwavering determination. However, while embodying the character Su Jing, she experiences an insatiable urge to learn, as if even a moment without study is unbearable. Given that Su Jing is not a particularly popular or iconic character, Zhao Youyue cannot utilize Su Jing's fervor for learning in reality. Nevertheless, the knowledge she acquires while portraying Su Jing remains etched in her memory, which is why she willingly accepts the role of a bystander in pure love, refraining from causing unnecessary disturbances. Presently, Zhao Youyue faces a minor dilemma concerning her 3,000 word reflection paper. In truth, if she were a high-achieving student, such a task would be trivial. After all, what does it matter if an exemplary student uses their phone in class? This reflects the current state of her school, where teachers exhibit remarkable leniency towards high achievers. As long as their examination results are commendable, they may indulge freely, provided they do not disrupt other studies. This desire to become an exemplary student stems from the significant privileges it entails, alongside the potential to please her parents, enhancing their reputation, and perhaps even increasing her allowance. This is the status of high achievers in China, possessing an explosive presence. Nearly every child from well-to-do families excels academically, as it seems that good grades equate to noble character. Regardless of one's appearance, as long as their academic performance is stellar, respect is readily afforded. It is now afternoon, and the penultimate class is about to conclude. The final class is an activity period, arguably the most favored among students. Boys can sweat it out on the basketball or football field, while girls may engage in badminton or simply gather with friends for a leisurely stroll around campus, chat, or even sneak back to their dorms to use their phones. This is the allure of the activity period. Of course, there are some particularly diligent students who choose to remain in the classroom, striving to enhance their grades in hopes of gaining admission to their desired universities 3 years hence. Zhao Youyue intends to seize the upcoming activity period to seek assistance from her former middle school classmate, Han Lang, to see if he would be willing to offer his services in writing reflection papers, with the price being negotiable. Han Lang, true to his name, appears exceptionally aloof, exuding an aura that seems to ward off strangers. He perpetually wears a tense expression, his brows furrowed as though engaged in contemplation of some profound philosophical quandary. The shadows beneath his eyes are pronounced, and while his visage retains a certain charm, it is marred by an abundance of youthful blemishes, likely the result of late nights spent awake. Were it not for these imperfections, one might speculate that his attractiveness could reach greater heights. Consequently, after classes, he often finds solace in solitude, resting his head upon his desk to catch up on sleep, only stirring a few moments after the bell signals the start of the next lesson. Logically, one would presume that a stoic figure like Han Long, with his impassive, would be friendless and ostracized. However, he enjoys a surprising popularity among his male peers. It seems that even in middle school, there were whispers of admiration from certain girls, perhaps a testament to the allure of his talent and the coolness of his detached facade. At this moment, Han Long glances at his digital watch and yawns unabashed, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming activities class where he might indulge in a well-deserved nap. Those familiar with him know better than to disturb his slumber, while those who are not acquainted are deterred by the forbidding expression he wears. He possesses an unwavering confidence, convinced of his omniscience despite his apparent ignorance. Some may perceive him as lonely, yet he finds no discomfort in solitude, which he deems far more pleasant than the complexities of romantic affection. At last, the school bell rings, and he seizes the fleeting moments to lay his head down, as if returning to the warmth of a cozy bed. Closing his eyes, the tension in his cheeks softens, and he relishes the exquisite sensation of rest. However, he believes that the ultimate thrill lies in covertly napping during the teacher's lectures. For the sound of a lecture is the finest lullaby, yet there is an underlying anxiety that accompanies this indulgence. Conversely, if one were to indulge without restraint, the excitement would dissipate, much like the adage that a wife cannot compare to a concubine, nor a concubine to a secret affair. And a secret affair pales in comparison to one that remains unattainable. He perceives the struggle of choosing between sleeping and staying awake during class as akin to confessing feelings to a first love, a scenario fraught with both tension and sweetness. After class, Zhao Youyue discreetly retrieves her thermos and sips delicately, her actions reflecting a refined upbringing. Yet, she subtly tilts her head, casting a glance at Han Long, and, upon confirming his immediate descent into slumber, breathes a sigh of relief. Had he ventured outside to play basketball with other boys, it would have complicated her plans to seek him out during the activity period, given the nature of their unspoken exchange, which could easily be misconstrued amidst the rapid spread of rumors within the school. If he remains in the classroom, however, it simplifies matters, as only a handful of students typically stay behind to study. Shall we go out to play badminton, Xiaoya? Her deskmate Zhou Fong inquires with a smile. Perhaps another time. You know I still have that reflection paper to write. Old Xiao might ask for it tomorrow, so I must seize the time to complete it. Zhao Youyue politely declines. Zhou Fong's expression revealed a sense of sympathy, clearly reflecting upon Zhao Youyue's tragic circumstances. Yet, she could not help but admire Zhao Youyue for her audacity. Having acquired a new phone, she would indulge in it the moment classes concluded, as long as the teacher was absent, illustrating her addiction to mobile devices. Was she not fearful of having it confiscated once more? As classmates gradually departed, the classroom began to empty, bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun, casting a radiant shimmer upon the pristine blackboard, creating an enchanting halo amidst the floating dust, resembling a breathtaking painting. At long last, Zhao Youyue approached Han Lang, gently patting his shoulder. He was evidently still awake, lifting his head, his typically impassive countenance now displaying a hint of exasperation. This was not merely because he had been on the verge of slumber, but rather due to his prior confidence that no one would dare disturb him. Only to be caught off guard by this unexpected interruption, leaving him feeling as though he had lost significant face. Even when Han Lang caught sight of Zhao Youyue's smooth, fair cheeks and the slight embarrassment reflected in her pure, bright eyes, he remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Classmate, which class are you from? You seem to be in the wrong classroom. I'm in your class. We were classmates in middle school. My name is Zhao Youyue." She hurriedly asserted her identity. "Zhao Youyue? That name is unfamiliar to me. I have never heard of such a person. You must be mistaken," Han Lang replied, seemingly pondering for a moment before speaking earnestly. Thus, Zhao Youyue's dissatisfaction with her inconspicuousness was palpable. They had been classmates for 3 years in middle school, yet he claimed to have never heard of her. It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 16. The transaction completed. Although Zhao Youyue was acutely aware of her seemingly insubstantial presence, she could not help but interject upon hearing that scoundrel assert her non-existence. "It seems Han Long has lost his mind." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Youyue calmly stated, "Very well, if you do not recognize me, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Zhao Youyue, and I am also a member of this class." Han Lang. "Do you remember now?" Han Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, captivated by the profile of the short-haired girl, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, exuding a beauty that was both striking and serene. Her tone remained remarkably placid, lending a gentle quality to her voice. This fellow's temperament remains remarkably amiable, Han Lang mused. As he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, subtle yet reminiscent of a cherished memory. It was evident that Han Lang did not genuinely forget Zhao Youyue. He merely feigned ignorance. He could not fathom why such a beautiful girl with a pleasant disposition possessed such a lack of presence. Perhaps, he thought, if she were a bit more temperamental or headstrong, she would be more noticeable. I apologize, but I seldom remember the names of ordinary individuals, he remarked dismissively. They lack significance, as ordinary people possess no aspirations. Upon growing up, they merely lead mundane lives, devoid of individuality. A lifetime spent in mediocrity bears little distinction from non-existence. The essence of life ought to be found in wandering and seeking extraordinary experiences. Han Lang yawned, his words laced with a hint of arrogance. That is merely a facade to mask the inability to find a place to settle, claiming that the significance of life lies in aimless wandering. Zhao Youyue, maintaining her calm demeanor, offered her assessment, seemingly impervious to anything that could provoke her ire. Surprised by her response, Han Lang regarded her with newfound curiosity. Sensing that this girl was far from ordinary, Zhao Youyue continued, if you cannot remember names, that is quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it. However, I would like to ask if you could assist me in writing a reflection paper, 3,000 words, regarding my use of a mobile phone during morning study sessions. Han Lang's previously aloof demeanor shifted as he perceived her request as an affront. Was he the sort of person who wrote reflection papers for others? He had indeed penned love letters in the past, but that was a romantic endeavor that showcased his literary talent. If he could gain a few admirers through such letters, all the better. He aspired to read all the world's books and embrace every beloved. Thus, Han Lang resolutely declined, stating, I would rather leap from the window than waste my life writing a reflection paper. Upon witnessing Han Lang's unwavering refusal, Zhao Youyue felt a chill settle in her heart. It appeared she would have to undertake the task herself. Nevertheless, she tentatively proposed, 300 yuan. I will offer you 300 yuan to assist me. Instantly, Han Lang's demeanor shifted from aloofness to eagerness, and he replied enthusiastically, done. When do you need it? As Zhao Youyue appeared bewildered, he cleared his throat softly, turned his head aside, and explained, I am certain that I can become a renowned author in the future. However, I am still in the process of honing my craft. The online novel I am currently serializing is valued at 50 yuan per 1,000 characters, yet considering the unique subject matter of the reflection paper, I believe a price of 100 yuan per 1,000 characters is quite reasonable. I possess a certain confidence in my ability to write such a paper. Zhao Youyue truly wished to remind him of his earlier declaration that he would never assist anyone with their reflection paper, even if it meant death. However, she merely smiled serenely and gently replied, the sooner, the better. If you finish it today, I shall pay you 500. Thus, a delightful agreement was reached. Zhao Youyue thought to herself, had she held him in such high regard during their middle school days, he would certainly have remembered her. Han Lang no longer maintained his aloof demeanor. A sly smile played upon his lips. He intended to pat Zhao Youyue on the shoulder, but upon noticing her pristine blue and white sports uniform, he hesitated. At that moment, he recognized that Zhao Youyue was indeed unlike other girls. Her complexion was fair and exquisitely delicate, her eyes large and remarkably clear, and her short, lustrous black hair was of exceptional quality. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret as he contemplated that if she were to grow her hair long, she would undoubtedly capture the attention of men wherever she went. Some girls are simply more suited to long hair. Often, a mere change in hairstyle can elevate their entire presence. Am I truly holding you in high regard? Shouldn't literary individuals remain unbowed by the allure of wealth? Zhao Youyue smiled playfully, becoming even more endearing. No, you have respected my aspirations. And what are your aspirations? I often forget the world, forget the brevity of life, and forget the beauty of emotions. I contemplate leading a life that is base and shameless. That is my ideal. For Noir Sagan's bonjour, tristesse? To think freely, to indulge in fanciful thoughts, to ponder less, to choose my own life and my own self. I cannot say become my true self, for I am merely a malleable lump of dough that refuses to conform to any mold. Conversing with literary folk can indeed be exhausting. Han Lang was utterly astonished, his expression reflecting disbelief that someone like her had read her works. He could not deny that he would never forget this girl named Zhao Youyue, and he felt a pang of regret for not having met her sooner. What a profound young woman she was. Yet, why did she not exhibit any of that artistic temperament? Where was the promised elegance that accompanies literary knowledge? Zhao Youyue remained unperturbed by Han Lang's astonishment. She casually took out her phone and said, Do you have your phone with you? I'll send you a red envelope of 300 yuan. Is it WeChat or Alipay? Goodness. Could you not treat this matter as casually as buying groceries in the market? Be discreet. Be discreet. By the way, was your phone confiscated? I bought another one that very afternoon. Impressive indeed. Shall we connect on WeChat or QQ? My phone is in the dormitory. I observed your expression of indifference. a rebellious demeanor that led me to believe you possessed great courage, only to discover your underlying timidity. Oh dear, that truly pierces the heart. Do you believe I shall refrain from assisting you with your reflective essay? Alas, if that is the case, I must also tighten my purse strings. Oh, come now. Do not take offense. I am a person whose words hold both weight and promise. Do refrain from calling me tycoon, as I am nearly out of funds. Furthermore, remember my name, Zhao Youyue. It is a name you shall carry with you for a lifetime. Zhao Youyue regarded Han Lang, who had transformed from aloof to endearingly playful, and smiled softly, exuding the grace of a refined young lady. Indeed, she is nothing less than a young lady of high standing. She picked up a pen from Han Lang's desk and inscribed her WeChat ID in his draft book before turning away without a trace of hesitation. Han Lang sniffled, murmuring to himself, "How delightful." Gazing at the elegant script in the draft book, he patted his slightly flushed cheeks, now devoid of any sleepiness. Chapter 17. A profitable endeavor. Zhao Youyue finally resolved a rather vexing matter, pondering whether that classmate Han Lang would meet her expectations. Nonetheless, in Zhao Youyue's recollection, Han Lang's literary prowess was undeniably commendable. He possessed a depth of thought that transcended the typical high school student, rather than merely stringing together words. Perhaps his extensive reading contributed to this. However, she quickly reconsidered that a self-reflection essay, such as the one he was to write, did not necessitate literary flair, but rather a sincere expression of remorse. She feared that Han Lang might indulge in ostentation, ultimately producing a reflection that would earn him a disapproving glance from their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chiu. Regardless, Zhao Youyue maintained a certain level of faith in Han Lang. He had gained notoriety during middle school for his writing skills, having even penned a lengthy novel of several 100,000 words based on a game he enjoyed. Many in their class eagerly awaited his updates, including her former deskmate, who was among the most fervent of his readers. This left a lasting impression on her regarding Han Lang. Indeed, he was quite astute, dedicating a considerable amount of time to writing while still achieving commendable academic results. His performance, however, fluctuated greatly. At times, he would rank among the top 3 in the class, while on other occasions, he would fall beyond the 30th position, exhibiting more inconsistency than Zhao Youyue, who typically maintained a steady middle ground. Zhao Youyue had not anticipated that Han Lang, who appeared so aloof and unapproachable, was, in fact, rather enamored with wealth. He mentioned that he was serializing a web novel on a platform called Qidian, earning approximately 50 yuan per 1,000 characters. If that were true, it would indeed be quite impressive. Seated in front of her was Wang Yang, a seasoned reader of web novels and seemingly a member of a fan club for a platinum author known as Green Apple. This particular author, renowned for historical fiction, was a leading figure on the Qidian historical channel, if not the very best. The existence of fan clubs like Green Alliance indicated that the author was no ordinary talent, especially with a pseudonym as unique as that of Fruits and Vegetables. Although Zhao Youyue was not an avid follower of web novels, she was still familiar with prominent figures in the genre such as Tian Qintudo and Wuqi Shihongshi. The world indeed hosted a figure like Tian Qintudo, though it appeared he had yet to commence writing the work that would catapult him to fame, an awe-inspiring tale titled Doputsong Qiong. Perhaps Zhao Youyue would have an opportunity to engage in the events of Doputsong Qiong. Members of the Green Alliance fan club even adopted a unified green-themed QQ avatar, showcasing a remarkable level of discipline whenever the Green Alliance emerged. The review section would invariably turn a vibrant green. Thus, as a member of the Green Alliance, Wang Yang was well-versed in the gossip circulating within the web novel community. Unlike the average person who might not grasp the significance of a work receiving thousands of subscriptions, with a remuneration of 50 yuan per 1,000 characters. If this is solely the fee for electronic subscriptions, it suggests that Han Lang can almost be regarded as a distinguished author at a nascent stage, indicating that his average subscriptions have likely reached around 3,000. This surpasses that of the individual who penned Super Ability King. Yet his earnings do not match those of the aforementioned author, as Han Lang is still in high school and lacks the ample time to update his work. He seems to be the kind of writer who only releases a single chapter of 2,000 characters, earning a mere 100 yuan. Currently, he is tasked with writing a 3,000-word reflection for Zhao Youyue, for which he anticipates a payment of 500 yuan, leading him to perceive this as a lucrative opportunity and promptly agreeing to Zhao Youyue's request. Zhao Youyue has developed a burgeoning interest in the novels penned by Han Lang, pondering the possibility of engaging with her former classmate's narrative. After all, the portal to another dimension operates entirely at random, and such an encounter could prove quite intriguing. As the extracurricular class had yet to conclude, Zhao Youyue chose to leave early. In her view, it seemed reasonable to return home, especially since many classmates would be retreating to their dormitories to shower or indulge in their mobile devices. She thus called Uncle Lu to come and collect her. The school gatekeeper, Grandpa Chain, was initially reluctant to permit Zhao Youyue to leave before the final class of the afternoon had concluded. However, Uncle Lu, her driver, discreetly offered Grandpa Qin a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Upon witnessing the luxurious vehicle awaiting outside the school gates, Grandpa Qin turned a blind eye and granted her passage. "Thank you, Grandpa Gatekeeper." Zhao Youyue expressed her gratitude politely, her smile and voice sweet enough to earn her newfound respect from Grandpa Qin. Having served as a gatekeeper for many years, he had encountered numerous students from affluent backgrounds, yet most were dismissive and aloof. In contrast, this young lady displayed no hint of arrogance, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. Having successfully left school early, Zhao Youyue settled into the car and indulged in her favorite red bean milk tea, savoring the delightful moment while once again thanking her driver, Uncle Lu, with genuine politeness. Such actions were never crafted with intent. They were simply natural expressions of her character, endearing her to others. Who would not appreciate being treated with courtesy and respect? Furthermore, being a well-bred young lady only added to her charm. After Zhao Youyue departed from her studies, Han Long had returned to his dormitory. He had long since acclimated to composing on his mobile phone, a far swifter method than penning by hand. He maintained the perspective that the worth of words is judged not only by their ability to enlighten readers or evoke profound reflections but, most importantly, by their capacity to generate income. The more lucrative the writing, the more seriously he would approach it. Of course, the moments he held his most reverent regard for the written word were when he penned his thoughts in a private notebook, composing diaries, essays, prose, and poetry. After all, life encompasses more than the mundane. It also holds poetry and distant dreams. During his youth, he aspired to be a wandering poet in search of life's true essence, vowing never to barter his words for money. Yet, after experiencing a day of hunger while away from home, he quickly realized that money was indeed a valuable commodity. Whoever pays him, he writes the content they desire. I've heard that online novels are quite popular nowadays. Well, I might as well give it a try. Despite my eloquent writing, the editors refuse to sign me. Are the editors at Chijin truly incompetent? I have even won the first prize in the new concept writing competition. What? I must adhere to the golden 3 chapters formula for the beginning, and the subsequent plot cannot inflict suffering upon the protagonist? There must be no betrayal plotlines? Otherwise, it would be deemed toxic? Transformative narratives must clearly define their orientation. Otherwise, they are destined to fail? Fine, as long as the readers enjoy it. Thus, Han Lang gradually made a name for himself on Qidian, garnering a loyal following. However, he felt that his integrity and dignity had been compromised, forcing him to maintain a stern expression, furrowed brow, and feign the demeanor of a lofty, artistic youth. He regretted inadvertently revealing his venture into online novels, hoping that Zhao Youyue would not take it to heart. Yet, he believed that his image before her had been utterly tarnished. Nevertheless, he found solace in the notion that this experience was not entirely in vain, akin to the times he would comfort his teammates in League of Legends, assuring them that although they lost the team fight, it was not a total loss and that the situation was manageable, only for the base to subsequently explode. Teammate 1. I have a phrase that I'm unsure if I should utter. Teammate 2. Before I perish, I wish to see you suffer a loss. Teammate 3. Teammate 4. Chapter 18. Rejection. Han Long retrieved his mobile phone from his cabinet. Although its price paled in comparison to Zhao Youyue's extravagant iPhone 8, this device was perfectly suited for Han Lang. Its ample battery capacity allowed for over 30 hours of uninterrupted usage, even if he were to engage with it nonstop. However, as a student who only dared to utilize his phone within the confines of his dormitory, he certainly did not engage in continuous use. Aside from dedicating 2 hours daily to typing a chapter on his phone, he refrained from excessive usage, consciously conserving battery life to ensure a weekly charge sufficed. In reality, the school had taken extreme measures by disabling power outlets in the student dormitories to discourage phone usage. Yet, for the resourceful students, such restrictions held no sway. For there existed a contraption known as a battery charger, which, when supplied with batteries, could recharge their phones. Some even prepared multiple power banks, switching them out as needed, and recharging everything in a single session during their free time on Sundays. Han Lang, however, found the process tedious and, in an effort to regulate himself, chose to forego battery chargers and power banks. Although he was passionate about writing, he also valued his academic performance, understanding that poor grades would draw the attention of teachers and result in diminished freedom from his parents, which he found quite vexing. He tapped on the WeChat icon, navigated to his contacts, and prepared to add Zhao Youyue as a friend. Yet, inexplicably, despite having memorized her WeChat ID, his fingers felt stiff, making it difficult to input the numbers. A slight flush crept to his face as he recalled that she was the first girl to proactively share her WeChat ID with him, and she was undeniably beautiful. While many often sense when they might be overthinking their feelings, there lingers an inexplicable hope that perhaps they are not merely being delusional. Han Lang understood that his interaction with Zhao Youyue was simply a mundane transaction, devoid of any deeper meaning. Yet, he pondered why she had sought him out. He was indeed a skilled writer. But he was certain there were others willing to write an essay for the modest sum of 300 yuan, a considerable amount for a high school student. Did she harbor feelings for me? Am I special in her eyes? As my aloof artistic demeanor captivated her? Han Lang was acutely aware that he was overthinking. Akin to the false sense of invincibility he felt while playing League of Legends, thinking he could turn the tide against all odds. Yet, he found himself caught in the illusion that she might be fond of him, even as he recognized it for what it was, a mere fantasy. Damn youth, damn hormones. My soul shall remain untouched by the acrid sin of love. It is all the fault of this uncooperative body. Hey, Align, are you on WeChat? Chatting with your girlfriend? His roommate, Zhang Xin, returned from a workout, perspiring profusely, and while sipping a cold cola, he glanced at Han Lang's phone screen. Grinning as he spoke, Han Lang decisively denied, "Don't joke around. I don't have a girlfriend. No woman can truly understand me. Women are all superficial beings." Yet, as he uttered these words, he couldn't help but recall Zhao Youyue. He felt she was anything but superficial, possessing a remarkable depth. Although it was not readily apparent on the surface. Alang, with that attitude, you are destined to remain single. High school is the golden opportunity for romance, and you, a talented literary youth, are wasting your advantage, Zhang Xin earnestly advised. Coming from a well-off family, Zhang Xin's attire reflected his affluence. Though the school's uniform policy restricted him to wearing casual clothes only on Sundays. Fortunately, there was no uniform for shoes, allowing him to sport his expensive basketball sneakers worth over 2,000 yuan. Zhang Xin was determined to find a girlfriend during his high school years. Otherwise, he feared his youth would be tinged with regret. Han Lang merely scoffed, seemingly dismissive of using his talents to attract women. Deep down, he was likely rather narcissistic, believing that any girl worthy of his pursuit should be able to recognize his inner qualities and depth. Alas, he thought, most women in this world were quite foolish. His roommate's interruption dispelled his momentary turmoil, leaving him feeling inexplicably disheartened. He had to admit that the peculiar feeling he experienced earlier was quite enchanting. He sent a friend request to Zhao Youyue with the note, "Rich friend, perhaps this will validate my identity." After sending the request, he couldn't help but muse that girls must be very reserved. Even if she saw the request, she would likely take her time to respond. Much to his surprise, Zhao Youyue accepted his friend request almost instantly. He immediately noticed 2 WeChat red envelopes labeled "Congratulations on wealth" and "Wishing you great fortune." Upon opening them, he found one contained 200 yuan and the other 100, a total of 300 yuan now nestled in his WeChat wallet. Great author, this is your reward. Keep it up. As a devoted phone user, Zhao Youyue had remarkable speed in her actions. Han Lang increasingly felt that Zhao Youyue was unlike other girls. Her generosity with the red envelopes compelled him to hasten the completion of his reflective essay. This was a gesture of reciprocity, a mutual show of respect. Indeed, such generosity. I will complete the task promptly, rest assured. By the way, great author, what is the title of your book on Qijian literature? Han Lang hesitated to respond immediately. He sensed that revealing the title would diminish his allure. Although his image before Zhao Youyue had already suffered, he inexplicably wished to avoid further degradation. Besides, Zhao Youyue was undeniably a unique girl in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You don't really need to know. I write for male readers. I doubt girls would find it appealing." Upon reading the reply, Zhao Youyue smiled mischievously. She logged into her Qidian novel account, where her ID was Youyue, and captured a screenshot of her remaining balance of over 300,000 Qidian coins, which she promptly sent. Following this, she added a message, "Don't hesitate. Just tell me the book title, and I will reward you with a leader's contribution right away." Han Lang, upon seeing Zhao Youyue's balance of Qidian coins, rolled his eyes. Indeed, reading novels on Qidian was remarkably inexpensive. 1,000 words cost merely 5 cents. He wrote 2,000 words each day, allowing readers to subscribe to his entire work for just 3 yuan a month. However, some readers still opted for pirated versions. In this world, particularly in China, piracy was rampant, especially online. Thus, for ordinary readers, spending a few dozen yuan was more than sufficient to enjoy legitimate novels for an extended period. Yet, Zhao Youyue, on the other hand, charged thousands of yuan at a time for Qidian coins, which left him quite astounded. Nevertheless, this time, Han Lang resolutely resisted the lure of money and refused to disclose the title of his book. Zhao Youyue shook her head in resignation, puzzled by Han Lang's change in demeanor, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 19. Enhanced character background. Most of Zhao Youyue's attention was devoted to her dimensional portal. Unlike the portals in fast travel or infinite flow novels, hers allowed her to enter the realm whenever the creator continued to craft the narrative. Presently, her dimensional gateway led to the work titled Pure Love. While her physical body slumbered, her soul could seamlessly inhabit the character Su Jing, a diligent student, thereby acquiring knowledge. Upon awakening in reality, her soul would naturally depart from the fictional universe. The actions she undertook within this narrative would subtly influence the creator, igniting a spark of inspiration that would manifest through text, comics, and other mediums. If the storyline unfolded with coherence and depth, the creator would undoubtedly perceive it as their own ingenious conception, attributing the vibrant characterization to their creativity. Conversely, should the plot devolve into absurdity, the creator might lament a lapse in judgment, questioning the rationale behind such nonsensical developments. Previously, the content surrounding Pure Love and Su Jing primarily depicted her as a mere background character, absorbed in her studies and requiring little detailed exposition. However, as Su Jing garnered the original author Su Li's favor, her appearances increased, along with her interactions with the main characters, elevating her to a supporting role. Thus, it became essential to delve into Su Jing's recent experiences within Pure Love. Su Jing's character was initially quite straightforward, an earnest girl with a singular passion for learning, seemingly indifferent to everything else. Occasionally, amidst her studies, she would glance up with a sympathetic expression as she observed the male lead interacting with various female characters. This aspect was highlighted in the comic, yet few readers took note of her. It was Zhang Ziqiang, the comic assistant, who recognized the intriguing potential of Su Jing's character and successfully persuaded Su Li to provide her with more opportunities for positive appearances. Now that Su Li had designated Su Jing as a supporting character, it was only natural to explore her persona more deeply. Why did she hold such a fervent love for learning? The answer lay in her humble beginnings. Her family struggled financially, and she aspired to alter her destiny through education. What caused this financial strain? Her father had fallen gravely ill, rendered unable to work and confined to bed, while her mother, a laid-off employee, was forced to sell trinkets at the school gate, perpetually facing the threat of eviction from city enforcement. It is worth noting that in novels and anime, one should not scrutinize the plausibility of ailments depicted. For instance, the character Yu Jing, who has miraculously survived for 3 centuries without defeat, represents a literary convenience. Some so-called terminal illnesses exist solely to serve the author's narrative needs. If the author chooses to spare a character from demise, they may continue to thrive despite their supposed affliction, as if the illness itself were a formidable buff. Conversely, should the author decide that the character's role has diminished, they may swiftly meet their end. In Pure Love, Su Jing's father suffers from a debilitating illness that drains the family's finances. The author remains vague about the nature of this affliction, but it serves to keep Su Jing's family in perpetual poverty and debt. Consequently, Su Jing is compelled to strive diligently in her studies, aspiring to become a doctor to cure her father's ailment. When Zhao Youyue inhabits Su Jing's persona, she realizes that Su Jing is not in her habitual studious state, but has returned to a home that could be aptly described as barren, permeated with the sin of medicine. Zhao Youyue quickly comprehends that the author has endowed her character with additional complexities, leaving her feeling quite helpless. She had merely wished to exist as a quiet academic overachiever, only to find herself cast as the daughter of a destitute family. What an absurd turn of events. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury and reality, the abrupt shift to such a humble identity in the comic world creates a significant psychological dissonance for her. She also realizes that her opportunities for tranquil study will soon dwindle, as numerous troubles loom on the horizon. This realization fosters a sense of resentment toward the creator, imparting a valuable lesson. The next time she traverses the dimensional gateway into another narrative, she must communicate with the original author. Otherwise, she may find herself relegated from a mere passerby to a supporting character, which is indeed vexing. Fortunately, the creator can only modify her character's background and cannot alter Su Jing's personality or dictate her actions. These remain Zhao Youyue's domain. At this moment, Su Jing observes her ailing father, suffering in pain and coughing. She could respond with indifference, harboring resentment toward him for the illness that has devastated their family, or she could tenderly care for him, driven by her inherent kindness and deep filial piety. This internal conflict is a matter of mere thought for Zhao Youyue. Zhao Youyue senses that her every action will be immortalized in the comic, reminiscent of the moment she displayed compassion to someone in distress. Su Jing remains expressionless as she approaches her father, expertly administering his medication, as if she has performed this task countless times before, having long since acclimated to such responsibilities. She then efficiently undertakes household chores, preparing meals for her mother, who is out selling trinkets. While cooking, she simultaneously recites classical Chinese texts. Zhao Youyue's heart remains unperturbed. As the author alters her character's background, she can also redefine her capabilities. As a daughter of a poor family, it is only logical for her to assume domestic responsibilities, caring for her gravely ill father and mastering household tasks. Zhao Youyue finds this transformation intriguing, for in reality, she is a pampered young lady, untouched by household duties. Yet now, she adeptly manages chores and prepares meals of superior quality, all while maintaining her studies. She is memorizing the text on learning for tomorrow's morning class. And if Mr. Chiu is absent, she can indulge in her phone. What a delightful prospect. For dinner, Su Jing shared the meal with her mother, who gazed at her daughter's hands, which bore the marks of toil and bore little resemblance to those of a youthful maiden. Overcome with emotion, her mother wiped away tears and lamented, "Xiao Jing, I am so sorry for you. You have endured hardship since childhood." Su Jing grasped her mother's hand in return, her previously expressionless visage finally breaking into a faint smile. Though no words were exchanged, their unspoken bond conveyed everything. She feared not the trials of life, for with her mother by her side, she felt an abundance of happiness. This marked the first instance of Su Jing smiling in the comic, and the creator, Su Li, undoubtedly captured this poignant moment in a close-up. Indeed, as she illustrated this scene, Su Li felt an overwhelming compassion for Su Jing, believing she had rendered a profoundly moving image. Yet, as a creator, Su Li found herself contemplating the drastic measure of removing Su Jing's mother from the narrative, pondering whether Su Jing could still find joy and laughter thereafter. Chapter 20. Quite interesting. The scenes featuring Zhao Youyue within the narrative possess a certain disjointedness. For instance, one moment Su Jing might be enjoying dinner with her mother, and in the next, she finds herself quietly studying in a classroom, with no awareness of how many days have elapsed in between. In reality, a considerable amount of time has indeed passed. For Zhao Youyue, this narrative inconsistency holds little significance. Regardless, the subjects she studies remain coherent. The author merely illustrates her engaged in learning without delving into the specifics of what she is studying. That is entirely left to her discretion. She could even recite vocabulary while attending to household chores. Should she ever find herself in dire circumstances, such as engaging in a transactional relationship, she might adeptly bring along her study materials, tackling exercises while navigating her predicament. Alternatively, if she were to suffer an accident, sustaining a broken leg, she might calmly pull out her homework, diligently working on it while awaiting the arrival of the authorities. In essence, even in the face of an apocalypse, nothing could deter Su Jing's passion for learning. However, Su Jing remains a secondary character. She is not the protagonist. The compassionate Su Li has delved deeply into Su Jing's backstory, crafting a subplot for her character. Some may struggle to comprehend why Su Jing's circumstances are portrayed so bleakly. Fundamentally, this serves as groundwork for the male lead, Yang Ming, to pursue Su Jing. In pure love, the male protagonist, Yang Ming, is an exceptionally gentle and affable individual, incapable of rejecting any request made by a beautiful girl. The three closest girls to him are as follows. First, his non-biological sister, Yang Chanqian, who is heavily reliant on her brother and exhibits a severe case of brother complex. Second, his childhood-friendly Xiaodong, who is vivacious yet cunning, perhaps not deeply in love with the protagonist but accustomed to controlling him, treating him as her possession. And third, the haughty heiress Lu Sha, blessed with a remarkable intellect yet lacking in self-sufficiency. After inadvertently escaping her family, she finds refuge with the male lead and gradually develops feelings for him, though her extremely awkward disposition prevents her from expressing it. Nevertheless, her body betrays her, as she transfers from an elite private school to Yang Ming, embracing her new role as a transfer student. Beyond these three leading ladies, several supporting female characters also possess their own subplots. For instance, the male lead has a senior who embodies the spirit of an artistic young woman. As a devoted reader of her works, the male lead perceives the loneliness and solitude concealed within her heart and offers her comfort, treating her with kindness, leading her to become infatuated with him. In summary, nearly every beautiful girl depicted in the manga either harbors feelings for the male lead or is on the path toward doing so. Furthermore, the protagonist has a close male friend, a strikingly handsome individual whose sexual orientation is male. This character undoubtedly caters to the tastes of female fans of the genre. In fact, the manga features a female character with a penchant for such themes, who frequently teases the male lead and his friend, even using them as inspiration for her own BL creations. The central narrative of the comic revolves around the male protagonist and his carefree, joyous daily life in school with a multitude of female characters. These girls often find themselves in humorous situations where the clumsy male protagonist inadvertently touches their chests, buries his face in them, kisses them, or has them sitting on his face while wearing short skirts, exposing only their underwear. Amidst blushing and racing heart, they playfully slap him, while he feigns helplessness, all under the auspices of the universe's will, secretly reveling in the chaos. However, as the number of female characters increases, the rivalry and jealousy among them over the male protagonist intensifies. Yet, due to his remarkable obliviousness and equal treatment of all the girls, he remains a virgin, allowing these rivalries to escalate without breaking the harmony. Following the typical harem manga trope, this convoluted interplay of relationships is likely to persist until the conclusion. Unless one girl is chosen, thereby absolving the protagonist of any perceived flaws in his character and showcasing his loyalty to love. This, of course, invites criticism from readers who question why the protagonist should ultimately choose one girl over the others, especially with so many female characters vying for attention. Moreover, some readers express their frustration over why the protagonist cannot simply embrace them all, noting that few harem manga boldly feature a protagonist who collects every female character. The creator, Zhao, has crafted a particularly tragic background for the character Su Jing, believing that with her personality, it would be implausible for her to actively develop feelings for the male lead, as her true passion lies in her studies. Being a close friend of Yang Chanqian, who harbors feelings for her brother that transcend familial affection, further diminishes her likelihood of falling for the male protagonist. Nevertheless, should her plight capture his attention, the benevolent protagonist would undoubtedly come to her aid, creating an unrepayable debt of gratitude that could lead to her eventual submission to his gentle charm, a natural progression in the story. Recently, Zhao has introduced scenes featuring Su Jing prominently, affirming what assistant Zhang Ziqiang suggested, that readers are increasingly finding Su Jing to be an intriguing character. Some may be among those who insist the protagonist should collect all the girls, demanding that he pursue the beautiful Su Jing. There are also readers who genuinely appreciate her character. For instance, there is a scene where the protagonist, following the universe's will, accidentally employs a divine tumbling technique that targets Su Jing's chest. To his surprise, she effortlessly evades him, causing him to fall awkwardly while inadvertently catching a glimpse beneath her skirt. Expecting to see playful patterns like blue and white stripes, strawberry prints, or enticing camel toes, he is instead met with the disappointment of conservative safety shorts, the bane of many men. Many readers felt a sense of exasperation at this moment, declaring Su Jing to be quite the enigma. Not only did she dodge the protagonist's clumsy advances, but she also wore safety shorts. A girl like her seems ill-suited for the harem genre. Yet, despite their grumbling, readers cannot help but remember this character, the most reserved, studious, and quintessentially student-like girl in the entire comic, whose presence subverts the conventions of harem manga. The assistant, Zhang Ziqiang, praised Zhao for her adept handling of the plot, believing she had transformed Su Jing from a character of slight interest into one of considerable intrigue. The more conservative the girl, the more the male readers yearn to glimpse her other side. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqiang's commendation, Zhao crossed her arms and remarked wistfully, "You might not believe it." But she chose to evade the divine fall technique herself, and the safety shorts were her own decision. Personally, I would prefer to illustrate her in blue and white stripes. Zhang Ziqiang, somewhat bewildered, questioned, "Are you joking, Teacher Zhao?" She could only respond with a forced smile, attributing her creative spark to an epiphany, believing that such an unconventional approach was far more captivating. As Su Jing garnered increasing attention, she resolved to craft a more intricate background for the character. She planned to depict Su Jing's conquest once the readership grew sufficiently invested in her narrative. However, as she made this decision, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if an unforeseen twist was lurking on the horizon. Chapter 21. A tragic fate. The character Su Jing emerged as a remarkable figure in the later chapters of Pure Love, not merely due to her refusal to conform to the conventional tropes of harem manga by avoiding suggestive content, which offered a refreshing perspective, but also because she is arguably the most unfortunate and impoverished female character within the entire narrative. The exuberance and happiness shared among the male protagonist and the other female characters starkly accentuate her misery and misfortune, making it nearly impossible for readers to overlook her plight. Paradoxically, Su Jing has never displayed signs of anguish or sorrow. Instead, she maintains an impassive demeanor, immersed in her studies. At times, as Yang Chanqian's confidant, she quietly listens to Yang Chanqian's woes and offers clumsy words of comfort. Su Jing is not particularly articulate, as Zhao Youyue originally envisioned herself as a background scholar. Being loquacious would naturally contradict the archetype of a bystander. Moreover, verbosity can be quite disruptive to one's studies. In reality, Zhao Youyue perceives herself as someone who enjoys conversing and is eager to engage with others. She believes her social skills are commendable, as evidenced by her recent persuasion of Han Lang to write a reflective essay on her behalf. This proactive communication ability, she believes, is essential in averting misunderstandings. However, while embodying the character of Su Jing, she finds herself reluctant to speak, as the characters in the narrative are mere figments of imagination, leaving little room for meaningful dialogue. Her desire is simply to study in peace. Nevertheless, her expressionless countenance and reticence have unwittingly become endearing traits, eliciting sympathy from readers. Many have taken to various online forums and discussion boards, exclaiming that a new generation of the Three-No Goddess has emerged. In the comics comment section, a devoted fan club for Su Jing has formed, with increasing daily attendance from readers. It is hard to fathom that Su Jing was once an inconspicuous background character throughout the work. Although this phenomenon has yet to spark a media frenzy, it is important to note that Pure Love had already entered a phase of narrative fatigue. The primary female characters had garnered a sufficient level of affection, leading many readers to lose interest. Coupled with the fact that the story has not been adapted into an animated series, its popularity has been gradually waning, prompting Su Li to contemplate concluding the work. However, she has now discovered that the character of Su Jing has revitalized her narrative, and she has begun to incorporate more plotlines centered around Su Jing, with her role edging ever closer to that of the 3 designated female leads. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jing is slowly transforming from a supporting character into a protagonist. Su Li's previous intention to kill off Su Jing's mother was not a mere whim but a serious consideration for the storyline. She initially aimed to cast Su Jing into despair, only for the male protagonist to rescue her. A plotline sure to delight many male readers while simultaneously providing the protagonist with an opportunity to pursue Su Jing. She felt that Su Jing had not yet endured enough suffering. The character could be further delved into. Immersed in her workbench, she began to paint, following that peculiar sensation. It was as if she had entered the world of her creation, witnessing firsthand the tribulations of Su Jing, compelling her to instinctively portray everything in a comic style based on what she observed. In the realm of pure love, Su Jing had just emerged from school, clutching a notebook, reciting her notes as she walked. At this moment, Su Jing, or rather Zhao Youyue, harbored a sense of impending doom. This time, entering the dimensional portal not only introduced character backgrounds and interactions with her parents but also unfolded increasingly tragic narratives, leaving her seething with frustration towards the creator and reality. All she desired was to be an observer and focus on her studies. Zhao Youyue believed that if she were truly Su Jing, given the chance to break through the dimensional barrier and enter the real world, she would confront the original author. Had her honest self, Su Jing, disturbed their ancestral graves to deserve this? Fortunately, throughout the process of embodying Su Jing, Zhao Youyue reaped numerous benefits, solidifying her middle school knowledge and preparing to retake the high school entrance examination. While not necessarily aiming for the top score, she would certainly be more than qualified to attend the prestigious high school she currently attended. Zhao Youyue had always felt that she and the creator should be in a mutually beneficial partnership, yet regrettably, she had not communicated with the author of Pure Love. However, what followed in Su Jing's fate left her utterly unsettled. Su Jing spotted her mother selling goods at the school gate, wearing tattered clothes but fervently hawking her wares. Many of Su Jing's classmates cast disdainful glances at her mother, whispering amongst themselves. Such exaggerated scenarios seemed more suitable for novels or comics. In reality, who would brazenly scorn a street vendor? At this moment, Zhao Youyue had to make a choice. Should she have Su Jing deliberately avoid her mother to spare herself embarrassment in front of her classmates? Or should she approach and acknowledge her mother, offering her assistance? Naturally, Zhao Youyue chose the latter, simply because she understood she was within a comic where everything was illusory. What did it matter if she faced scorn from fictional classmates? Su Jing remained expressionless as she eagerly helped her mother, disregarding her classmates' disdain. A narrative device that undeniably elevated Su Jing's character. Yet, at that instant, the city management officers descended, as if materializing from thin air. Zhao Youyue was no stranger to such plot devices, but she soon realized her own misfortune. One officer kicked over her mother's stall, scattering various trinkets across the ground. And with no empathy, he trampled them, swinging his baton towards her mother's frail, diminutive frame. Thud! The sound of the baton striking flesh was profoundly resonant. Her mother, caught off guard, immediately let out a pained scream. She was already frail. How could she withstand such a crushing blow? Goodness! Zhao Youyue was utterly bewildered. Had the author gone mad? Was it truly necessary to subject her to such torment? It was infuriating. Did they genuinely wish for their work to descend into chaos? Zhao Youyue had no time for further contemplation and swiftly directed Su Jing to rush forward to protect her mother. However, the formidable club intended for her mother came crashing down upon her instead, striking her with tremendous force. Su Jing was left battered and bruised, her attire inexplicably torn, inadvertently providing a moment of indulgence for the readers. Overwhelmed by pain, she lost consciousness, only to be revived by the appearance of the protagonist Yang Ming and her sister Yang Chanxian. In reality, Zhao Youyue suddenly awoke from her slumber, her body unscathed, as though she had merely experienced a dreadful nightmare. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was merely 4:20 a.m., yet sleep eluded her completely. Chapter 22. The Invincible Realm. In truth, Zhao Youyue had not suffered any harm. She was not Su Jing herself, merely inhabiting her form. It was not particularly challenging to detach her senses in extraordinary circumstances, for she was an elevated being coexisting in the same reality as the creator. How could the inexplicable mallet of the two-dimensional realm possibly inflict injury upon her? Yet it could certainly cause Su Jing to be left in tatters. Nevertheless, Zhao Youyue found herself quite displeased, pondering how the character she portrayed, Su Jing, had somehow offended the creator of this work. All she desired was to utilize Su Jing's ambitious and resilient body to study in peace. Why was this such a formidable endeavor? As Zhao Youyue gradually regained her composure, she could not help but admire the creator, who had rendered Su Jing's plight so miserable that the character left a profound impression on Zhao Youyue herself, let alone on the ordinary readers. Speaking of which, it appeared that this weekend marked the release of the latest issue of Feng Manhua. Surely, her experiences in the dimensional world would be chronicled in the magazine. She resolved to purchase a copy when it became available. Simultaneously, she decided to reach out online to the manga artist named Su Li. Acquiring information about this creator in the real world would be splendid. Did they truly believe that tormenting characters in a comic would go unpunished? She would trace the network back to exact her revenge. In Zhao Youyue's estimation, the creator of such a campus harem manga must be a repugnant, lecherous man, one who would never find a woman in his lifetime. Indeed, this was her unabashed bias. She harbored a strong dislike for harem narratives featuring one man and multiple women. The creator, in his quest to provide readers with gratification, resorted to every means possible. Previously, she had evaded the divine fall technique and donned safety shorts, yet ultimately, she could not escape the explosive garment of the city management. If such a pathetic male creator, who could not bear to see women walk freely, were fortunate enough to be courted by a beautiful reader like her, would he dare to refuse? At that point, she could simply hire a professional to attend the rendezvous. You dare to toy with me in your comic? Then do not be surprised when I retaliate in reality. Harem manga creator detained for soliciting high school girls for companionship, on hiatus for 2 weeks. Come on, let us inflict mutual harm. However, to speak candidly, Zhao Youyue stood in an invincible position, for in a certain sense, she was invulnerable within the world of the work. No one could inflict harm upon her. Occasionally, the creator would hinder her from pursuing her desires, such as studying, which was quite bothersome. At that moment, with sleep eluding her, Zhao Youyue instinctively reached for her phone charging by her bedside. As a smartphone enthusiast, the absence of her device felt like a significant part of her body was missing. Whenever she found herself with a moment of free time, she would indulge in her phone. She noticed several new WeChat messages on her phone. Upon opening them, she discovered they were all from Han Lang. At midnight, he had sent a lengthy message of 1,000 words, which was, of course, not a love letter, but rather a letter of reflection. At 1:30, he sent another message of approximately 1,000 words, and the third, timestamped at 2:30, contained yet another lengthy missive exceeding 1,000 words. Zhao Youyue never anticipated that Han Lang, of all people, would stay up late to complete a 3,000-word self-reflection. How desperately must he crave that additional 200 yuan? After submitting his reflection, Han Lang sent a few final messages. Wow, I did not disgrace myself. I took a moment to peruse your moments and, you truly embody the essence of a young lady from the Zhao family, frequently jetting off abroad, flaunting an array of luxurious handbags, and sharing exquisite culinary delights at the slightest provocation. It left my stomach grumbling in the dead of night. Had I known, I would have restrained myself. Lady Zhao, you must be asleep by now. Good night. Upon reading Han Lang's messages, Zhao Youyue smiled, feeling her mood, recently dampened by that creator, lift slightly. She refrained from saying much, promptly sending Han Lang a WeChat red envelope of 200 yuan. Deciding then to neatly transcribe the self-reflection to alleviate any concerns regarding their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chiu. However, just as she sent the red envelope, Han Lang accepted it and replied, "Wow, Lady Zhao, are you still awake? It turns out we are kindred spirits." After finishing his self-reflection, Han Lang found himself unable to sleep and turned to an online novel, immersing himself in the world of cultivation until the present moment. He then sent Zhao Youyue a sticker depicting a panda with dark circles under its eyes, captioned with "Long live cultivation." Assuming Zhao Youyue shared his penchant for such fantasies, he was oblivious to the reality. In truth, Zhao Youyue maintained a highly structured lifestyle, placing great emphasis on exercise and skincare. She never resorted to harmful cosmetics, opting instead for the finest skincare products. Otherwise, how could her complexion be so flawless? Beauty may indeed be innate, but sustaining it requires diligent effort. A realm where Zhao Youyue, born into privilege, held a significant advantage. Although she may seem inconspicuous in high school, once she enters university, grows her hair long, sheds the mundane sports uniform, and adorns herself in fashionable, luxurious attire, carrying bags that ordinary individuals dare not dream of, she will transform into an object of admiration for many men. Zhao Youyue replied, "Not at all. I merely had a nightmare. Clad in her sumptuous silk nightgown, she first illuminated her room, then approached her desk, switched on the lamp, and took out a sheet of paper to begin transcribing Han Long's self-reflection. Despite never having systematically practiced calligraphy, her handwriting was remarkably elegant and beautiful. During exams, she consistently maintained a clean and tidy presentation of her papers. While her essays typically adhered to a formulaic structure of one main argument and three supporting points, often citing commonplace figures such as Sun Bin, Sima Qian, Han Xian, Newton, Edison, Zhang Heidi, and Shi Taisheng, she managed to secure high marks, largely due to the pristine appearance of her work, which left a splendid first impression on the examiners. As Zhao Youyue diligently copied the self-reflection, she felt as though she had channeled Su Jing, embodying a level of patience and focus she had not known before. As Han Lang observed Zhao Youyue mention that she was awakened from a nightmare, he felt an overwhelming urge to express his concern. However, he found himself unable to lower his pride, feeling an inexplicable shame. Moreover, he and Zhao Youyue were hardly acquainted, their relationship purely transactional. Yet, remaining silent seemed too aloof for him. No, he was, after all, a man of reserved demeanor. After deliberating for more than 10 minutes, he typed out numerous messages but could not bring himself to hit the send button, ultimately deleting them instead. This cycle of typing and deleting continued. Completely unaware that Zhao Youyue was busy writing a self-reflection. In the end, he managed to muster a few words. Is it all right? Zhao Youyue glanced at her messages, blissfully unaware of the time Han Long had spent contemplating those few words. She replied in a perfectly normal manner. It's fine. You should get some rest. I'll start writing my self-reflection now. Thank you so much. Upon receiving her message, Han Lang chose not to disturb her further. Instead, he abruptly turned and headed to the bathroom, splashing water on his face. Gazing into the mirror, he noted the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, contrasting with the ethereal glow of his cheeks. A smile crept across his lips, and then, rather impulsively, he opened the balcony door and stepped outside, surveying the entire campus. The teaching buildings loomed in the darkness, while the streetlights cast a dim, yellowish glow. A thick mist enveloped the air, and the basketball court adjacent to the dormitory stood desolate, with no one in sight. The athletic field further away appeared even more desolate, leaving him utterly alone in this expansive world. For reasons he could not quite grasp, he suddenly felt an intense desire to write. To inscribe his thoughts by hand in his private journal, a sanctuary for his aspirations as a poet and essayist. Chapter 23. Remarkably steady after Zhao Youyue finished transcribing the reflection paper, she realized it was nearly 6 o'clock. Throughout the process, she had also perused the document and discovered that Han Lang's proficiency in his work was indeed commendable. He had eschewed any trivialities and produced a genuinely sincere reflection. Old Xiao, upon reading it, would undoubtedly conclude that she would no longer indulge in her phone during morning reading sessions. To ascertain its originality, Zhao Youyue casually selected some phrases and searched for them online, confirming that Han Lang had not resorted to laziness by copying from readily available sources. This meant that the entire 3,000 words had been painstakingly typed out by Han Lang late into the night, word by word, on his phone. Zhao Youyue felt that Han Lang was indeed principled. Had it been her, she would have certainly copied whatever she could find online, as she often found the process of copying tedious. After all, one could not simply copy everything. It would require piecing together various snippets, which was far too cumbersome. Therefore, she had tacitly permitted Han Lang to copy, but she was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had indeed written everything himself. It was no wonder he excelled at writing online novels, demonstrating profound literary skill. Previously, when she heard that old Xiao wanted her to compose a 3,000-word reflection paper, she would rather forego her phone than undertake such a task. Fortunately, on this particular day during the language class's morning reading session, old Xiao did indeed recall confiscating Zhao Youyue's phone and assigning her the reflection paper. Since her phone had been taken away once, Zhao Youyue had since adopted a heightened sense of vigilance, akin to a human radar. Thus, even when old Xiao stealthily entered through the back door, she swiftly stowed away her new phone, feigning earnestness as she recited on learning. Sitting upright, her demeanor was solemn and distinguished. As she placed the book on her desk and began to recite fluently, the gentleman said, "Learning should never cease. Indigo is derived from blue, yet it is bluer than blue. Ice is made from water, yet it is colder than water. Wood, when straightened by a line, can be shaped into a wheel, and its curves can be regulated. Though it may be dried and sunburned, it cannot regain its straightness unless it is bent. Thus, wood becomes straight from the line, and metal becomes sharp from the grindstone. A gentleman engages in extensive learning and reflects upon himself daily. Thus, his knowledge becomes clear and his actions free from fault." Beside her, her deskmate Zhou Fang cast a surprised glance at Zhao Youyue, thinking to herself that this was the same person who, whenever there was a moment of leisure, would play on her phone, neglecting both language and English morning classes, never taking the initiative to read aloud as long as the teacher was absent. How had Zhao Youyue transformed her approach today? What astonished Zhou Fang the most was the fact that Zhao Youyue could recite on learning so fluently, despite it not having been taught yet, while she herself struggled to read it smoothly even now. This was simply unscientific. Zhou Fang was blissfully unaware that Zhao Youyue had become accustomed to immersing herself in her studies even in her dreams, leading her to adopt a lax attitude in her daily life, appearing as a slacker in her studies. This naturally raised concerns about whether she would flounder in the next exam, potentially plummeting in rank within the class. Just as Zhou Fang could no longer contain her curiosity and was about to inquire about Zhao Youyue, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing to her right. It was none other than their homeroom teacher, Zhao Youyue. Zhou Fang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety as she stumbled through her reading of On Learning. What embarrassed her the most was that Zhao Youyue, this seemingly carefree student, was reciting it with remarkable fluency. It appeared that she had not only memorized a passage but had comprehended the entire text. How perplexing! In stark contrast. And with their homeroom teacher Zhao Youyue observing nearby, Zhou Fang felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. Although Zhou Fang had considered Zhao Youyue a friend, it was due to Youyue's inherently endearing personality. She was not one to be overly calculating like many girls, instead being quite easygoing. Youyue's adorable appearance and graceful demeanor, often punctuated by a gentle smile, had a way of uplifting Zhou Fang's spirits. However, Zhou Fang could not condone Zhao Youyue's nonchalant attitude towards her studies. While it was not that Youyue entirely neglected her academics, her laid-back demeanor and penchant for playing on her phone after solving a single problem truly irked Zhou Fang. Moreover, she was further annoyed by the two boys in front of her, who loved discussing trivial matters and gaming, always turning around to chat with Zhao Youyue and attempting to amuse her with silly jokes. This attention stemmed from the amiable disposition Zhao Youyue extended to everyone, which Zhou Fang found baffling. Had it been her, she would have dismissed such boys, who lacked both charm and academic prowess, without a second thought. Zhou Fang couldn't fathom how Zhao Youyue maintained her calm and gentle composure. Admittedly, deep down, Zhou Fang envied Zhao Youyue's saintly tranquility and her popularity. Yet she felt incapable of emulating such qualities. She even feared that engaging in conversation with boys might lead to unfounded rumors about her. A misconception perhaps rooted in her average looks. Alas, no one had pointed out this harsh truth to her. Zhou Fang was a diligent student, and naturally, her grades were commendable. Perhaps it was because she was aware of her ordinary appearance, lack of special talents, and modest background that she channeled all her efforts into her studies, striving to maintain a sense of superiority over Zhao Youyue in that realm. Yet now, she felt an acute discomfort, believing that Zhao Youyue had surpassed her academically, which, despite likely being an isolated incident, weighed heavily on her mind. Zhao Youyue waited patiently until Zhao Youyue had finished her fluent recitation of On Learning before gently tapping her desk and inviting her to step outside for a conversation. He began by praising her, saying, "Zhao Youyue, your performance in morning readings has been quite commendable lately. You've put in the effort. And to recite the entire text so fluently, I knew you were a good student." Zhao Youyue smiled modestly, accepting the praise, having indeed worked diligently in her own realm. Then, Zhao Youyue broached the subject of the reflection paper, using a gentle tone, as he was thoroughly pleased with Zhao Youyue's recent performance. It was then that Zhao Youyue feigned a look of embarrassment and said, "Teacher Zhao, I had already written my reflection paper. I simply forgot to hand it in." She swiftly returned to her seat, retrieving the prepared self-reflection paper, and stepped outside the classroom to hand it to Zhao Youyue. During this process, she could not help but glance towards Han Lang's seat, only to discover the peculiar sight of him seemingly both awake and asleep. Engrossed in his book while his head bobbed slightly, he was caught in a state of half-sleep, effectively evading the teacher's patrols, a classic maneuver of the slumbering deity. Upon noticing Zhao Youyue's neat, elegant handwriting on the self-reflection paper and its pristine presentation, Zhao Youyue felt assured that she needn't even read the content to confirm that Zhao Youyue had genuinely reflected upon her actions. A cursory glance revealed a simple yet heartfelt writing style, indeed, quite commendable. Old Zhao praised her a few more times before confidently returning her phone and allowing her to return to her seat. He intended to head back to the office and return just before the morning reading session concluded to catch Zhao Youyue off guard. With a sly smile, she joyfully settled back into her seat, casually stowing her old phone into her luxurious Kilo e-bag worth over 6,000 yuan. She then took out her new phone, and upon scanning her surroundings like a human radar, noted that old Zhao had departed. With a sense of freedom, she began to play on her phone, adhering to her recent observations that he would return to the classroom 7 minutes before the morning reading class ended. Thus, she planned to conceal her phone 9 minutes before class dismissal, adopting a demeanor of earnest study, ensuring her strategy was foolproof. Chapter 24. the return strike Zhao Youyue. In her overconfidence, failed to realize that human plans often fall short of the heaven's design. Just moments ago, she had been enthusiastically making bold declarations to herself. On his way back to the office, Lao Qiu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, since the office lay in the opposite direction of the restroom. Separated by several classrooms, he decided to turn back and make a quick visit. During this detour, he would undoubtedly employ his secret technique of discreet observation, a tactical maneuver that left Zhao Yue's radar utterly ineffective. How could she have anticipated that Lao Qiu would return so soon after departing? At this moment, Zhao Youyue was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo on her phone, having fortuitously followed the account of the cartoonist Su Li. She noticed that Su Li's follower count had surged recently. With each new episode, an automatic tweet was generated, inviting readers to comment below with their thoughts or praises regarding the latest installment. Since the fourth-to-last episode of the current serialization, the number of replies had steadily increased, coinciding with Su Li's introduction of more positive scenes featuring the character Su Jing. The tweet that garnered the most responses detailed how Su Jing evaded the male protagonist's clumsy attempts, revealing that she wore safety shorts beneath her short skirt. Many readers enthusiastically chimed in, urging the author to expand Su Jing's storyline, expressing how delightful they found her character. Comments like "wearing safety shorts is simply amazing," and "I really want to see the male lead bury his head in her skirt," flooded in. As Su Jing, this irresistibly adorable character, continued to shine, Zhao Youyue felt a renewed sense of anticipation for a comic that had previously lost its allure. The arrival of Su Jing seemed to herald the birth of a masterpiece, as if all prior content had been a mere prelude to showcasing her extraordinary presence. She eclipsed even the male protagonist, contributing to the evolution of a character that could potentially become iconic if the comic were to conclude with an unforgettable finale. Is there no one who perceives that Su Li's artistry, already commendable, has ascended to an entirely new level when depicting Su Jing's narrative? It is as though the character has been brought to life, rendering Su Jing remarkably outstanding. One could only hope for more insights into the enigmatic three-no goddess Su Jing. What drives her fervent love for learning? Might we delve deeper into her character background? And why is there a lack of rewards featuring my goddess Su Jing? The mere thought of such rewards elevates my spirits. If Su Li were to release a series of rewards featuring Su Jing, I would gladly ascend to the ranks of a silver leader on Qidian Comic Network, rallying my fellow enthusiasts to elevate my comment with likes. Zhao Youyue noticed that the request for Su Jing's fan service had been upvoted to the top of the comments, making it impossible for the original poster to miss. Her expression darkened instantly, so this was the root of the problem. If her possession of Su Jing's character and the subsequent suffering were primarily orchestrated by the creator, Su Li, then these male readers clamoring for such content were undoubtedly accomplices. Just wait. She'd make sure they got what was coming to them. Aside from the highly upvoted demand for fan service, another comment urging a deeper exploration of Su Jing's backstory had also garnered significant attention. At this point, Zhao Youyue fully grasped why her possessed character had endured such mistreatment in the story. It turned out that Su Li, the manga artist, was the type to shamelessly pander to her audience. Whatever the readers wanted, she would deliver, even at the expense of narrative coherence. Otherwise, how could those absurdly overpowered batons wielded by city enforcement officers, capable of shredding Su Jing's clothes, have ever existed? Su Li resorted to such extreme measures to cater to her audience's desires, all while amplifying Su Jing's misery to evoke pity and, of course, to coax more monetary rewards from her male readers. After all, a Silver Alliance sponsorship on Qidian's manga platform required a staggering 10,000 yuan. Su Li, with her background in doujinshi, particularly the darker, more explicit variety, was hardly one to resist such temptation. In fact, she had barely tapped into her full potential when it came to tormenting female characters. Compared to Okamoto Lin, the infamous sister-tormenting maniac of the manga world, who, despite his desire to create wholesome works, found success only in brutalizing his female cast, Su Li believed she still had much room for improvement. Just as Zhao Youyue was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo, a furious roar erupted behind her. "Stand up this instant." Her already ashen face paled further. Old Qiu was supposed to have retreated to the faculty office. Why was he lurking at the back of the classroom? Wasn't he due to return until 7 minutes before class ended? And why had her human radar failed her this time? This was it. She was done for. Her brand new iPhone X was surely about to be confiscated again. Would she be forced to write a 5,000-word self-criticism and humiliate herself with a public apology? She absolutely loathed this kind of attention. And worst of all, would old Qiu call her parents? Given how thoroughly she had mocked him earlier, the offense was severe enough to warrant it. Zhao Youyue harbored no fear of her father, for he doted upon her excessively. However, before her mother, a university professor, she felt akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, terrified of her mother's stern demeanor. As a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind, Contemplating a desperate attempt to rise once more, she suddenly heard the sound of a chair being moved at the back of the classroom. A figure stood up abruptly, and Zhao Youyue seized the opportunity to swiftly conceal her phone within her desk. The individual who had stood was Han Lang, who, unbeknownst to him, had been caught napping during the morning reading session by the vigilant old Qiu. Zhao Youyue let out a sigh of relief. She had nearly been frightened to the point of losing her composure. Fortuitously, someone had inadvertently shielded her from scrutiny. Otherwise, she would have surely faced a severe reprimand from old Qiu. Of course, the act of dozing off in class was far less egregious than playing on one's phone. Han Lang was merely reprimanded to stand and read aloud, and given his exceptional writing skills and top-notch performance in Chinese, he was considered one of old Qiu's trusted aides, thus escaping severe consequences. After old Qiu made his rounds in the classroom, he hurried off to the restroom, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for embarrassment. Such was his diligence. Once old Qiu had departed, Han Lang's deskmate, Chen Haoran, the representative for mathematics, could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Lingzi, are you foolish? I warned you when old Qiu arrived. Couldn't you have held off on sleeping just a bit longer until he left?" Han Lang yawned, maintaining his stoic expression, and replied coolly, "Just consider me a fool. Have you lost your mind in your quest for cultivation?" Chen Haoran inquired with genuine concern, as he regarded Han Lang as a true brother, loyal and steadfast. He never indulged in napping during morning reading sessions and willingly took on the role of lookout for Han Lang, serving as his vigilant eyes. Despite Han Lang's perpetually serious demeanor and dark circles under his eyes, his tone softened, and a slight smile graced his lips. "Don't worry, I'm just fine." Chapter 25. Daughters are truly amusing. Zhao Youyue possesses a keen sensitivity to her surroundings. She is a girl adept at reading the atmosphere. While her intelligence quotient may be rather ordinary, her emotional intelligence is notably high. Nevertheless, there are moments when she overlooks certain details, particularly as she has recently emerged from a state of utter bewilderment. She regards her recent escape from peril as sheer serendipity, and as for Han Lang, she can only sigh inwardly at his misfortune. It seems he thought to seize a moment of respite after old Qiu's departure, only to be caught off guard. Alas, old Qiu's cunning is unparalleled. He executed a surprise return that left many students unprepared. Everyone ought to express gratitude towards the unfortunate Han Lang, for when he stood up, a multitude of drowsy classmates instantaneously became alert, and the recitation in the classroom reached a deafening crescendo. At this juncture, Zhao Youyue dared not retrieve her phone, however. She also ceased her recitation, having already mastered the material within the dimensional portal. Instead, she casually picked up a supplementary Chinese language textbook titled A Comprehensive Interpretation of Wang Chouxiong's Curriculum, and began to peruse its articles as stories to pass the time. Even if old Qiu returned, he would not be inclined to comment on her choice of reading. Zhao Youyue's collection of supplementary books is indeed overwhelming. Gifted to her by her mother, who ensured that she acquired a complete set of any well-regarded academic texts available. This includes the immensely popular 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation, which her mother had begun collecting during her junior high school years. Regrettably, the condition of these books remains largely unchanged. They are at least 80% intact. Her mother, Wang Hua, was a beauty and a scholar from a young age, possessing diverse talents. Her father is a renowned calligrapher in their locality. Thus Wang Hua hails from a distinguished literary family with ample means. Unfortunately, Zhao Youyue's maternal grandfather passed away when she was merely 8 years old. Wang Hua aspired to impart strict education upon Zhao Youyue, with the intention of cultivating her into a versatile and refined lady akin to herself. She enrolled Zhao Youyue in countless extracurricular classes. However, Zhao Youyue struggled to maintain her commitment, as her father, Zhao Jiai, indulged her excessively. Whenever she displayed a hint of petulance or tears, he would invariably relent, believing that a child's happiness is paramount to ensuring a joyful childhood. In her youth, Zhao Youyue was undeniably spirited and playful. She fondly reminisces about the days spent in her rural ancestral home, catching crabs, fishing, and trapping lobsters, alongside her childhood companions. This often led to quarrels between Wang Hua and Zhao Jiai, with Wang Hua asserting that he had spoiled their child, reminiscent of his own lackluster academic pursuits during his youth. Ultimately, it was only through his family background that he managed to attain the position of director. She often wondered how she had been so blind to choose him. Zhao Jiai would chuckle, insisting that his medical expertise was indeed profound, and that his wife's discerning eye was unparalleled. Wang Hua would retort with a cold laugh, accusing him of neglecting his duties at the hospital, preferring instead to flirt with the nurses. Zhao Jiai would hurriedly deny such claims, professing that his heart belonged solely to his wife and daughter. After a brief Cold War spanning several days, they would inevitably reconcile, showering affection upon one another and leaving Zhao Youyue with a lingering psychological shadow of their romantic entanglements. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly become a seasoned member of the FFF group, relishing the prospect of solitude, engaged in pursuits she adored, free from worries and troubles. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Youyue and Wang Hua, with Zhao Youyue as their sole daughter, eventually came to accept that a little ordinariness in their child was not such a detriment. At the very least, she was adorable and in good health. And on the surface, she appeared to be quite obedient. Whenever Wang Hua raised her voice, her daughter would tremble like a quail, which was quite amusing. Thus, Wang Hua found joy in this playful interaction with her daughter. No, rather, she was engaged in the noble pursuit of educating her. She encouraged her daughter to study diligently and strive for improvement. Each year on her daughter's birthday, she would present her with a basket of educational books, exquisitely wrapped in elegant gift boxes, all the while smiling as she observed her daughter unwrapping the gifts. Zhao Youyue, however, had a rather different sentiment. As she navigated her daily life at school, she resolved to stir things up in pure love, aiming to let the creator, Su Li, and the readers alike feel her ire. Meanwhile, Su Li, the creator in question, was occupied with submitting the manuscript for the next chapter to her editor, Wei Suo. Wei Suo, diminutive in stature and balding, certainly appeared incongruous standing beside the beautiful manga artist Su Li. Nevertheless, he diligently perused Su Li's manuscript and, upon finishing it, unveiled a rather lewd smile, exclaiming, "Teacher Su Li, this chapter is incredibly entertaining. The creative manner in which you deliver benefits to the character Su Jing is truly inspired. The torment inflicted upon Su Jing is a splendid development. Readers will undoubtedly anticipate the male protagonist's heroic rescue and the eventual winning of the goddess's heart." As a seasoned editor at Phone Comics, Wei Suo specialized in harem manga, and under his mentorship, Su Li's prowess in this genre had significantly improved. However, it wasn't so much about character development or plot arrangement that had progressed, but rather her ability to provide fan service. Wei Suo rarely offered Su Li advice on the storyline. He merely insisted that she ensure each chapter included such enticing elements to maintain the manga's popularity. Upon receiving Wei Suo's praise, Su Li merely smiled faintly and acknowledged it. After all, she was a prominent figure in the realm of adult content, with a remarkable imagination when it came to inflicting hardship on female characters. Wei Suo continued, "Given your demonstrated ability in crafting the character Su Jing, perhaps your next project could deviate from the typical harem trope. You might consider exploring fresh romantic narratives or action-packed series, which could lend themselves more readily to adaptation into animation. You would surely find a more distinguished editor to collaborate with." Upon hearing this, Su Li quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Editor Wei, I have always appreciated your support." Wei Suo waved his hand dismissively as he departed from Su Li's studio. But his final remark nearly made her leap for joy. It turned out that an animation company had taken notice of her manga and found the recent storyline involving Su Jing particularly intriguing. Expressing preliminary interest in adapting pure love into an animated series, albeit with an intention to further enrich Su Jing's narrative, as she was currently the focus of the reader's attention. This weekend, the latest edition of Feng Manhwa has finally been released. Chapter 26. The happiness of the weekend for the high school attended by Zhao Youyue. The half-day off on Saturday afternoons is perhaps the most eagerly anticipated time, second only to monthly and holiday breaks. It offers the opportunity to indulge in a meal far removed from the school cafeteria, to procure snacks unavailable at the school store, to engage in online gaming sessions of League of Legends, or for couples to enjoy a date, excluding the single individuals, of course. Yet, the time is fleeting, as students must return to their classrooms by 3:30 in the afternoon to continue their self-study until dinner time, followed by evening study sessions. Thus, the entire weekend is predominantly a lengthy period of self-study, as teachers assign a considerable amount of homework. One can only remark that in this academically rigorous high school, most students lead rather arduous lives. The result of such diligence is reflected in the school's impressive college admission rate of 95 and an undergraduate rate of 99. Many alumni are destined to become successful individuals, creating valuable networks, while students like Zhao Youyue, a young lady of distinguished background, find themselves among peers who may charm affluent beauties or, conversely, Cinderella types who discover their princes. The school hosts a fair number of second-generation students. Yet the brash and arrogant ones who flaunt their status are a rarity. Should any student become too ostentatious or violate school regulations, they would face appropriate consequences without leniency. The school should indeed serve as a sanctuary for learning rather than a chaotic environment. For many students, the 4 self-study periods in the morning are particularly grueling, as they must suppress a restless spirit eager to escape the confines of the campus. Zhao Youyue, however, is an exception, although each self-study session is supervised by a teacher. Apart from Mr. Chio, the other instructors tend to occupy themselves with their laptops, some even donning headphones to watch movies, indifferent to the students below them as long as silence is maintained. The young and handsome mathematics teacher, Gu Yaoyan, often finds himself unable to resist indulging in a game of League of Legends. Unlike Mr. Chiu, he harbors a deep disdain for the requirement to supervise on weekends. Consequently, he takes to gaming during his shifts, earning the admiration of students who would not dare report him after class if he is still engrossed in a match. Bold students may gather around to watch, and he delights in showcasing his skills as a diamond-tier player, playfully announcing, "Watch closely, everyone. This is a guaranteed pinnacle." If he succeeds, the admiration from his peers is intoxicating, yet should he meet with defeat, he swiftly closes his laptop, striding away to the office without a backward glance. A figure embodying the phrase "death like wind, ever at my side." As for Zhao Youyue, she naturally takes out her phone during self-study, reveling in her own enjoyment. If the teacher at the podium is permitted to use their computer, why should she be deprived of her phone? Besides, how else could she possibly complete her assignments without it? In reality, Zhao Youyue is not the patient scholar like Su Jing. She occasionally experiences a flicker of conscience or seeks psychological solace by choosing to tackle problems alone. However, more often than not, she succumbs to laziness. Upon glancing at a particular problem, she exclaims, "How tedious it appears." The thought of pondering over it induces a headache, prompting her to resort to online searches instead. The most arduous class for Zhao Youyue is the study session supervised by old Chiu. He never brings a laptop, merely textbooks and lesson notes. While the students below engage in their studies, he too immerses himself in learning. Frequently, he descends to patrol the room, resembling an invigilator. Zhao Youyue confesses to harboring a significant fear of their homeroom teacher, Chiu Chun. Although he possesses a benign appearance, resembling an earnest individual, she perceives him as a silent watchdog, capable of being quite harsh when provoked. To be candid, a student like Zhao Youyue, who tends to be lackadaisical in her studies, requires the firm hand of old Chiu to instill some discipline. At the very least, during the study sessions he oversees, she manages to be patient enough to complete assignments based on her actual capabilities. Although her current academic level does not quite reach that of an exemplary student, she is more than capable of handling her assignments. The only challenges arise with particularly difficult problems, however, as long as she dedicates herself to thoughtful analysis and exploration. She can ultimately arrive at solutions, albeit requiring additional time. Finally, as the clock strikes 11:30, the bell signaling the end of class resonates through the air. Some students, who have long since packed their belongings, bolt from the classroom like wild horses, clearly relishing this rare moment of freedom. Meanwhile, Zhao Youyue takes her time organizing her things, for she has no intention of returning to school for the afternoon and evening study sessions. While others are restricted to a few hours of respite, she, as a day student and a self-proclaimed slacker, relishes the prospect of a half-day break followed by an evening off. She resolves to enjoy a movie after lunch, followed by a sumptuous meal, and later, to purchase a copy of phone comics to savor at home. Although Zhao Youyue is in no rush to peruse her comics, that does not deter others from doing so. For instance, her deskmate Wang Yang's companion, Jiang Chao, has recently become quite enamored with the series Chun Lian. Upon the conclusion of class, he bypasses the cafeteria entirely, heading straight to the bookstore across from the school, where he unhesitatingly acquires the latest issue of phone comics before making his way back to the dormitory. It is only upon reaching the dorm entrance that he recalls he is yet to have lunch. Rather than venturing back to the cafeteria, he opts to purchase a cup of Master Kong's black pepper beef noodles and his favorite Shuanghui corn sausage from the convenience store. Deciding to consider these as his midday meal, he believes they are far superior to the cafeteria offerings. As he indulged in his noodles, he blissfully immersed himself in the newly acquired manga, Feng Manhua. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The arduous week of study seemed to exist solely for the sake of this leisurely weekend afternoon, allowing him to lose himself in the enchanting world of comics. Previously, he had relied on his mobile phone to view manga online, often resorting to pirated versions, not out of disdain for the legitimate copies, but rather a sense of it being unworthy, as Chun Lian was merely a cliché harem tale. However, the recent developments in Chun Lian had proven to be so captivating that it appeared to transcend the confines of typical harem narratives, transforming all prior content into mere groundwork for a singular character, his newly discovered muse, Su Jing. Eager to follow the footsteps of the emerging goddess, Su Jing, he was determined to purchase the magazine directly, seeking the swiftest updates while simultaneously supporting the official release. Chapter 27. Captivated hearts. Jiang Chao observed with astonishment that even the cover of the magazine Feng Manhua showcased the character Su Jing. Her expression was devoid of emotion. Clad in a simple school uniform, her hair fashioned into a single ponytail reminiscent of an ordinary girl. Who could have anticipated that a character once relegated to the background would now hold such sway over his thoughts? The content of this chapter, pure love, did not disappoint Jiang Chao. He noted that the author had significantly reduced the interactions between the protagonist and the various female characters, opting instead for a narrative from Su Jing's first-person perspective. It appeared the author had realized that, in the current storyline, the most intriguing and captivating character for readers was indeed Su Jing. Before long, Jiang Chao encountered Su Jing's home for the first time in the comic, and he was taken aback, momentarily halting his meal in disbelief. He had never imagined that Su Jing's household could be so impoverished. Simultaneously, he recognized that the artist, Su Li, seemed to have made remarkable strides in her craft, producing such evocative backgrounds that conveyed the stark reality of Su Jing's dire circumstances. As if the author herself had stepped into the comic world to witness this impoverished household firsthand. It then became clear to Jiang Chao why Su Jing was so devoted to her studies. It stemmed from a fervent desire to alter her fate. Her aspiration was to become a doctor, to heal her father's ailment. However, the author refrained from specifying the nature of her father's illness, only indicating that it was a chronic condition requiring ongoing financial investment for treatment. Jiang Chao watched as Su Jing adeptly tended to her ailing father, her face betraying no hint of disdain. In that moment, he felt his heart ensnared by the essence of this goddess-like figure. After all, filial piety is a revered virtue deeply ingrained in Chinese culture. A person who embodies such devotion is bound to elicit affection. Conversely, one who is ungrateful to their parents raises concerns about the trustworthiness of their friendships. Most importantly, Jiang Chao was truly impressed by the author's artistic prowess and skill. What might have been a simple scene of Su Jing administering medicine to her gravely ill father was rendered with remarkable nuance, further enhancing the audience's fondness for her character and etching this poignant moment into their memories. For all the time Jiang Chao had spent reading Pure Love, he had never experienced such profound emotional resonance during the interactions between the male lead and the myriad female characters. At times, he felt a sense of awkwardness, as if these figures were mere puppets manipulated by the author, performing for the audience's expectations. Yet, Su Jing was vividly brought to life, as if she possessed her own soul. Every gesture and thought seemed authentically hers, while the author merely chronicled her story without imposing any contrived performances. This created an exceedingly fluid reading experience, one that was undeniably pleasurable. At this moment, Jiang Chao finally finished his meal of noodles and sausages. He took a magazine and climbed up to the upper bunk of the loft bed, reclining comfortably. In that instant, he felt that this was the pinnacle of happiness in his life, to leisurely enjoy a comic that resonated deeply with his soul on a relaxed weekend afternoon. The unfolding plot only intensified his fondness for the character Su Jing, who, having grown up in poverty, had become adept in household chores, shouldering countless responsibilities for her mother. Though she could only cook simple home-cooked meals, for a family in her situation, having enough to eat was already a blessing. Who could crave exotic delicacies? What fascinated and impressed Jiang Chao the most was Su Jing's unwavering commitment to her studies while preparing meals for her family. This poignant scene, depicted with an explosive artistic flair by Su Li, enveloped readers in a wave of positive energy, further deepening their admiration for Su Jing. At that moment, Jiang Chao found his thoughts consumed by her enchanting image, deeming the girls in reality mere shadows in comparison, mere trifles of the three-dimensional world. Yet, suddenly he recalled Zhao Youyue, the girl who sat behind him in class. He deemed her quite admirable, though she might not strike one as particularly stunning at first glance. She possessed an undeniable charm and a melodious voice. Most importantly, she harbored no biases against the world of anime and was quite eager to listen to his various explanations and musings, truly a promising student, unlike the dull Zhou Fang, who was preoccupied solely with her studies, devoid of any engaging qualities. However, despite Zhao Youyue's cuteness, she was not his type, for he felt she lacked the essence of a protagonist. She did not embody the classic traits of endearing anime characters, such as innocence, sundra charm, or natural cluelessness. He believed that if Zhao Youyue were placed in an anime, she would undoubtedly be a forgettable background character, lacking any distinctive presence. For now, his heart was captivated by Su Jing, a character who embodied the trifecta of innocence, diligence, and academic prowess. When he witnessed Su Jing's first smile in the comic, he was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from the upper bunk. Others might find it puzzling. After all, she was merely a fictional character. Was such enthusiasm truly warranted? Perhaps this was the depth of Jiang Chao's affection for the world of anime. Yet, as the narrative took a darker turn, subjecting Su Jing to hardship, Jiang Chao's anger flared, wishing fervently to leap into the comic and vanquish the despicable city inspectors responsible for her plight. There is no denying that the author's portrayal of Su Jing's suffering is imbued with a poignant intensity, drawing readers deeply into the narrative. So much so that they overlook its irrationality. After all, where in reality would one encounter such despicable city management officials wielding blunt instruments capable of tearing garments? Yet, Jiang Chao, upon witnessing this scene, did not concern himself with the logic of the situation. Rather, His heart was pierced with anguish. Why must his beloved Su Jing endure such misfortune after putting forth so much effort? In stark contrast to the light-hearted protagonist and his female companions, his sympathy for Su Jing only deepened. Thus, he spent 10 minutes reveling in the aftermath of Su Jing's disrobing, which, although devoid of explicit nudity, was far more captivating than complete exposure. Following this, he made a brief excursion to the restroom. Su Li, the enigmatic and skilled manga artist, whose gender remains a mystery, certainly has a knack for tantalizing storytelling. Jiang Chao could not help but murmur, having finished this. I now must wait an entire week for the next installment. It feels unbearable. I long to see what unfolds next. Though it is likely to follow the well-worn trope of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress and subsequently winning her heart, his eagerness to witness the forthcoming plot remained unabated. The content of this chapter has undeniably ignited a fervent enthusiasm among readers for this character across the internet. Chapter 28. A vast discrepancy. At approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Youyue closed the comic window. She had to concede that witnessing her character, Su Jing, experiencing various events within the dimensional gate, as portrayed in a comic that existed in reality, evoked a remarkably nuanced sensation. While immersed in the narrative world, she felt an intense fury at the creator's cruel treatment of her character, nearly driven to rebellion. Yet, upon seeing the tangible comic in reality, she was struck by an odd sense of detached amusement, for she was Zhao Youyue, not Su Jing. Regardless of the tribulations Su Jing endured in the fictional realm, Zhao Youyue remained unscathed in the real world. Thus, even when Zhao Youyue observed the favorable circumstances bestowed upon Su Jing in the comic, her heart remained unperturbed. After all, it was not her body that bore such experiences. Objectively speaking, the artist Su Li had indeed rendered Su Jing with remarkable finesse. It seemed that Su Li was in a state of creative inspiration, skillfully capturing the essence of Su Jing's character. Zhao Youyue speculated that this might be linked to her embodiment of Su Jing, as she had imbued the character with a genuine soul, ensuring that her actions and demeanor adhered to rationality, thereby endowing Su Jing with a profound sense of authenticity. The character transcended mere lifelike representation. She possessed a vitality that starkly contrasted with other soulless, caricatured figures. This disparity led many readers to perceive that the entirety of Pure Love served merely to accentuate Su Jing, further elevating her above the rest. Conversely, this indicated that Su Li's creative prowess, particularly in character development, was rather mediocre. Had Zhao Youyue entered a narrative crafted by a more accomplished creator, or a world populated by multidimensional characters with depth, she would not have stood out so distinctly. This situation presented both advantages and disadvantages for Zhao Youyue. The advantage was that Su Jing's character would easily shine, leaving a lasting impression on numerous readers. The downside, however, was that the work titled Pure Love would remain mired in mediocrity, unable to transcend a certain threshold, ultimately failing to withstand the test of time. A narrative cannot rely solely on a singular character for its foundation. In light of this predicament, should Zhao Youyue remain passive, Su Jing might only enjoy fleeting fame before fading into obscurity, never attaining the status of a classic character. Therefore, she resolved not to allow Su Li, a rather uninspired creator outside of his penchant for fan service, to continue crafting the narrative as he had intended. Having spent considerable time in the world of Pure Love, she had keenly observed and deciphered Su Li's creative patterns. His current approach, mercilessly tormenting Su Jing, with the male protagonist and his sister poised to make their grand entrance at a pivotal moment, seemed a clear attempt to orchestrate a classic hero-esque rescue of the damsel, ultimately integrating Su Jing into his harem in a manner that felt contrived. How could Zhao Youyue possibly allow Su Li to proceed with the plot in such a manner? To reiterate, if Su Jing were to be included in the harem and thus become a classic character, she would not mind taking such a path, for it wouldn't involve her own body. In special circumstances, she could even detach her senses and, after the storyline unfolds, inhabit Su Jing. Should Su Jing ascend to the status of a classic character, she would be able to inherit Su Jing's abilities in reality, wielding them at will. This would alleviate any concerns regarding her academic performance. She could activate Su Jing's abilities during class and extend that empowerment for an additional 2 hours at home, making it nearly impossible for her not to excel academically. During examinations, utilizing Su Jing's abilities would eradicate all careless errors. And one must not underestimate the scores lost due to negligence. Ignoring the issue of carelessness leads to inevitable sighs upon receiving graded papers, pondering how much higher one could have ranked without such mistakes. Yet, some individuals are perpetually unable to rectify their careless habits. Diligence is indeed a form of talent, just as is the ability to sustain effort over time. Su Jing possesses these talents and capabilities. However, Zhao Youyue does not believe that Su Jing's inclusion in the harem would elevate her to classic status. On the contrary, it would diminish Su Jing, relegating her to one of many, stripping her of the strong, independent allure she holds, reducing her to merely an accessory to the male protagonist. What, then, constitutes a classic character? Men may generally prefer to have petite women revolve around them, yet the ones they truly admire are independent, strong-willed women with distinct personalities. Su Jing's resilience, determination, independence, grace, and meticulousness have profoundly resonated with numerous male readers. But once Su Jing becomes one of the male protagonist's harem, will she still embody those qualities? Su Li has not contemplated this issue. She merely recognizes Su Jing's current immense popularity, believing that having such a high-profile female character in the harem of the male protagonist is what all male readers desire, and that this would enhance the popularity of her work, leading to a successful adaptation into animation. This perspective is undeniably superficial, yet it is understandable, given that Su Li is a newcomer recently transitioned from the realm of comic scripts. In truth, Zhao Youyue has observed online that the readers of Pure Love have generated significant divisions following the latest chapter, nearly splitting into two factions engaged in a chaotic debate across social media platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and various forums. This turmoil has propelled Pure Love, a harem comic that was merely moderately popular, into the limelight, prompting many curious onlookers to sample the work, eager to discover the allure of the character Su Jing, who has incited such fervent discussion among readers. The crux of this division lies in whether Su Jing should indeed be included in the male protagonist's harem. Approximately 60% of readers argue that a character of Su Jing's exceptional caliber undoubtedly deserves to be part of the harem. Otherwise, would she be given away to someone else? The notion of gifting a female character in harem-centric narratives is a substantial pitfall. However, a significant 40% of readers believe that a character of the male protagonist's caliber does not deserve to have a goddess like Su Jing as part of his harem, as it would be a defilement of our beloved goddess. She is already in a pitiable state. Must she also become a third party? No, it is no longer merely a third party. One cannot even ascertain her rank among them. Must she contend with those superficial female characters for affection? Is she truly so devalued? Is it not possible for her to find a devoted and admirable man? If the male protagonist were to forcibly claim Su Jing, it would utterly tarnish such a character. They ardently demand that the author create a spin-off centered around Su Jing, even if it simply depicts her immersed in her studies, showcasing various study postures, diligently managing household chores, preparing meals for her mother, and attentively caring for her gravely ill father in her daily life. They would never tire of it. They have even thoughtfully suggested a title for the author, the super academic overachiever of pure romance. Perhaps this spin-off could eclipse the original in popularity. Chapter 29. The experienced driver navigates with ease. At this juncture, Zhao Youyue infiltrated the QQ fan group of Pure Love. This time, she refrained from bestowing any gifts or titles upon entering the group. She merely needed to share a photograph of the Pure Love volume she had purchased to validate her identity as a legitimate reader. Failing to do so would result in her expulsion, as those who indulged in pirated copies preferred the solitude of their readings, devoid of any opportunity for direct interaction with the creator. However, her status as an ordinary legitimate reader naturally relegated her to a position of insignificance within the group. Had she entered as a benefactor, she would undoubtedly have attracted considerable attention, with a plethora of humorous remarks about clinging to the affluent and becoming an accessory to their wealth. Fortune smiled upon Zhao Youyue. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Su Li, the manga creator, was actively engaging in the group, though, perhaps more accurately, he was broadly soliciting feedback from his readers. She clicked on Su Li's QQ profile and confirmed that he was indeed male, aged 28. Further exploration of his QQ space revealed a series of entries seemingly pinned from a male perspective, accompanied by an album filled predominantly with charming anime illustrations. All signs pointed to Su Li being a male manga artist, and, as Zhao Youyue perceived, the quintessential socially awkward otaku. Little did she know that Su Li was adept at deception. This QQ account was, in fact, inherited from her brother, who had long abandoned it. She had taken the opportunity to utilize it, signing contracts with the magazine under her brother's identity. In reality, she was not 28 but merely 23, having graduated from university only a few months prior. Why did she adopt such a guise? She believed that presenting herself as a male creator would facilitate a closer rapport with male readers, allowing them to voice their opinions more freely. After all, in the realm of harem manga, there was a necessity to be a bit risque. If male readers were overly conscious of her identity as a female creator, they might hesitate to offer candid and constructive feedback, which would be detrimental. Thus, the content in her QQ profile and space was intentionally misleading. Zhao Youyue, having fallen for Su Li's ruse, resolved to orchestrate a significant revelation, for she held a strong aversion to creators who objectified female characters as mere commodities. The fans within the group were engrossed in a discussion about the latest chapter. Su's artistry has truly reached new heights. He has brought Su Jing to life. One remarked. After this chapter, it feels like Su Jing is bound to become popular, which will undoubtedly draw more readers to Pure Love. As an old fan, I feel immensely honored. Another added. I believe Su has been too harsh on Su Jing. After reading those last few pages, I felt an overwhelming urge to enter the manga world and rescue her. Exclaimed yet another. Am I the only one who doesn't want Su Jing to fall for the male lead? It just seems he is utterly unworthy of our goddess, Su Jing. You are not alone. Came the collective affirmation. I must concede that the male protagonist is unworthy of Su Jing. However, I find it utterly inconceivable to envision Su Jing in the embrace of another male character. Should that scenario unfold, I would undoubtedly choose to abandon this work. How curious it is that the group has engaged in such earnest discourse about the plot. I merely seek resources. Are there any scripts of Su Jing available online? No? Then be gone. A fellow group member has also shared links to contentious threads from various forums and discussion boards, inviting everyone to observe and express their stance regarding whether they support the male protagonist in claiming Su Jing for his harem. In summary, the fervor surrounding the discussion of Pure Love is remarkably high, both online and within the QQ group, bringing a sense of joy to Su Li, who had been lurking in the shadows. Unable to resist any longer, she finally emerged to engage with the fans and cleverly solicited some tips. Upon seeing Su Li's presence, Zhao Youyue boldly inquired about the forthcoming developments in the storyline. Yet, Su Li paid her no mind, dismissing the queries of a newcomer. Once Su Li arrived in the group, more high-value readers appeared, and naturally, she focused her attention on those who offered greater financial support. Had Zhao Youyue held the title of alliance leader, Su Li would have certainly considered her questions with greater regard. Su Li's approach to creating comics is driven solely by achievements and monetary gain. The more generous the tips, the more inclined she is to heed the suggestions of those patrons. If a $1 million supporter requested an inconsequential character, she would readily incorporate that character into her work, even elevating them to a more significant role. Conversely, since Zhao Youyue held no such title, she was automatically overlooked by Su Li, which further irked her. Zhao Youyue was not lacking in funds. Rather, she simply did not favor this genre of work. Unlike her experience with Super Ability King, she had not ruined Pure Love and owed Su Li nothing. On the contrary, she believed that her embodiment of Su Jing had contributed to the current popularity of Pure Love, yet she was astounded that the creator chose to disregard her. At that moment, Zhao Youyue saw Su Li assert with conviction in the group chat. I believe the debate over whether Su Jing will be taken into the male protagonist's harem is rather futile. Simply enjoy the story as it unfolds. I promise not to disappoint you. Since I have crafted Su Jing, a character beloved by many, I shall honor her essence and will never distort her will. As Su Li made such statements, Zhao Youyue felt a mysterious connection to the information from the dimensional gate. From this point forward, her actions within the world of Pure Love would not be erased by the creator. It was evident that the creator, having reaped substantial benefits from Zhao Youyue's embodiment of Su Jing, must also pay a price. Just as Zhao Youyue faced consequences for her disruptions to the narrative, everything was balanced and fair. A smile spread across Zhao Youyue's face as her final reservations dissipated. Moving forward, she would take control of the storyline of Pure Love, while Su Li would merely serve as a chronicler rather than its creator. The fans in the group certainly expressed their admiration for Su Li's words, and they hoped that Su Jing would act according to her own will, assuming she truly possessed such autonomy. One devoted fan inquired of Su Li, "Teacher Su Li, what is the conclusion of this comic? It cannot possibly end in tragedy, can it?" Upon seeing this question, Su Li smiled confidently and replied with unwavering certainty, "Esteemed fan, rest assured. I would never be the kind of author who toys with readers and leads them to despair. If I were, I would willingly partake in my own misfortune. While I shall keep certain plot developments under wraps for now, I can assure you that the conclusion of this work will undoubtedly be a joyous and harmonious ending. After all, as a seasoned creator, I navigate this journey with great care." Chapter 30. The afflictions faced by creators upon observing the resolute response of the self-proclaimed season driver. Su Li, to the leader of this work, Zhao Youyue felt a sense of admiration. In front of an audience of over 1,600 fans, Su Li confidently promised that Pure Love would ultimately culminate in a joyous and harmonious ending. Zhao quietly chose to capture a screenshot of Su Li's words. In truth, Su Li not only made this commitment within the group but also publicly declared on her Weibo, which boasts over 500,000 followers, that she is an unwaveringly reader-first cartoonist for whom her audience serves as her lifeblood. She asserted that her creations would always bring joy to readers, eschewing any disarray or negativity. This assurance likely stemmed from the concern amongst several readers who, witnessing her seemingly merciless treatment of Su Jing, feared that her narrative might become increasingly severe, perhaps even leading to Su Jing's demise. Su Li, however, was determined to alleviate her cherished readers' apprehensions. With an unwavering tone, she proclaimed, I am neither the merciless Ankubo Ren, nor the somber Yorubuchi Jin, who is known for obliterating beloved characters with catastrophic endings. Pure Love is my debut comic, characterized by a light-hearted and warm style. My current mild torment of Su Jing is merely a reflection of the adage, without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? I hold a deep affection for this character. Indeed, I am quite partial to her. Therefore, her ending shall undoubtedly be a fulfilling one. Just as the conclusion of this work will also be a grand reunion, where every character finds happiness. Tragedy? It does not exist. Fear not. As soon as Su Li posted this on Weibo, an increasing number of Pure Love readers began to express their support through likes and shares. After all, most readers are not inclined towards masochism and prefer uplifting narratives, while a comedic ending may lack the weight to leave a lasting impression. It is certainly more welcomed by the majority. Moreover, Su Li harbored no desire to pursue the notion of classic works. Her ambition lay in crafting popular creations that could yield substantial income. Yet, the reality is that unless one's popularity reaches the heights of a legendary shonen manga, such as Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball, what kind of harem-themed work could truly be memorable? In fact, works like Pure Love, which follow familiar harem tropes, have already been overshadowed by the fervor of shonen narratives. Su Li's Weibo following began to grow rapidly, with fans responding enthusiastically. Support Teacher Su Li. Now I can dive into this without worry. May the teacher's art flourish. Teacher Su Li is truly a gem in the industry. Unlike those deceitful creators who exploit their readers, on the strength of Su's promise, I've decided to support her as a leader. I must confess, I was initially a pirate reader, but due to Su's integrity and principles, I have resolved to go legitimate, subscribing fully to Pure Love on the website and purchasing the complete set of volumes for my collection. Naturally, I will also acquire a figurine of Su Jing. Su Li witnessed a remarkable surge in her fans' cohesion, a phenomenon closely linked to her unwavering commitment, which in turn illuminated her smile even further. She found herself utterly perplexed by the existence of creators who, despite their best intentions, could not control the narrative's trajectory, leading to tragic conclusions. The esteemed writer she referred to, Jin Yorubuchi, known in the literary circles as the Warrior of Love, was said to be afflicted by an ailment that rendered him incapable of crafting happy endings. His celebrated works such as Puella Magi Madoka Magica, Fate Zero, and others had already left an indelible mark on the world, despite the latter not yet being created. His poignant style had resonated deeply with audiences, and he had a penchant for infusing seemingly heart-wrenching love stories with unexpected elements like ketchup and jelly, as seen in Saya no Yuda, where consuming human flesh was likened to savoring jelly. Critics noted that this affliction was one that any sincere creator would inevitably confront, with some overcoming it to pen tales of hope, while others faced it head-on, expressing their ideals through their narratives. Both paths held validity, they merely diverged in essence. Su Li, however, scoffed at this notion, holding a deep respect for the renowned scriptwriter from the land of the rising sun, yet dismissing his condition as nothing more than a pretentious affliction, cloaked in mystique. She resolutely declared that she would never poison her readers with despair. In fact, she proclaimed that should she ever stoop to such depths, she would be the first to partake in the bitterness herself. As Su Li steadfastly adhered to her creative principles, Zhao Youyue quietly captured screenshots of Su Li's unwavering promises on Weibo, eagerly anticipating the moment when the conclusion of Pure Love would finally unfold. Within the realm of Pure Love, Zhao Youyue, embodied in Su Jing, had just awakened to find herself in a hospital with her dearest friend, Yang Tranqian, faithfully by her side. Yang Tranqian had long been privy to Su Jing's origins, yet she had never looked down upon her. Rather, she had consistently offered her support. In the gray and lonely existence of Su Jing, Yang Tranqian's presence shone like a rare beacon of light, akin to that of a mother. Although Yang Tranqian would exhibit extreme dependence on her brother, Yang Ming, displaying a tendency to act coyly around him, she transformed into a gentle older sister in Su Jing's company. Whenever the opportunity arose, she would invite Su Jing out for meals, hoping to enhance her diet. Simultaneously, Yang Tranqian confided in Su Jing, sharing her emotional tribulations. Su Jing proved to be an excellent confidant, as her few words were imbued with earnestness, attentively listening to Yang Tranqian's woes and striving to offer comfort with her clumsy expressions. While she may not have provided constructive advice, the mere sight of Su Jing would elicit smiles from Yang Tranqian, alleviating her tangled, melancholic feelings. Moreover, Yang Tranqian relied heavily on Su Jing for academic assistance. Whenever she encountered challenging problems, she would turn to Su Jing for guidance, which was precisely Su Jing's forte. When Su Jing explained concepts, her words would flow effortlessly, ensuring that Yang Tranqian grasped the material. The two had already made a pact to attend the same high school, determined to preserve their cherished friendship. At that moment, Yang Tranqian witnessed Su Jing finally awaken, and she enveloped her dearest friend in a fervent embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. a testament to the depth of her affection for Su Jing. As Su Jing felt the softness of Yang Qianqian's body and the delightful fragrance that enveloped her, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and anger welled up within her. Why did Yang Qianqian harbor such admiration for her capricious brother? Was she not worthy? She was more than capable of doing anything for Yang Qianqian. Su Jing hastily cast aside her peculiar feelings until the day her mother departed from this world forever. Chapter 31. Dark Transformation. After being assaulted by the city management, Su Jing's mother sustained internal injuries, a condition often referred to as internal harm. Had timely medical intervention been sought, perhaps the ensuing tragedy could have been averted. However, consumed by fear that her condition would burden her daughter, she chose to remain silent, causing her injuries to worsen until she ultimately passed away. In truth, the author, Su Li, seems to lack a fundamental understanding of the implications of internal injuries leading to mortality. She was resolute in her decision to have Su Jing's mother perish. Otherwise, how could Su Jing be liberated to pursue romance? As if Su Jing's plight were insufficient, following her mother's death, her father's chronic illness flared up unexpectedly, leading to his demise shortly thereafter, leaving Su Jing encumbered with significant debt. From that moment on, she found herself utterly alone, transformed into an orphan who had to juggle her studies with menial work to repay her family's obligations. In accordance with Su Li's narrative vision, Su Jing was to find herself in a situation where she was coerced by malevolent creditors to sell herself to settle debts. It would be then that the male protagonist, Yang Ming, would heroically emerge to rescue her from despair, leading Su Jing to pledge her heart to him. In the pursuit of Yang Ming's affection, she would even find herself at odds with her closest friend, Yang Qianqian. Such a storyline, wherein two female friends become adversaries over a man, may evoke distaste among female readers, as such occurrences are all too common in reality. The adage guard against fire, theft, and close friends rings true. However, for male readers, this scenario is likely to be met with enthusiasm, as they revel in the notion that all virtuous women should be enamored with the protagonist, allowing them to identify with him. The readership of this work predominantly comprises male enthusiasts. The more profound the portrayal of Su Jing and Yang Qianqian's friendship, the more poignant Su Jing's eventual betrayal for love becomes, illustrating the depth of her affection for the male lead. Male readers are bound to find satisfaction in this narrative twist, reveling in the intense rivalry between two women vying for one man. As for the conclusion, it is evident that the women, deeply enamored with the male protagonist, would ultimately reach a consensus, declaring that regardless of how many women he may have, as long as he holds them in his heart, it suffices. Thus, the male lead would find himself blissfully surrounded by these women, culminating in an ending that resonates with readers as a harmonious resolution. This trope is prevalent in numerous harem novels and comics, under the premise that love can encompass all. However, due to the ubiquity of such conclusions, the work Pure Love may gradually fade from the reader's memories over time, supplanted by similar harem narratives that emerge in succession. Once Su Jing becomes just one among many women, she risks losing her distinctive character, potentially inciting disdain as her actions might be perceived as morally questionable. Akin to that, the portrayal of her turning against her best friend in pursuit of the male lead starkly contradicts her established character traits. If she were to act in such a manner, her character would be irrevocably damaged, making it impossible for her to embody a classic archetype. Thus, Zhao Youyue resolutely took control of the narrative. The demise of Su Jing's parents provided her with a pivotal opportunity for transformation. The creditor she encountered was not a malevolent figure, but rather a close friend of her parents, who, upon learning of Su Jing's plight, was filled with profound sympathy and did not hasten to demand repayment, allowing her to repay her debts gradually. This scenario, a mere whim of the author, surely brought a sigh of relief to readers, as they realized Su Jing would no longer endure further torment. The image of Su Jing, diligently balancing her studies and part-time work to repay her debts, is undoubtedly more profound than her joining the male protagonist's harem as just another face among many. Naturally, the person who introduced Su Jing to work was her best friend, Yang Qianqian. She would visit Yang Qianqian's home every weekend, voluntarily assisting with household chores and thorough cleaning. Many readers might assume that during this time, Su Jing would gradually develop feelings for the male protagonist, Yang Ming, but they would be gravely mistaken. Yang Ming is not a man who takes the initiative. He unconsciously navigates the affections of female characters, being both emotionally obtuse and passive. What basis, then, does he have to pursue Su Jing? The resilient Su Jing does not require sympathy or pity. She will emerge from her tribulations through her own efforts. After her parents' passing, she found herself alone, with the most significant person in her life becoming her dearest friend, Yang Qianqian. For Yang Qianqian's happiness, she would go to any lengths. However, she does not perceive Yang Qianqian's affection for her brother as a blessing. On the contrary, it would bring Yang Qianqian great anguish. In truth, following her parents' death, Su Jing had already succumbed to a dark transformation, developing an overwhelming possessiveness over Yang Qianqian, viewing her as the sole reason for her existence. She invested all her emotions in Yang Qianqian, having fallen deeply in love with her, a love that is, in fact, warped. Had her life not been so tragically marred, she would not have become this way. Therefore, when she once again listened to Yang Qianqian's confessions about her feelings, she bit her lip, lowered her head slightly, and her gaze lost its focus. Why must that Yang Ming always be mentioned? What is so remarkable about him? That utterly oblivious brother, who fails to grasp his sister's sentiments, truly deserves to perish. Yet, it cannot be me who takes action. If Qianqian discovers this, she would surely despise me. In truth, there is no need for me to intervene. Are there not countless foolish women surrounding him? Those women deserve to suffer. If it were not for them, Qianqian would not be so troubled. It is all Yang Ming's fault, all those women's fault. If they cease to exist, Qianqian would surely find happiness, for I am here. And I will ensure Qianqian's happiness. When an academic prodigy descends into darkness, the potential for devastation is immense. Thus, Su Jing or Zhao Youyue's chaotic endeavors have officially commenced. Su Jing, taking the initiative, first connected with Yang Qianqian to meet Li Xiaotong, Yang Ming's childhood companion. Li Xiaotong is a girl of considerable cunning. Although she always presents herself with boundless energy and a radiant smile, she relishes the control she exerts over the male protagonist, treating him as her possession, unwilling to let anyone else take him away. When Su Jing met Li Xiaotong privately, her opening remark caused Li Xiaotong's smile to fade. You must have realized that Yang Qianqian's feelings for her brother transcend mere sibling affection. Li Xiaotong scoffed, retorting, and so what? A Ming will forever regard her as nothing more than a sister, even if they share no blood ties. What is it? Are you Yang Qianqian's little minion sent to provoke me? Su Jing remained expressionless, simply stating, I am here to assist you. Chapter 32. The silent yet fearsome. After her transformation, Su Jing exuded an aura of formidable strength. Her expressionless visage and cold demeanor imparted an impression of complete mastery over her surroundings. Alas, she did not wear glasses. Otherwise, after addressing matters of significance, she could have adjusted her spectacles with a flourish, uttering a phrase of mortal wisdom, followed by a glint of cold light from her glasses, enhancing her aura as a superlative sage. In the presence of Yang Qianqian, however, Su Jing presented an entirely different persona, though her countenance remained stoic. Subtle nuances revealed her deep care for Yang Qianqian. Her words were few, yet her actions mirrored those of the most devoted and reliable maid. Attending to Yang Qianqian with utmost meticulousness, Su Jing was determined to ensure that Yang Qianqian would never be able to part from her, aspiring to supplant the male lead. Yang Ming, in Yang Qianqian's affections. At this moment, Li Xiaotong found herself subdued by Su Jing's commanding presence, instinctively inquiring, help me? What do you intend to assist me with? Su Jing replied, her tone devoid of fluctuation, of course, I shall assist you in securing Yang Ming for yourself, preventing him from being taken by other women. Do you not wish to possess him entirely? Regardless of your feelings, you have already come to regard him as your own. Have you not? Suppressing her emotions, Li Xiaotong responded, indeed, Ming and I have been childhood friends, growing up together. He is ever so gentle and considerate towards me, fulfilling my every request. I cannot tolerate the thought of him being taken by another woman, not even by his sister, Yang Qianqian. Yet, I must inquire why. As Yang Qianqian's subordinate, you would aid me. I find it hard to trust you. You need not place your trust in me. With your intelligence, you should have discerned how passive Yang Ming truly is. To forge a profound bond between a man and a woman, physical intimacy is the most direct means. Do you not desire to be his first woman? You, how could you utter such words so casually? Do you have no shame? I am merely offering a rational analysis. Furthermore, if you lack the resolve to compel his awareness, what right do you have to claim him for yourself? I find it hard to believe you have not noticed that, deep down, Yang Ming harbors a preference for that Miss Lu Sha. If you allow this to continue unchecked, he may ultimately choose her. Nonsense. I am Ming's childhood companion. That shameless Lu Sha cannot possibly compare to the bond one share with him over these many years. Li Xiaotong did not perceive Lu Sha as her greatest rival. Her primary concern remained Yang Ming's sister, Yang Qianqian. For the connection between Yang Qianqian and Yang Ming was far more profound than that which she shared with him. Foolish Sao. At least 90% of childhood friendships cannot withstand the test of an unexpected rival. You, as a childhood friend, naively regard this status as a talisman, unaware that it is destined to lead to your tragedy. If you do not strive for your place, one day you shall find yourself out of the game. Su Jing's calm and rational words always exuded an undeniable persuasiveness. At least in that moment, Li Xiaotong was engulfed by a profound sense of crisis. She had initially believed that by merely prolonging the situation, her greater cunning compared to Yang Qianqian and Lu Sha would enable her, to capture Yang Ming's heart. However, after being enlightened by Su Jing, she found herself unable to maintain her composure any longer. Firstly, at school, she could choose to be alone with Yang Ming and kiss him. He would undoubtedly be reluctant. She could then instruct him on the art of kissing, as girls are often enamored by men skilled in this regard. Surely, he would not want to disappoint his future girlfriend by offering to enhance his experience. He would likely yield to her advances without hesitation, and there would be no concerns about anyone interrupting their encounter, as she would eliminate any unforeseen obstacles. If this step succeeded, it would account for half the battle won. After all, men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. Once he became infatuated with her lips, he would inevitably seek more, and through this method, he would be completely captivated. The ultimate battleground would be Yang Ming's home, where she would continue to distract Yang Qianqian, ensuring their desires were fulfilled. In summary, whether one believed it or not, Su Jing was resolute in her intentions, leaving it up to Li Xiaotong to grasp the gravity of the situation. Throughout, Su Jing's tone remained unfluctuating, devoid of any emotional rise or fall. After delivering her words, she resumed her studies and departed, unfazed, even while orchestrating her schemes, as she always carried her books with her. Li Xiaotong's eyes flickered with determination as she finally made a decision. Yet, in her darkened state of scheming, Su Jing did not cease her actions. She had already compiled a list of women who harbored the deepest affections for Yang Ming and began to engage with them, employing various arguments. She conveyed that in order to vie for Yang Ming's affection, or even to avoid being eliminated from the competition, engaging in sexual relations with him would be the shortcut. She meticulously devised a plan to help the male lead, Yang Ming, manage his time, ensuring that all parties received equal attention, thus showcasing her terrifying prowess as a dark academic. Among them, the comical figure of Miss Lu Sha emerged, who sought guidance on overcoming her own insincerity when interacting with Yang Ming. Despite her intense feelings for him, she often resorted to insults and would even slap him. Yet Yang Ming seemed to relish it, leaving one to wonder if he possessed a masochistic streak. Su Jing, ever calm and rational, advised Lu Sha that overcoming such insincerity was surprisingly simple. It was through sexual relations. Covertly engaging in sexual intimacy was the ultimate remedy, and the more varied the positions, the more open one would become. After contemplating this with her exceptionally high intelligence, Lu Sha found the reasoning compelling, yet she still struggled to decisively embrace the reversal of roles. Su Jing assured her that there was no issue. She would prepare computer accessories for the two, ensuring that when desire ignited, they would have no choice but to engage in intimacy. In society, Su Jing was a force to be reckoned with, stern and succinct in her words. Everything unfolds according to Su Jing's script. She believes that Yang Ming, the protagonist who once suffered from impotence, ought to express his gratitude towards her, for it is she who has cured his affliction. Consequently, Yang Ming is destined to become the most exhilarating figure among all harem protagonists, channeling the pent-up grievances of impotent harem characters. However, his fate is inevitably tragic, and a saying will eternally resonate within the realm of otaku. You laugh at Brother Ming's early demise, yet Brother Ming laughs at your lack of experience. Su Jing, or Zhao Youyue, has also inadvertently aided the creator Su Li. For the manga artist, Su Li has always restrained his boundless creativity, producing only suggestive and ambiguous imagery without any explicit content. Yet from this point forward, Pure Love shall transform into a work replete with scenes of copulation. Of course, the presence of divine light will ensure that concerns regarding exposure remain unfounded. As long as no nudity is displayed, it can be marketed as a conventional work. Chapter 33. Escape from the solar system in the realm of reality. Even if Su Jing is an exceptionally astute and strategically gifted academic prodigy, unforeseen mishaps are bound to occur when executing plans, as the unpredictability of life is vast. However, within the confines of the comic world, surprises are non-existent, or rather, if they do arise, they are merely orchestrated by the creator. Now that Zhao Youyue has taken the reins of the storyline, everything is destined to unfold flawlessly according to Su Jing's meticulously crafted script. After all, the author must abide by Su Jing's will, and Su Li can no longer alter the trajectory of the plot. This is the price of Su Jing's character, which propelled the work Pure Love to immense popularity. The most alarming aspect is that Su Li herself perceives no flaws in the narrative she has illustrated. On the contrary, she believes her recent creative state to be remarkable. Not only has her artistic skill reached its zenith, but the plot has also transcended cliches, rendering the subsequent developments utterly unpredictable. Undoubtedly, all her readers, while engaging with Pure Love, find themselves in a state of bewilderment. Where is the promised herbivorous male protagonist? Where is the harmonious harem? Where is the anticipated happy ending? How did the herbivorous male protagonist transform into a bulldozer, toppling all female characters who harbor feelings for him? except for his sister. How has the once harmonious harem devolved into such brutal discord, with some vulnerable female characters departing from the male lead in dismay? The intricate entanglements have left the character stakeholders in financial ruin. Why has it come to this? Why is it that you are so adept? It was I who initiated this. As for the happy ending, of course, Pure Love has yet to reach its grand finale. During this interim, Su Jing has not developed feelings for the male lead as most readers anticipated. Instead, she has channeled all her affections towards Yang Qianqian, unexpectedly acquiring a Yuri attribute. This revelation has taken many by surprise. However, readers have expressed delight in this development, finding it refreshingly unconventional while preserving Su Jing's independence. Her meticulous care for Yang Qianqian has captivated many female readers who have voiced their desire for such a close friend, declaring they would wholeheartedly embrace a Yuri relationship with the goddess Su Jing. Numerous individuals within the manga industry have remarked that this artist named Su Li is poised to achieve monumental acclaim with her debut work. She has ingeniously crafted a high-profile female character like Su Jing in the latter stages of the comic, even drawing a significant number of female readers into the fold. Pure Love has suddenly transformed into the most sought-after harem manga among female readers. Indeed, this teacher Su Li is playing a grand game. Furthermore, the adaptation of Pure Love into an anime has been officially confirmed, plunging Su Li further into a state of fervor. Convinced that she is on the brink of transcending her craft, she maintains this state, actually under the influence of the darkened Su Jing, continuing her creative endeavors. The plot continues as the gentle and passive Yang Ming is ultimately seduced by his childhood friend, Li Xiaotong. Their relationship progresses from kissing to intimate touches, culminating in Li Xiaotong taking the initiative to satisfy Yang Ming's desires. Having tasted the pleasures of desire, Yang Ming completely unravels his inhibitions, yielding to his cravings. In his interactions with other female characters, he transforms from a docile man into one unable to restrain his advances. The female characters, overjoyed by his newfound assertiveness, have no reason to reject him. They all believe that Yang Ming has finally awakened to his feelings, unaware that he had previously maintained a detached demeanor with all the female characters. Now, as long as a girl does not refuse him, he seeks more, reveling in the sheer enjoyment of it all. Is this behavior indicative of a cad? It is merely a genuine confrontation with his own desires. Throughout this process, Su Li, a comic artist, pours all her creative talents into the work titled Pure Love, transforming it into a piece that, while never revealing anything explicit, much like a novel that refrains from describing anatomical details, remains irresistibly alluring. Male readers find themselves captivated, while female readers blush, becoming increasingly engrossed in the narrative. Strangely enough, the most compelling scenes do not stem from Yang Ming's escapades with the female characters, but rather from the character Su Jing. One day, Yang Ming can no longer resist bringing his childhood friend, Li Xiaotong, home, only to discover that his sister, Yang Qianqian, is conveniently absent, seemingly out with her friend Su Jing. Feeling fortunate, he eagerly begins to pursue Li Xiaotong, and they cannot help but engage passionately in the living room. This turns out to be the most agonizing day for Yang Qianqian. Initially, Su Jing expresses a sudden craving for snacks, prompting Yang Qianqian to excitedly take her out for a shopping spree. To Yang Qianqian, it seems her best friend has finally come to appreciate the joys of life, shedding her previous robotic dedication to studies. However, upon returning home and opening the door, Yang Qianqian is met with a scene that threatens to shatter her world. Her beloved brother is vigorously engaging with Li Xiaodong, the girl who has always cared for her, pressing her against the glass coffee table, oblivious to their audience. If this shocking tableau were to appear in an animation, the commentary would undoubtedly turn a vivid green. The atmosphere becomes painfully awkward as Yang Qianqian, deeply infatuated with her brother, lacks the courage to confront the oblivious pair. Instead, she bursts into tears and flees. Su Jing, perhaps feeling a sense of satisfaction, follows suit, believing this will lead Yang Qianqian to be utterly disillusioned with Yang Ming. Yet how could that be possible? Forgiveness is the only path forward. However, on this night, Yang Qianqian found herself reluctant to return home. She and Su Jing decided to seek refuge in a love hotel, their limited funds permitting only such an establishment, which, of course, boasted but a single bed within its chambers. After they had finished their baths and lay down on the shared bed, Su Jing, who had maintained an air of calmness and an expressionless demeanor, unexpectedly blushed, her heart racing. A delightful contrast indeed. Yang Qianqian turned her body slightly, her eyes tinged with red, and gazed at Su Jing, whispering in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze, "Xiao Jing, what kind of person do you like? I wish to know. Please tell me." Su Jing merely stared at Yang Qianqian's lips, her mind flooded with countless memories of their shared moments. Blushing, she gently caressed Yang Qianqian's profile and leaned in to kiss her. as Su Li crafted this exquisitely beautiful scene. A Japanese song titled Parallel Lines played softly in the comic studio. Let us escape from the solar system and meet again on parallel lines. Just like the shadows we cast under the setting sun. Parallel lines. Chapter 34. The Uncontrollable Brush Before Su Jing Kissed Yang Qianqian. The comic portrayed an enticing close-up of Yang Qianqian's lips. As Su Li illustrated this alluring mouth, he found himself panting with excitement. As if he had been transported into the world of the comic, witnessing the intimate moment between Su Jing and Yang Qianqian up close. Similarly, Su Jing's dark, profound eyes received their own close-up, filled with deep affection as she gazed at Yang Qianqian. When Yang Qianqian inquired about her preferences, Su Jing remained silent, simply leaning in to kiss her. Their tongues entwined naturally as they met in a passionate embrace. Their lips parted after a fleeting moment, and Su Jing then positioned herself atop Yang Qianqian's soft form, her hands resting on either side of Yang Qianqian's shoulders, propping herself up in a manner reminiscent of a wall slam, gazing down at the bewildered expression on Yang Qianqian's face. At that moment, the room was bathed in the serene glow of the moonlight, creating a backdrop so beautiful it was enchanting, and Su Jing's breaths came in rapid succession, clearly audible in the stillness of the night. If Su Li's depictions of the male protagonist's encounters with various women were designed to tantalize and stimulate the reader's senses, then the intimate scenes between Su Jing and Yang Qianqian were crafted with exquisite beauty, akin to a work of art, providing a visual feast that delighted all readers. Su Jing's face was flushed, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor as an emotionless girl. Her world now encompassed only Yang Qianqian. The comic continued to focus on Su Jing's dark, profound eyes, while the exquisite visage of Yang Qianqian captivated her gaze. Confused, Yang Qianqian asked, "Xiao Jing, are you nervous?" Su Jing replied, "Yes, of course I am nervous. Why? Is it because I am a girl?" Yang Qianqian covered her blushing cheeks and responded, "Because Xiao Jing, you are a friend." Upon hearing this, a flicker of complexity crossed Su Jing's eyes, soon replaced by determination. She decisively removed Yang Qianqian's hands from her face and leaned down once more to kiss her fervently. When their lips parted this time, a silver thread lingered between them as Su Jing remarked, "You and I engage in such things, yet you still cannot forget your brother, can you?" At the mention of her brother, tears welled in Yang Qianqian's eyes. No matter what, the one she loved most was still her brother. This is the premise of the comic Pure Love, where Yang Qianqian is depicted as a girl deeply in love with Yang Ming. Unlike reality, where individuals may easily change their affections or abandon those they love for more pragmatic choices, the characters in the comic adhere steadfastly to their established narratives. Su Jing, observing Yang Qianqian on the verge of tears, felt a profound sadness, thinking to herself, "Qianqian, she is about to cry. I cannot bear to see her so distressed." Su Jing's previously expressionless face revealed a melancholic and lonely demeanor as she said, "If you are unwilling, just say so, all right?" "No. Why?" "Because I have a fondness for Xiao Jing," Yang Qianqian softly uttered. Su Jing's expression turned once again to one of impassivity, her gaze deepening with an enigmatic sorrow. For she understood that Yang Qianqian's affection was confined merely to that of friendship. In Yang Qianqian's heart, Su Jing held a unique place. She feared losing her, and thus found herself unable to refuse. "If I cannot attain your heart, at the very least, I wish to retain your warmth," Su Jing thought, her heart twisting in pain. "Please compensate me well, if you will," Su Jing whispered into Yang Qianqian's ear, then gently nibbled on her earlobe. While Su Jing engaged in indescribable acts with Yang Qianqian, the latter remained preoccupied with thoughts of her brother. No matter what, she could not dismiss the love she harbored for him. "Qianqian, tell me what you desire. Speak freely." "No, don't. If not, then never mind. If you don't wish to speak, shall we truly leave it at that?" "Don't. You originally could not resist pleasure, could you?" "No, that is not the case. It is merely that Xiao Jing's touch brings me comfort. Thus, that is because I have affection for Qianqian. I am caressing someone I cherish. Hence you feel it. Hence you find it pleasurable. That is what liking entails." Su Jing momentarily ceased her indescribable actions, gently embracing Yang Qianqian. Burying her head in her bosom, she held her as though cradling the most precious treasure of her life, much like how Yang Qianqian, regardless of circumstances, cherished her brother. Even if he were to become a scoundrel, she firmly believed that her brother was merely momentarily ensnared by that wicked woman, for she was eternally the sister who trusted in her brother's perfection. Conversely, Su Jing could not bring herself to relinquish Yang Qianqian, even if she were merely a temporary substitute for her brother. One day, Yang Qianqian would inevitably choose to depart from Su Jing. The warmth one individual can provide is inherently limited. I am not oblivious to this truth. Yet, I find fulfillment in Xiao Jing, ultimately arriving at a solitary and frigid place. Yang Qianqian mused. In reality, she lay bare, entwined with Su Jing, their forms creating a pinnacle of beauty reminiscent of a comic book, for both were exceptional beauties. Within her conscious realm, she felt as though she were alone, holding a solitary umbrella, traversing a desolate street under a chilling rain. She seemed to hear whispers in her ear. Ah, you and Xiaojing will never return to being friends. It is your own fault. You ought to have noticed. Today, for the first time, you exploited another's affection, just like that woman who stole your brother. You are both scoundrels. Congratulations. He. Why do you, of all people, hold such affection for me? Xiaojing, I do not comprehend. Please forgive me, for I truly cannot understand. Qianqian, it's all right. I do not require your understanding. I am willing to give everything for you. How can it be all right? Yet, I cannot prevent myself from simply reveling in your tenderness, substituting it for the warmth I once received from my brother. Ah, I too am indeed a scoundrel. Do you pity me? Su Jing's profound eyes flickered with a hint of melancholic amusement. Yang Qianqian let out a soft sigh. I was merely jesting. I seek no more. Su Jing once again embraced her tenderly. The creator, Su Li, felt an intense connection each time she illustrated the romantic narrative between Su Jing and Yang Qianqian. Her entire being aflame with emotion. She mused that if such a girl as Su Jing truly existed in reality, she would cherish her dearly. Unlike the character Yang Qianqian in the comic, who merely regarded Su Jing as a temporary substitute for her brother. Yet, if this continued, how could pure love possibly culminate in a harmonious resolution? Su Li gazed at her beloved creation with boundless satisfaction, yet felt as though she had swallowed something unpleasant. Well, since she found herself in such a predicament, might as well invite all readers to partake in this experience, to bear with her artistic pursuits. At this juncture, how could she possibly accommodate the sentiments of her audience? She could no longer rein in her brush. Regardless, she would persist in her depiction. All for the sake of the beloved Su Jing, whom she had come to adore deeply. Chapter 35. Embrace the excitement. Much like the exhilarating experience of engaging in a game, creators often find themselves in a euphoric state while crafting their works. The fruits of their labor may either ascend to the status of timeless classics or disintegrate into utter failure. In such instances, it is essential to have an editor overseeing the process. However, Wei Suo, the editor of Su Li, did not intervene in her narrative. Rather, he praised her sensual scenes, wholeheartedly supporting her plot developments. He regarded the transformation of the male protagonist from a passive character to a forceful bulldozer as nothing short of genius, fundamentally overturning the conventions of harem manga. As for the exquisite Yuri storyline between Yang Qianqian and Su Jing, he considered it the pinnacle of the entire comic, enriching the sensual content and achieving a remarkable artistic elevation that tugged at the heartstrings. This narrative arc significantly deepened Su Jing's character, who, on the surface, appeared to have won Yang Qianqian's affection, yet remained tragically unfulfilled in love, as Yang Qianqian's heart belonged solely to her brother, regardless of the current plot developments, which may lead to a challenging conclusion later on. Wei Suo remained unconcerned. He was solely aware that with Su Jing's darkening persona and the male protagonist Yang Ming's descent into moral ambiguity, the intrigue of pure love had escalated tremendously, witnessing an explosive surge in popularity. According to reader feedback surveys, Pure Love had unequivocally claimed the title of the most popular work on WinComics. Its rankings on various platforms, including click charts, recommendation lists, and monthly votes, soared, drawing in an ever-growing number of readers who eagerly awaited the next installment. This remarkable phenomenon left countless industry professionals astounded. It is astonishing that Pure Love, initially perceived as just another formulaic harem manga, whose selling point was its risque content, could transcend its humble beginnings. Who could have predicted that the character of Su Jing would render the subsequent narrative increasingly captivating, liberating the work from its original constraints and transforming it into something truly exceptional? There are indeed parallels in the realm of online novels. Exemplified by Buddhism is The Way by Ming Rushenji. At first glance, it appeared to be a mediocre, formulaic cultivation novel, with its protagonist exhibiting decisiveness in combat but lacking in narrative depth or character development. Under normal circumstances, such a story would have faded into obscurity, supplanted by countless similar works over time. Yet, who could have foreseen that upon the protagonist's entry into the Earth Immortal realm, the story's scope and narrative would undergo a miraculous transformation, skyrocketing in popularity and ultimately achieving a legendary status, heralding the emergence of the primeval flow and elevating Ming Rushenji to a revered status in literature? Perhaps there are untold secrets lurking behind this narrative. Let us not forget the profoundly regrettable character from Buddha is the Tao, the dragon maiden Ao Wan. This unwavering female figure, who devoted herself entirely to the protagonist, Zhou Qin, ultimately met her tragic end before his very eyes, taking her own life with her sword and ascending to the divine rankings. The final sentence of the text poignantly states that Shou Qing understood he would never again encounter that spirited young girl who once wielded a divine sword with grace. Even if they were to meet again, it would only be after 6 billion years. Nonetheless, despite the heart-wrenching conclusion of Ao Wan's tale, one must acknowledge that she stands as one of the most memorable female characters in this groundbreaking and immensely popular web novel, which has pioneered the genre of primordial literature. Her singular tragedy ensures that whenever Buddha is the Tao is mentioned, one inevitably recalls this evocative character. Remarkably, this work does not rely on character development for its success. Rather, it thrives on its extraordinary concepts and grand narrative structure. Just as Buddha is the Tao cannot exist without the groundwork and foreshadowing laid before entering the realm of the earth immortals. Pure love also requires the typical tropes of harem manga to establish its foundation. Without these, how could the subsequent plot twists convey such transformative impact? It is precisely because pure love initially portrays the male lead, Yang Ming, in such an archetypal manner, essentially a reflection of every male protagonist in harem manga, that readers find delight as he embraces his desires and reverts to the primal instincts of man. When juxtaposed with other harem manga protagonists, Yang Ming appears authentic, while the others seem lacking in substance, devoid of genuine emotion. The mere hints of flirtation cannot compare to the thrill of genuine encounters. In a certain sense, the latter developments in pure love render other conventional harem tales rather pitiful, almost brazenly undermining their appeal. Yet, who could blame them for lacking a character like Su Jing? As the popularity of pure love continues to soar, magazines and websites, eager to align with sales trends, naturally refrain from interfering with Su Li's creative endeavors. After all, as long as there are no inappropriate exposures, it remains a perfectly acceptable work of manga. In this environment, no one can impede Su Li's creative momentum. Readers, what do they matter? I am your creator. Just wait patiently for updates. What right do you have to critique your author? Dream on if you wish to alter my narrative. Indeed, Su Li has ascended to such heights of confidence that she, like the male lead in her own manga, follows her instincts unreservedly. Previous promises, once deemed significant, have been cast aside, perceived as meaningless constraints. She aspires to craft a classic masterpiece, a superlative work of art. Yet, in her relentless pursuit to captivate a broader readership, she incessantly inundates her fan community and Weibo with fervent assurances. Do not fret, dear readers, for the conclusion of my work shall undoubtedly bring you immense satisfaction. It bears little distinction from a conventional happy ending. After all, would a distinguished manga artist such as myself ever deceive my loyal readers? I am, after all, your guiding figure. It is a well-known adage that only sons can betray their fathers, never the other way around. Furthermore, following the meteoric rise of her series, Pure Love, she made numerous television appearances, inadvertently revealing her identity as a revered manga artist. During these broadcasts, she confidently proclaimed, with a promise that resonated deeply, that her conclusion would surely meet the approval of all. These myriad factors propelled the popularity of Pure Love to heights unimaginable for the average manga creator. In this context, Su Li finally reached the pivotal conclusion of her entire narrative, where the male protagonist's true nature was laid bare, heralding his impending downfall. Chapter 36. The scoundrel Zhao Youyue had long since acquired information from the Dimensional Gate. By possessing Su Jing during the peak popularity of Pure Love, she had garnered enough wish power to escape from the world of that work. However, how could she leave so easily? If she departed without a second thought? What if Su Li, who had become infatuated, suddenly regained her sanity and ceased to regard herself as the beloved figure of the readers, only to once again grovel before them? It was entirely possible that the conclusion she ultimately crafted would see the male protagonist, Yang Ming, wielding his protagonist halo to claim both the loving couple, Yang Chanqian and Su Jing, into his harem, with Su Jing as the harem mistress managing it all. Such an outcome would surely delight many male readers, for after all, the idea of the male lead embracing both female characters is indeed a gratifying twist. Yet, this would result in Su Jing being forgotten, and Zhao Youyue was determined to make her an unforgettable classic character cherished by all readers. Thus, no matter the cost, Zhao Youyue was resolute in her pursuit, even after discovering that Su Li, the creator, was in fact a beautiful manga artist, and that the information on QQ was fabricated. However, Zhao Youyue could no longer indulge in sympathy. Upon witnessing Su Li's fervent proclamations in fan groups and on Weibo, touting her ability to craft a heartwarming conclusion, she could not help but admire Su Li, finding her reminiscent of the once revered author. Urabuchi General Urabuchi had once claimed that Puella Magi Madoka Magica was a soul-healing animation, only for the character Sayaka Miki to meet a tragic fate after just 3 episodes, with the eventual conclusion inciting outrage against Urabuchi's so-called healing narrative, a term he had utterly warped. Zhao Youyue believed she ought to assist Su Li in creating a truly satisfying ending. But what would constitute such an ending? Certainly, it could not be a universally happy conclusion. The scoundrel protagonist, Yang Ming, must meet a fitting demise. While the darkened Su Jing was destined for a tragic fate as well, for she was the very source of Yang Ming's degradation, driven by her selfish desires. She had indirectly harmed countless girls. Even if she was indeed the most tragic character in the entire manga, what of it? Does one's suffering justify their misdeeds? The corrupted Su Jing was no longer the innocent girl wholly devoted to her studies. She was now entangled in her obsession with love. Had it not been for her morbid affection for Yang Tranqian, she would not have resorted to such drastic measures to achieve her aims. Likewise, Yang Tranqian, who initially appeared to be a kind-hearted younger sister, was not the virtuous character she seemed. Although she did not truly love Su Jing, she continually offered her a glimmer of hope. Had she firmly rejected Su Jing from the start, Su Jing might not have employed such extreme tactics to win her over. In truth, no one was innocent. Even the female characters who fell victim to the male lead bore their own share of responsibility. After all, even if the male lead transformed into a bulldozer, he was not an overwhelmingly forceful man. If those girls had resolutely refused him, he would never have succeeded. Regrettably, they all acquiesced to some degree, and thus, one could only conclude that they brought this upon themselves. As the season of snowflakes descends upon us, both in reality and within the enchanting narrative of pure love, Yang Ming and the elegant Lu Sha stroll hand in hand through the commercial streets cloaked in the night. The snowflakes gently cascade from the sky, creating an exquisitely romantic ambience, while Su Li's increasingly masterful artistry renders the backdrop of this scene utterly flawless. "It's so cold," Yang Ming exclaims, releasing Lu Sha's hand to warm his breath against his own lips. Having unlocked various intimate moments with Yang Ming and overcome her once proud demeanor, Lu Sha tenderly clasps his hand, placing it upon her chest to share her warmth. Under Yang Ming's persistent affection, the once modest Lu Sha has blossomed significantly. Their gazes intertwine deeply, resembling a pair of perfectly matched lovers. The sight of a girl using her bosom to warm a boy on the bustling street is heartwarming and, inadvertently, inflicts 100,000 points of emotional damage upon any lonely souls passing by. The scene shifts to Yang Ming's childhood friend and first love, Li Xiaodong, who finds herself alone at home, staring glumly at a table laden with a sumptuous feast. She retrieves her phone, gazing at a cherished photo of herself with Yang Ming, softly murmuring his name while resting a hand on her abdomen, caressing it slowly before dialing his number. "I told you, I can't come back right now." Yang Ming replies impatiently as he is presently enjoying a lavish dinner with Lu Sha in an upscale French restaurant, forced to step outside to answer Li's shouting calls. "Why not? I've prepared a delightful dinner for you. It's quite sumptuous. If you don't come back, I'll have to reheat everything," Li Xiaodong responds, her voice tinged with frustration. "Just ignore me and eat by yourself," Yang Ming retorts, equally agitated, as he savors a sweet moment with Lu Sha. "Ming, you simply do not grasp the significance of this dinner," Li Xiaotong exclaims, pressing her hand against her abdomen. "I worked hard to prepare this so we could share it together." Sigh. "Do you truly not wish to eat my cooking?" "Of course not. But why then? Why won't you return?" "I told you, there are matters that make it inconvenient for me to leave." "You're lying." "Huh? Ming, who are you with right now?" "I'm not with anyone." "Your tone suggests otherwise. Are you about to betray me as well? Am I to share the same fate as those girls you discarded before? We are living together, after all." "No, I truly cannot leave at the moment." "Then I insist you explain yourself." See? You're stumbling over your words. Please, have some self-awareness. Are you planning to continue being unfaithful? You have known all along that I am carrying your child," Yang Ming mutters to himself, unaware that Li Xiaodong has overheard. "Wait, why are you mentioning that person's name now? Ming? Are you with Lu Sha right now? Ming? Why must one conceive a child? Why declare it before everyone? Suddenly informing me of the misfortune regarding the child. I find myself at a loss as to how to respond. Enough. I no longer wish to hear this. Return to your own home. And do not presume that your pregnancy grants you the right to cling to me, believing it is your birthright to consider me your boyfriend. You are merely my childhood companion." Yang Ming shouted into his phone and mercilessly ended the call. Li Xiaodong's already somber expression deepened. Her gaze dimmed as she clutched her abdomen, enraged to the point of overturning the lavish spread she had lovingly prepared for Yang Ming. Chapter 37. The sad shore. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming, in distress, tugged at his hair, only to notice a WeChat message on his phone stating that she would return today. Lu Sha, who had already appeared by his side, silently gazed at him. Nevertheless, Yang Ming brought Lu Sha back to his home. In truth, this residence was no longer the one he had shared with his sister. Upon choosing to cohabit with Li Xiaodong, he had naturally separated from his sibling, while Yang Tranqian had moved in with Su Jing. Prior to the grand finale, Su Li had beautifully and warmly depicted the romantic bond between Yang Tranqian and Su Jing, leading many readers to harbor the illusion that even if the male protagonist Yang Ming faltered, it would matter little, as long as Yang Tranqian and Su Jing could remain together for eternity. Many female readers, who favored such narratives, were not drawn to witness the downfall of a scoundrel, but rather to experience the exquisite and pure storyline of their love. Upon return, Yang Ming discovered the kitchen in utter disarray. A look of revulsion crossed his face as he reluctantly began to tidy up the mess. Just as he finished, the doorbell rang. Hurrying out of the kitchen, he was met with the sharp sound of a slap. It turned out that the astute Li Xiaodong had unexpectedly returned to Yang Ming's home. Upon seeing Lu Sha at the door, fury surged within her, prompting her to deliver a resounding slap to Lu Sha. When Li Xiaodong noticed Yang Ming's presence, her face darkened as she vociferously interrogated, "Why is this shameless vixen here?" Yang Ming, flustered, stammered, "Xiaodong, why what? Why are you with her?" Li Xiaodong pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Sha. "This is," Yang Ming faltered. "Lu Sha, you should leave. Stop clinging to Yang Ming." Li Xiaodong nearly forced the silent Lu Sha out the door. "Don't be like this, Xiaotong." Yang Ming quickly intervened, shielding Lu Sha. "What have I done wrong? What is your relationship with her? I am already carrying your child. Are you really going to abandon me like this?" "This, Ming. You no longer have feelings for Lu Sha, do you?" This, surely you didn't invite her here on your own accord? She must have done something, right? It has to be that way, doesn't it? Sasha has done nothing." "Nonsense. It was you, Lu Sha, who wanted Ming to bring you back." Li Xiaodong turned to Lu Sha, demanding, "Get out. Get out now." Finally breaking her silence, Lu Sha spoke. "Isn't it you, Li Xiaodong, who has been trying to seduce Minggu? You did all this to take him away from me, didn't you?" "No. Ming and I are in love. Our feelings are mutual. We have been together since childhood," Li Xiaotong declared loudly. "Only you are deluding yourself. Be quiet. Stop spouting nonsense. Unlike you, I am quite magnanimous. I believe that a man having several women is not a matter of great concern. My father has numerous lovers, and I shall consider Ming's feelings as well." The lady Lu Sha spoke with infinite tenderness as she embraced Yang Ming's arm, leaning against his chest and gazing at him with deep affection. Yang Ming was indeed profoundly moved by Lu Sha. He could not help but recall how proud and willful she once was, frequently scolding and striking him. Now, witnessing her transformation for his sake, he wondered what true love could be if not this. Thus, as they locked eyes, their cheeks slowly drew closer until, in the presence of Li Xiaodong, they shared a kiss, no ordinary kiss, but an impassioned French kiss. Li Xiaodong looked on in despair at this brazen display of affection, oblivious to the fact that Yang Tranqian had felt the same way upon witnessing her and her brother in an equally fervent encounter. It appeared that the comments had once more turned green. This time, it was Li Xiaodong who left Yang Ming's home like a defeated dog, murmuring to herself, "How did it come to this? He had assured me that as long as I was there, it would suffice. I was the first, whether it was kissing or intimacy. Why has it turned out this way?" As she continuously recalled the moments she shared with Yang Ming, the final image that emerged in her mind was that of Su Jing's expressionless face. That night, Li Xiaodong struggled to find sleep, awakened by the vibration of her phone. Upon discovering a WeChat message from Yang Ming, she felt as though she had grasped a final lifeline. With bated breath, she opened the message, only to find the content stating, "Sha said she would help you find a familiar hospital. It is said that terminating it early would lessen the physical burden." Li Xiaodong gazed at the message in disbelief, clutching her abdomen, feeling utterly broken. Meanwhile, Yang Ming carried on with his studies, appearing as though he had resolved a significant dilemma. As he entered the classroom, he received a WeChat message from Li Xiaodong. "I need to speak to you in person. Come to my house, just the two of us." Yang Ming finally displayed a relieved smile, convinced that Li Xiaodong was indeed willing to proceed with the abortion. He joyfully shared the news with Lu Sha, declaring that from that moment forward, he would be with his beloved Miss Sha, for in his eyes, there would forever be only her. The two continued their passionate kissing. In a nearby, deserted corner, Yang Tranqian sorrowfully observed her brother's embrace, before turning to Su Jing, whom she held tightly, kissing fervently. Su Jing reciprocated with enthusiasm, willingly stepping into the role of Yang Ming's substitute. For everything was scripted in her mind. As long as Yang Ming were to perish, Yang Tranqian would eternally belong to her, wouldn't she? It wasn't until evening that Yang Ming met Li Xiaodong in his home. He sat there, somewhat expectantly, asking, "So, what do you say? Have you made a decision?" "You need to reassure Sha." Li Xiaodong lowered her head slightly, her eyes profoundly deep, and after a prolonged silence, Yang Ming found himself increasingly uneasy. He broke the stillness and said, "I will prepare tea for you." "Let me handle it," Li Xiaodong replied in a low voice, proceeding to the kitchen on her own. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, letting out a helpless sigh. He sensed that Li Xiaodong was quite reluctant to undergo an abortion, which troubled him. He pondered how to use his gentleness and kindness to persuade her to proceed with it. In the kitchen, Li Xiaodong suddenly noticed a garbage bag containing the meal she had prepared for Yang Ming. Pressing her lips together, her gaze deepened further. She took out her phone and sent Yang Ming a message. "I'm sorry. Farewell." Just as Yang Ming looked at his phone in confusion, Li Xiaodong appeared behind him with a knife and plunged it deep into him. Yang Ming collapsed onto the ground, and Li Xiaodong, gripping the knife with both hands, stabbed down fiercely. With every thrust, memories of their beautiful moments together flashed in her mind, and she exclaimed, "This is too much. You cannot expect to live happily with Lu Sha alone." Blood flew in all directions. The scene was chaotic yet exhilarating. Yang Ming's face contorted in pain as he stared wide-eyed at Li Xiaodong, utterly shocked by her action. She continued to stab him repeatedly until he lay lifeless in a pool of blood. In reality, Su Li wore a manic grin, panting with excitement as she frantically sketched on her manuscript paper. At that moment, her comic studio resonated with a lesser-known Japanese song titled The Sorrowful Shore. This song was originally intended as a theme for a certain game, which ultimately fell through when the company executives arbitrarily decided it would result in financial loss and backlash from players. The Sorrowful Shore. If I could reach the other side of sorrow, I would no longer matter. Beyond the clouds lies tomorrow. In the stillness of darkness, dreams flutter down. Chapter 38. A perfect conclusion. The narrative of pure love certainly did not conclude with the tragic demise of the protagonist, Yang Ming, at the hands of his childhood friend, Li Xiaodong. What followed was a series of unexpected twists that left many readers utterly astonished. The individual who first discovered Yang Ming's lifeless body was none other than the esteemed Lu Sha. Initially, she seemed destined to emerge victorious from this fierce competition among the women, or at least to claim a temporary triumph. After all, there lingered a possibility that Yang Ming might eventually waver in his affections, casting aside Lu Sha just as he had Li Xiaodong, despite having once professed to Li that her presence alone was sufficient for him. Yet, the reality remained that he never truly regarded her as more than a childhood companion. After Li Xiaodong had taken Yang Ming's life, she secluded herself in her room, hugging her legs tightly, engulfed in a state of psychological turmoil. It was not until she received a WeChat message from Yang Ming's phone, instructing her to meet at nearby Hongmei Park, that her attention was piqued. In an instant, she recognized the message as being from Lu Sha. Without a trace of fear, she decided to accept the invitation, tucking one hand into the pocket of her coat. Night had fallen, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow as she arrived at the designated location. There, on a park bench, lay a travel bag. As she approached, she heard Lu Sha's detached voice whispering in her ear, "Have you visited the hospital? The doctors there are quite remarkable." Lu Sha's eyes were concealed beneath her head bowed slightly, emanating an indescribable aura of dread. "I have not," Li Xiaodong managed to respond, forcing herself to remain calm. "Why not?" "I refuse to go to the hospital you suggested." Her voice rose in pitch. "Is this some sort of deception? You wish to coax Mingo back by claiming to be with child? That's not true. What's the discrepancy? I am truly with child. Then you ought to have a proper examination at the hospital. In truth, you are unworthy of carrying his child, for Ming Ji's girlfriend should rightfully be me." "What? Is it not so? I am the one he acknowledges as his girlfriend. I too wish to be a Ming's girlfriend." Li Xiaodong lamented, tears streaming down her face. "This desire is so simple, yet I have forced myself to fulfill a Ming's expectations. Why has it come to this? Why? Mingo is right here. Why not inquire about his thoughts?" Lu Sha's dark, penetrating gaze fell upon the travel bag on the bench. Compelled, Li Xiaodong approached and unzipped the bag, only to be met with the horrific sight of Yang Ming's severed head. It is likely that no reader in reality could fathom how an otherwise wholesome harem manga could spiral into such a chilling conclusion. What further incensed the audience was that Su Li, with her exceptional artistic prowess, had meticulously illustrated Yang Ming's head, indulging her own twisted psyche and successfully horrifying the unsuspecting readers. Meanwhile, the character Li Xiaodong in the manga covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably as she succumbed to the urge to vomit. "You previously uttered words that warrant verification." Lu Sha extracted the blood-soaked machete, the very instrument of Yang Ming's demise. This young lady, skilled in the art of wielding a machete, was indeed formidable, endowed with remarkable talents and an intellect soaring to 250. With fervor, Lu Sha charged forward, while simultaneously Li Xiaodong, with one hand ensconced in her coat, swiftly brandished the sharp kitchen knife that had previously pierced Yang Ming, evidently well prepared for confrontation. However, Li Xiaodong was ultimately a heartbeat too late. Lu Sha seized her knife-wielding hand, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. Lu Sha's visage contorted into a terrifying and grotesque expression, shedding any semblance of her once innocent and charming demeanor. Her obsidian eyes darkened further as she raised the machete, moonlight glinting off its razor-sharp blade, crafting a scene akin to the most elite shonen manga. Lu Sha's machete sliced through Li Xiaodong's abdomen. blood gushing forth with a ferocity surpassing the earlier horror of Li Xiaodong's own act of violence against Yang Ming. Lu Sha, a professional in her rendered this narrative a shocking revelation of a seemingly innocent school harem manga, which the creator claimed to be a light-hearted and heartwarming tale. Under the moonlight, Li Xiaodong's expression morphed into one of sheer curiosity. Her gaze rolled upwards before she collapsed. Lu Sha regarded the fallen Li Xiaotong, who lay in a pool of blood. With a detached demeanor, she bent down, using her hand in conjunction with the machete to eviscerate Li Xiaotong, revealing the emptiness within her abdomen. Lu Sha murmured to herself, "Indeed, it was a lie. There is no child within." At that moment, Yang Qianqian suddenly appeared, seizing a travel bag and fleeing in a frenzy. Lu Sha's expression twisted further into a terrifying visage, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "Do not take my Mingo." With that, she swung her machete and charged toward Yang Qianqian, who had dared to abscond with her beloved. Yet, a figure blocked her path. Su Jing. "Stop it," Su Jing stated impassively. "Get out of the way. The police are coming." "Impossible. I calculated the time it would take for you to complete this, as well as the arrival time of the police after the call. There is no mistake." No sooner had Su Jing's words left her lips than the wail of sirens echoed in the air. In the chaos of her refusal to surrender and her intent to slay the officers, Lu Sha was shot dead on the spot. Across the boundless ocean, the sunset enveloped the sea, painting a breathtaking scene. A vessel bobbed gently upon the waves, where Yang Qianqian lay cradling the head of her still-beloved brother. The golden rays of the setting sun casting warmth over the boat, transforming the tableau into one of solace and healing, devoid of any remnants of blood. Yang Qianqian's expression was serene, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, contrasting sharply with the forced grimace she had shared with Su Jing. She murmured to herself, "How wonderful. Finally. It is just the two of us, dear brother." Her joy was genuine. No one could seize her brother from her, and she required no substitute. The vessel sailed toward the horizon, guided by the embrace of the setting sun. As the scene shifts to the shoreline, Su Jing gazes upon the horizon where the sun sets. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her hair tied in an unremarkable ponytail, her expression remains stoic as she clutches a book in her hands. In this moment, Su Jing may very well be the most enchanting girl in the entirety of the comic, unmatched by anyone else. She meanders towards the ocean, two streams of tears cascading down her cheeks, yet her lips curl into a faint smile as she murmurs, "Qianqian is merely my second favorite among all that I cherish. My foremost love, of course, is learning." She weeps and smiles, her eternally solitary figure gradually submerged in the vastness of the sea, the sunset remaining breathtakingly beautiful. A sight that rends the heart. Su Jing's final silhouette shall forever linger in the minds of all readers. Having calculated every aspect, Su Jing ultimately attained nothing. Thus concludes Pure Love, a remarkably complete ending. Wouldn't you agree? In reality, the creator, Su Li, finds herself in a state of mental disarray after finishing this narrative. As the sad shore plays on repeat. Chapter 39. Hidden Accomplishments and Fame. As the first semester's finals approached, Zhao Youyue remained engrossed in her. One might pause to wonder, who exactly is Zhao Youyue? Has this character truly graced the pages of this narrative? Indeed, she embodies the archetype of a supporting female lead. So much so that even the author seems to have nearly forgotten about this inconspicuous young lady from the Zhao family. Recently, Zhao Youyue has been in a rather poor mental state. Despite her awareness that the world of pure love is merely a fantastical realm of the second dimension, populated by exaggerated characters, she has nonetheless invested her emotions therein. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have crafted a character as memorable as Su Jing. However, Zhao Youyue's embodiment of Su Jing differs fundamentally from an actor's performance, for once she established the character's abilities and personality, she could fully express herself in accordance with that character's design. She was not merely acting, she truly became Su Jing, albeit with a more rational and realistic approach. In a work of character development, the persona she inhabited shone brilliantly like a firefly in the night. Through her own abilities, Zhao Youyue naturally influenced other characters. At the very least, within Pure Love, she was not the only standout character anymore. Following the male lead Yang Ming's descent into moral ambiguity, he too became unforgettable, especially given his remarkable and unforgettable conclusion. Furthermore, whether it be the adeptly skilled young lady Lu Sha or the ever-prepared Li Xiaotong, both left a lasting impression, primarily due to their exuberance in wielding knives, which accounted for much of the manga's bloody scenes. Of course, the mastermind behind it all was Su Jing, now a cunning and formidable academic after her transformation. And then there was Yang Qianqian, who loved her brother unconditionally. This character was destined to be met with scorn from readers, particularly those who fervently supported the pairing of Yang Qianqian and Su Jing. Yet, in the end, Yang Qianqian chose her brother's head over Su Jing, who would do anything for her, directly leading to Su Jing's irrevocable tragedy. For Su Jing, there remained no reason to continue existing in this world. With her parents gone and her best friend along with her beloved girl having departed, could she truly immerse herself in her studies? She had lost all purpose for learning, even if she claimed that studying was her greatest passion until the very end. The dark iterations of Su Jing, Lu Sha, and Li Xiaodong did not meet with favorable fates either. In summary, the principal characters sculpted in the latter part of Pure Love left a profound impact. In another realm, there exists Itu Makoto, emblematic of moral decay, and now. In this world, we have Yang Ming, who stands as a worthy counterpart to him, an achievement attributable to Zhao Youyue's endeavors. However, our esteemed young lady of the Zhao family has always maintained a low profile, despite having achieved a remarkable feat in the world of Pure Love. She has deftly avoided any missteps that could lead to the work's downfall. Instead, it is highly likely that her contributions will elevate the work to the status of a classic. Yet, she certainly would not trumpet her success to the world. In reality, she is the very source of malevolence, the puppeteer pulling the strings, having cleverly withdrawn into the shadows, obscuring her name and accomplishments. As she gazed at the screenshots in her phone's album, Zhao Youyue broke into a joyful smile. The melancholy and gloom that had previously clouded her heart began to dissipate. She was now awaiting the grand finale of Pure Love, at which point she intended to share these screenshots in Su Li's fan group. Such is the nature of society, fraught with peril. In fact, Pure Love currently thrives in a state of extravagant promotion, wildly attracting fans due to its unparalleled uniqueness. It stands as the first harem manga featuring a morally dubious male protagonist, which has captivated readers with its novelty. Coupled with Su Li's exceptional narrative prowess, having once been a professional artist, she can render even non-explicit scenes in a manner that leaves readers utterly entranced, compelling them to seek other materials to indulge their fantasies. Of course, this has sparked considerable criticism from moralists who decry Su Li for transforming a well-crafted harem manga into its current state. They argue that such a portrayal is morally reprehensible and could corrupt the genre, allowing scoundrel protagonists to proliferate. After all, in commercial works, popularity reigns supreme. A successful piece inevitably invites imitation. Yet, the concerns of these moralists are entirely unwarranted. In another realm, while Chenggu once enjoyed immense popularity, his type of harem protagonist is indeed a rare breed. After Chenggu, there has been no other like him. He remains a timeless figure. The notion that Chenggu met an early demise is not rooted in any particular work, but stems from school days, where the character Itu Chung faced dire consequences for his infidelity. Subsequent romantic tales featured male leads indulging in harems, with nary a consequence in sight, leading the masses to lament Chengji's untimely fate, crying out for justice on his behalf. As the saying goes, Chenggu mocks my timidity, and I mock Chengji's early demise. You laugh at Chengji's untimely end, while Chenggu scoffs at your lack of experience. In essence, the narrative unfolding in Pure Love is decidedly unconventional, akin to a sinister unraveling of the norm, capable of capturing attention and garnering popularity. It is the first work in this world to explore the dark transformation of a morally ambiguous male lead. Should other works attempt to emulate this approach, readers who have previously experienced despair and disillusionment may very well shy away from such narratives, as the majority of average readers would find it exceedingly difficult to endure an almost total annihilation of hope in the story's conclusion. Who in their right mind would willingly seek out suffering? Consequently, Zhao Youyue surmised that while the manga artist Su Li might achieve fame through her work Pure Love, once the ending was revealed, readers would approach her new creations with trepidation. They would constantly fear another character's sudden descent into darkness, triggering an unpredictable narrative spiral that escalates to terrifying heights, culminating in an ending as inscrutable as the whims of gods and ghosts. As for Su Li's promises, not a single punctuation mark could be trusted. Chapter 40, The Madness of Promotion. Although the first semester of her first year in high school was nearing its end, Zhao Youyue still remained largely unnoticed within her school and class. It seemed that her academic performance, hovering around the 20th position, placed her in the upper middle tier. Yet she was far from being a top student, making it difficult for anyone to remember her. During various collective events, such as the autumn sports meet and the New Year's gala, Zhao Youyue remained a mere spectator, cheering enthusiastically for those with exceptional talents. Moreover, she had no intention of participating in any academic competitions, feeling that the prodigies who engaged in such contests were on an entirely different level from her. The competition questions, which she had glimpsed from her former deskmate, Zhou Fong, appeared to be beyond comprehension. Zhou Fong, a participant in the chemistry competition, was reportedly attending intensive training sessions during the first class of evening study. Students like Zhou Fong, who excelled academically, seized every moment to complete their assignments, whereas Zhao Youyue languished in idleness. Initially, Zhao Youyue had envisioned enhancing her academic performance through the character Su Jing in a comic, aspiring to break into the top 5 of her class within a semester. However, fate had other plans. This was, of course, the fault of Su Li, who insisted on tormenting Su Jing in pure love. Despite her unwavering engagement with the story, Su Jing was not a genius, and her multitasking severely hampered her learning efficiency. Eventually, Zhao Youyue decided to take a bold turn, allowing Su Jing to embrace darkness and fall deeply in love. This romance became a formidable adversary to her studies. While there exist those rare individuals who can balance early romance with academic excellence, the reality is that most students involved in such relationships experience a significant decline in their grades. Otherwise, why would schools prohibit early dating? Through her experiences in the comic world, Zhao Youyue tasted the bittersweet pangs of unrequited love, an experience that subtly influenced her real-life perspective, leading her to believe that love was not a desirable pursuit and that maintaining a safe distance was wise. As long as one harbored no expectations, disappointment would certainly be avoided. Though Zhao Youyue did not achieve her original goal through Su Jing, her grades improved slightly. Furthermore, she adeptly projected an image of diligence in front of her teachers, who held a favorable impression of her, oblivious to her tendency to sneak out her phone whenever teachers were absent. A true smartphone addict, Zhao Youyue felt incomplete without her device, suffering from anxiety and discomfort in its absence. Likewise, she often resorted to the internet to find answers for her assignments, deeming the act of pondering over problems as excessively painful and time-consuming. As long as her grades remained stable, she managed to evade evening study sessions. Otherwise, she would be summoned by old Chiu for a heart-to-heart. Ultimately, this led her to voluntarily attend evening classes, and her weekends lost their carefree allure. As while others enjoyed 4 hours of free time, she could only return home, rejoining school on Monday. Zhao Youyue possesses a rather playful spirit. She considers the school's decision to reduce the weekend break to mere hours as sheer cruelty towards students. The rigidity of examination-oriented education is utterly detestable, stifling the individuality and creativity of students. Although she herself has never been particularly gifted or creative, perhaps her lack of presence could be deemed a unique trait. As for creativity, she certainly possesses it in her own way. Her knack for causing mischief is quite commendable. Zhao Youyue's account on Qidian, named Youyue, has gradually gained recognition on the platform for novels and comics. Whenever she enjoys a particular story or comic, she generously bestows a Lord title upon the creator. She even awarded one to Pure Love, as she found great delight in how Su Li consistently adhered to her narrative vision. Naturally, this prompted her to reward him. For 1,000 yuan is but a trifling sum for someone of her stature. Furthermore, holding the title of Lord would provide her with even more leverage when addressing Su Li, amplifying her influence. She eagerly anticipates how Su Li will respond to the explosive reactions of fans upon the conclusion of the story. Regrettably, it is still Monday, and the finale of Pure Love will not be unveiled on phone comics until this weekend, while the final examinations are scheduled for the following Tuesday. One wonders how the students who have read the conclusion of Pure Love will approach their impending exams. As far as Zhao Youyue knows, Jiang Chao is an ardent follower of Pure Love, though he is no longer Wang Yang's deskmate, having been separated by the unyielding old Chiu due to their incessant chatter. In her heart, Zhao Youyue silently mourns for Jiang Chao, unsure if he might confront Su Li to settle the score. He ought to be more concerned for himself, as upon discovering Su Li's identity as a beautiful comic artist, he became convinced she was his destined author. Consequently, he fervently promotes Pure Love among his male classmates, and the results are quite promising. After all, they are adolescent boys, easily drawn to the enticing aspects of the comic, even if the plot itself is overlooked. Jiang Chao frequently relays Su Li's various promises to his peers, assuring them of a satisfying conclusion and the happiness of every character, proclaiming that a creator as virtuous as Su Li could never betray her readers. Influenced by Jiang Chao, many boys have come to regard the charming female comic artist as exceptionally benevolent. Such principled creators are indeed a rarity. Each time Zhao Youyue sees Jiang Chao's eyes light up at the mention of Su Li, she thinks to herself that he has truly become infatuated. This shift from fan to critic is far more formidable than mere negativity. Jiang Chao is no longer seated with Wang Yang. His new desk mate is Qiu Pengqing, an exemplary student and the class representative, known for his upright character. Alas, such a diligent student can be somewhat dull, often found quietly completing assignments during breaks, as he prepares for physics and mathematics competitions in the evenings. This naturally posed a challenge for Wang Yang, an avid online novel enthusiast, as his new deskmate showed no interest in novels whatsoever and lacked the leisure to indulge in them. However, there was a silver lining. Wang Yang no longer had to fret over difficult problems, as he could simply refer to his deskmate's work for assistance. While Qiu Pingcheng was a principled individual, he was not overly pedantic or stingy, allowing Wang Yang to reference his work. Although this was technically improper, it would be rather ungracious to withhold assistance from a deskmate in need. Moreover, he did not have the time to explain everything until Wang Yang grasped the concepts. And whether Wang Yang would even be receptive to such explanations was another matter entirely. Thus, it was more prudent to turn a blind eye and offer his work for reference, fostering a cordial relationship. Zhao Youyue had also changed her deskmate. Chapter 41. Simply extraordinary. Zhao Youyue's new deskmate is none other than the artistic committee member, Jiang Qing, who is frequently mentioned by the boys during late-night chats in the dormitory. If the boys were to vote for the class beauty, Jiang Qing would undoubtedly be the favored choice. Her presence is far more pronounced than that of Zhao Youyue. Although Jiang Qing's academic performance is rather mediocre, placing her in the lower echelon of the class, she surpasses Zhao Youyue in one regard. Her singing ability is truly remarkable. At the New Year's Gala, she captivated the audience while adorned in a traditional hanfu, delivering a stunning rendition of Half a Pot of Yarn, which solidified her status as the representative of their class. Everyone is aware that there is a girl in the first-year Class 3 who possesses an enchanting voice and striking beauty, most notably, her ample figure. The school's online forum has been inundated with posts dedicated to her, with numerous boys enthusiastically supporting their ideal goddess. Consequently, rumors about Jiang Qing have proliferated within the class, including tales of a handsome senior from the second year who has taken a liking to her and wishes to pursue her. Love letters and gifts frequently appear in the storage cabinet behind her classroom, leading to a pervasive sense of envy among the girls, as none can deny her overwhelming popularity among the boys. Zhao Youyue, however, is an exception. Her inherently saintly disposition allows her to treat everyone equally, and she has grown accustomed to being overlooked. Regardless of whether there are girls like Jiang Qing vying for attention, she remains an inconspicuous presence. How could anyone possibly notice her? At times, Zhao Youyue finds solace in this lack of attention, allowing her to quietly engage in her own pursuits, which primarily involve playing on her phone, deriving joy from her own company. The reason for Jiang Qing and Zhao Youyue becoming deskmates stems from Jiang Qing's fallout with her previous deskmate, Tang Yin. Zhao Youyue, being a student who was blissfully indifferent to gossip and solely focused on her phone, is unaware of the specifics of their conflict. In truth, Jiang Qing and Tang Yin initially shared a dormitory and enjoyed a decent rapport. However, as Jiang Qing's star continued to rise, the two gradually distanced themselves. Small grievances began to accumulate, such as Tang Yin's habit of taking advantage of Jiang Qing, using her shampoo and body wash during their shared showers, an affront Jiang Qing could no longer tolerate, leading to their ultimate rupture. Jiang Qing's standing among her female peers is rather lackluster. After all, no one wishes to play the supporting role. Coupled with her somewhat haughty demeanor, her interpersonal relationships have suffered. Despite her inherently cheerful and generous nature, many girls perceive her as insincere, believing that the smile she often wears is merely a facade. In contrast, Zhao Youyue, although initially among the few day students who did not integrate into the girls' circle, has gradually garnered a favorable reputation. Over time, many girls who have interacted with her have come to appreciate her as a delightful companion, finding comfort and ease in her presence without the apprehension of being overshadowed. Before Jiang Qing and Zhao Youyue became deskmates, Jiang Qing was entirely unfamiliar with Zhao Youyue. In Jiang Qing's impression, Zhao Youyue ought to be a remarkably unassuming girl, exuding an aura of conformity. Her hairstyle and attire were exceedingly simple. On Sundays, when the school relaxed its dress code, allowing students to forego the drab blue and white sports uniforms, many fashion-conscious girls seized the opportunity to adorn themselves, expressing their disdain for the school uniform. Naturally, Jiang Qing, who had an inherent appreciation for beauty, was no exception. However, Zhao Youyue remained utterly indifferent, donning a meticulously clean uniform. Consequently, Jiang Qing regarded Zhao Youyue as an archetypal goody-two-shoes. Fearing that their shared desk would yield no common ground for conversation, she was even apprehensive that Zhao might harbor jealousy towards her, deliberately creating friction. After her fallout with Tang Yin, Jiang Qing found herself smiling less, having come to a profound realization about the stark differences between high school and middle school. Yet, upon actually becoming Zhao Youyue's deskmate, Jiang Qing was pleasantly astonished to discover how undeniably adorable Zhao Youyue was. With longer hair, she would undoubtedly be a goddess. Her skin so flawless that it could be described as snow-like. It seemed inconceivable that someone with Zhao Youyue's appearance could possess such an inconspicuous presence. Why had she not noticed this classmate before? On the very first day as deskmates, Zhao Youyue greeted her with a warm smile, naturally saying, "Hello, Jiang Qing." Your singing is truly beautiful. I admire you. In her former self, Jiang Qing would have readily accepted such praise, for it was indeed the truth. However, now she had learned to read between the lines. Only after confirming that Zhao Youyue was not being sarcastic did she respond with a faint smile, saying, "Hello. Thank you for the compliment." Initially, Jiang Qing maintained an aloof demeanor, as she had become acutely aware of her lack of popularity among the female cohort. There were always those who appeared as friends but spoke ill of her behind her back. After all, how could she have fallen out with someone like Tang Yan, with whom she had previously enjoyed a good relationship? The petty grievances were merely the catalyst. The real issue lay in the duplicity that was both disheartening and repulsive. Zhao Youyue, however, remained unfazed by Jiang Qing's coolness, treating everyone with the same impartiality, much like a sage perched high in the clouds. Before long, Jiang Qing found herself utterly captivated by the hidden prowess of her desk mate. It became evident that Zhao Youyue came from considerable wealth, though she never flaunted it. Subtle hints revealed her affluence, which completely enchanted Jiang Qing, who possessed a modicum of knowledge about luxury goods. Seizing the opportunity to compliment Zhao Yue's skin, Jiang Qing attempted to engage her in a conversation about skincare products. To her surprise, Zhao Youyue spoke with ease and eloquence, instantly impressing Jiang Qing. Yet, Jiang Qing remained perplexed as to how Zhao Youyue could maintain such a low profile. Nonetheless, this did not deter her from affectionately bestowing Zhao Youyue with the nickname Miss, which rolled off her tongue effortlessly. Following Miss Zhao certainly comes with numerous perks. She often enjoys high-end snacks from Miss Zhao, which she usually refrains from purchasing herself. However, she does not dare to indulge openly during class, while Miss Zhao, with an air of nonchalance, discreetly snacks during lectures, as if it were her inherent right. Due to her understated presence, the teacher hardly ever calls upon Zhao Youyue to answer questions. Furthermore, Jiang Qing's issue with charging her phone has been thoroughly resolved. She simply needs to have Zhao Youyue take it home to charge. Such a minor favor, Zhao, being amiable, would never refuse. Simultaneously, Jiang Qing has acquired a wealth of knowledge to boast about from Zhao Youyue, borrowing an array of books, including fashion magazines, that leave the other girls in their dormitory in awe. The thrill of showing off and putting others in their place is genuinely gratifying. Clinging to the Zhao family's daughter, Jiang Qing finds her school life utterly delightful, relishing the abundance of time at her disposal. Soon enough, Jiang Qing realizes that her desk mate, Miss Zhao, appears obedient only on the surface. In reality, she is quite lax in her studies, hopelessly addicted to her phone. Yet, Jiang Qing willingly keeps a watchful eye on the teacher for Miss Zhao. Zhao Youyue cannot praise her new desk mate enough. Indeed, Mr. Qiu is a responsible and attentive homeroom teacher who understands her needs and has sent her the angelic Jiang Qing. Meanwhile, within the bustling studio of the immensely popular manga artist Su Li, a fierce argument erupts between the manga artist and the editorial supervisor. The contentious topic, of course, revolves around the climactic conclusion of Pure Love. Chapter 42. Stubbornness. Previously, Wei Suo, as the editor-in-chief, allowed Su Li to create based on her instincts. For the content she produced was indeed captivating and engaging. Even the magazine's chief editor was enthralled by her work Pure Love, expressing a desire for Su Li to maintain her momentum, reassuring her that the editorial team would always be her staunchest support. Furthermore, the success of Pure Love was paramount. Its popularity was soaring, granting Su Li considerable creative autonomy. As long as she could sustain such achievements, her artistic expression knew no bounds. In the realm of comics, two elements are essential: intrigue and popularity. It is rather candid to assert that while the flawed male protagonist may be reviled by many readers, such characters are undeniably compelling. Often, a mere disagreement leads to tumultuous encounters, with passionate kisses merely serving as a prelude. The most riveting moments arise from genuine confrontations. Unlike protagonists in other harem genres, who may have female characters pursuing them while they coyly rebuff advances, there are numerous earnest male readers who secretly yearn to embody the role of a charming rogue, indulging freely in romantic escapades. Although their ultimate fate may lead them to accept responsibility, it does not deter them from reveling in fantasy through comic narratives. Whether in the comic or online novel industries, once a work gains traction, its creators are eager to extend its serialization indefinitely, only contemplating conclusion when the flame of popularity begins to wane. In reality, those works that endure longer often become even more successful, unless they suffer a decline in quality mid-serialization. This phenomenon extends beyond comics and novels. Even successful television series often see second and third seasons, while films invariably produce sequels. This is the hallmark of commercial art. Thus, when Wei Suo learned that Su Li intended to conclude Pure Love, he was utterly bewildered. How could such a sensational work be so casually wrapped up? The flawed hero, Yang Ming, had yet to engage with the beloved pair, Su Jing and Yang Tranqian. Wei Suo mused that even if the male lead ultimately chose only one female lead to redeem himself, it should undoubtedly be the most popular character, Su Jing. Many had noticed that it was Su Jing's subtle influence that allowed the male protagonist to revel in his current bliss. Without her, he might still be an oblivious, passive character. Readers even believed that Yang Ming and Su Jing were well-suited, as only a character as formidable as Su Jing could keep the male lead firmly in check, leaving him no opportunity for infidelity. In any case, Wei Suo felt that pure love could easily continue for another decade, if not 2 or 3 more years. The introduction of Su Jing had revitalized the entire narrative. Given Wei Suo's understanding of Su Li, he was certain she would be delighted to prolong the story. Even if it meant adding filler or occasional flashbacks, for such strategies were undeniably lucrative. However, he never anticipated that Su Li would inform him to retrieve the manuscript for the grand finale. What on earth was going on? Wei Suo felt a twinge of regret for having been too lenient with Su Li. According to industry norms, Su Li was supposed to discuss the storyboard with him before creating the original draft. Only after reaching a consensus could Su Li proceed with the artwork based on that storyboard. However, due to Su Li's recent stellar performance, coupled with the fact that he had become a sensationally popular manga artist with his debut work, Pure Love, and considering his youth and undeniable talent, it seemed reasonable to grant him some privileges. The chief editor of Win Comics had even expressed that Su Li should be given the freedom to create. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at the Win Comics publishing house were already deliberating on a new contract, eager to secure this prodigious talent, whose abilities had become evident in the latter stages of Pure Love. Many industry insiders had come to the conclusion that Su Li could achieve monumental success with just one manga. When Wei Suo received the original draft, he did not rush to examine it. Instead, he earnestly remarked, "Teacher Su Li, Pure Love is currently immensely popular. Wouldn't it be a pity to conclude it so abruptly?" Su Li shook his head and replied, "Continuing to draw would be meaningless, as I know I can no longer capture that essence. I believe this ending is the pinnacle of this work. Let it remain as it is." Wei Suo sensed Su Li's determination. He understood that given Su Li's current standing, any act of defiance would likely go unchallenged by the publishing house, as many other magazines would be eager to solicit her work, and she could even serialize directly on the Chidian manga website, where she had a considerable following. Reluctantly, Wei Suo began to peruse the final draft. He was unaware of why Su Li's assistant, Zhang Ziqiang, cast him a peculiar glance before sheepishly lowering his head. After finishing the conclusion of Pure Love, he finally grasped the reason behind it. Had Wei Suo been a mere reader rather than an editor, he would have undoubtedly expressed his outrage. What on earth was this ending? It was utterly nonsensical. What had begun as a well-crafted school harem manga had devolved into a gruesome thriller. The transformation of Li Xiaodong and Lu Shan into twisted, terrifying figures during their violent acts starkly contrasted with Su Jing, who, in her pure white dress, smiled while shedding tears, serving only to highlight her beauty. Most critically, both the male protagonist, Yang Ming, and all the major female characters had met their demise. Even Yang Tranqian, who appeared to be alive on the surface, could not possibly return after sailing into the sunset with her brother's head cradled in her arms. This utterly bleak conclusion was nothing short of a heart-wrenching descent into madness. Wei Suo even suspected that Su Li might have been possessed by some malevolent spirit from the east, producing an ending that would undoubtedly leave psychological scars on all readers. This conclusion would never be published by Win Comics. "Teacher Su Li, you are truly being absurd." Wei Suo, for the first time, asserted the authority of an editor. He placed the manuscript into the submission bag and forcefully slammed it onto Su Li's workstation. "I must ensure that this conclusion reaches the readers. If Feng Manhua refuses to publish it, I shall release it directly on my Weibo. Furthermore, I will opt to terminate my contract with Feng Manhua," Su Li declared. Arms crossed, her resolve growing stronger. "Have you lost your mind? Are you insane? The refusal of Feng Manhua to publish is for your own good. Do you comprehend the consequences of your conclusion reaching the readers?" Wei Suo shouted vehemently. "I am fully aware. But I am even more certain that I am crafting a classic. No one shall impede my creation of a masterpiece." Su Li, influenced by some mysterious law of causality, became increasingly resolute in her actions. Chapter 43. Abundant positive energy. Had Su Li remained the unremarkable rookie manga artist she once was during the early days of Pure Love, her confrontational stance towards the editor and her threats against the magazine would have been tantamount to professional suicide, a jest at her own future in the legitimate manga industry. However, times have changed. Pure Love has soared to unprecedented heights, and since her personal image was unveiled, her fanbase has burgeoned. Almost anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the manga industry is now aware of the emergence of this stunningly talented female manga artist. Her online followers are notably united, as evidenced by the formation of a Silver Alliance on the Pure Love page of Chidian Comics, an announcement made site-wide. Yet, she receives only a fraction of the recognition she deserves, prompting thoughts of directly serializing on Chidian Comics, even in Zhao Youyue's class. A student named Jiang Chao clenched his teeth to save 100 yuan from his meager allowance to support Su Li. For a student from an ordinary background, this sum represents a considerable fortune, yet Jiang was more than willing. He genuinely adores Su Li and her creations, vowing to continue his support should she launch a new series. In summary, Su Li now possesses the audacity to stand firm against the pressures of the industry. Even if her relationship with Phone Comics deteriorates, she need not worry about finding a new publisher. Her talent affords her such liberty. Alternatively, even if she chooses to continue producing her works independently, she stands to earn a substantial income. Should she declare that Su Li and Wang Li are one and the same, the sales of her works would likely soar to extraordinary heights. In truth, Wei Suo finds himself at a loss when it comes to Su Li. He had always believed her to be a pragmatic artist, one who aligned her ambitions with financial success and popularity, striving to please every reader and ensure that they derive joy from her creations. After all, commercial manga should evoke happiness and satisfaction in its audience. He had even heard Su Li criticize those pretentious authors who mislead their readers. So, how has she transformed into someone who embodies such contradictions? Despite her claims of aspiring to create classics through her manga, it is evident that the leading shonen works do not achieve greatness through such pretentious means. In a state of exasperation, Wei Suo took the original manuscript and sought out the chief editor, intending to relay Su Li's stance and observe how the editor would address the situation. He truly felt powerless against Su Li's resolve, having only skimmed the conclusion, which he perceived to be a disheartening trap for the readers. After Wei Suo departed, his assistant, Zhang Ziqiang, gazed at Su Li with profound admiration, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Teacher Su Li, you are truly remarkable. However, do you not think this approach is somewhat excessive?" "Certainly, I wholeheartedly concur with your interpretation of the conclusion. It indeed allows the narrative of pure love to be etched into the memories of all its readers, with its characters destined to become timeless icons." Su Li sighed, acutely aware that her current state was somewhat amiss. It seemed she had yet to emerge from the burst of inspiration, as if she were still immersed in the comic world, witnessing events unfold firsthand. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire for the true ending of her work to be unveiled to the readers, rather than resorting to a hasty, cliché happy ending. Furthermore, you had promised on Weibo to deliver a gratifying conclusion for the readers. Does this ending not fulfill that promise? The male protagonist's downfall is indeed a source of cathartic satisfaction. Mustn't he meet his demise? Is this not brimming with positive energy? You are quite right. Well then, our collaboration shall reach a temporary conclusion. Let us settle the assistant fees. Very well, Teacher Su Li. Zhang Ziqiang had discerned that Su Li was steadfastly committed to imparting positive energy to her readers. He resolved that if he ever had the opportunity to become a serialized mangaka, he would certainly aspire to emulate the positive energy embodied by Su Li. At the editorial office of Win Comics, chief editor Yin Lang meticulously perused the conclusion of Pure Love, while Wei Su sat anxiously beside him. Fearing that Yin Lang would react violently upon encountering the unexpected twists, potentially tearing up the original manuscript, which could lead to a definitive rift with Su Li. Although Wei Su had not scrutinized the manuscript in detail, he too recognized that this ending was not a haphazard creation, rather. Su Li had showcased her utmost artistic prowess in the finale. The visual expressiveness was extraordinarily powerful, yet this was evidently not a favorable development, as the psychological impact on readers would be significantly heightened. This is truly fascinating. Yin Lang suddenly slammed his palm on the desk, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming that the demise of such a scoundrel protagonist was indeed a source of immense satisfaction. Wei Su, bewildered, gazed at his editor-in-chief and cautiously remarked, "But the protagonist has perished. Does this not risk playing with the reader's emotions? It is quite tragic." This ending diverges completely from the conclusion that readers had anticipated. Not to mention that teacher Su Li had previously assured on Weibo that Pure Love would culminate in a harmonious resolution, granting happiness to each character. Yin Lang furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling this matter, yet he refrained from responding, continuing to examine the manuscript until he reached the final scene, where the exquisitely beautiful Su Jing, clad in a pure white dress, slowly approached the sea with her books in hand. He erupted in indignation once more, exclaiming, "Su Li is truly courting disaster. How could such a splendid girl not end up happily living with Yang Qianqian? It infuriates me." Wei Suo rolled his eyes at the sight of Yin Lang hopping in agitation. He had not anticipated that this chief editor, with his pronounced brows and expressive eyes, would betray the revolution and stray into the heretical path of the lily. No wonder he had seemed overjoyed when the male protagonist, Yang Ming, met his demise, laughing as though he were a 200-pound child. After a while, Yin Lang regained his composure and resettled into his authoritative demeanor. Adjusting his glasses, he placed his hands on the table, resting his chin upon them, the lenses reflecting a cold gleam. He spoke in a calm tone, just now. I approached the conclusion of Pure Love with the mindset of a mere reader. To be fair, the death of the male protagonist can indeed be seen as a source of great satisfaction. However, the tragic fate of Su Jing seems somewhat excessive. Yet, considering the actions of Su Jing, allowing her to survive would appear morally unjust. As if it were encouraging readers to pursue love by any means necessary, inflicting harm upon others to gain one person. Such behavior is profoundly distorted. After her descent into darkness, while Su Jing remains pitiable, she becomes all the more detestable. Yin Lang assessed the conclusion at a measured pace, while Wei Suo, unable to contain himself, asked with growing impatience. Chief Editor Yin, do you think we should publish this in Phone Comics or not? Chapter 44. A strong sense of anticipation ultimately. Phone Comics decided to publish the conclusion of Pure Love. Even if they refrained from doing so, Su Li was resolute in releasing the finale online. It was thus more advantageous to leverage the conclusion of Pure Love to enhance the magazine's sales. Furthermore, a genius and talented female manga artist like Su Li deserves some concession. As long as her next work maintained its popularity, Phone Comics would incur no losses. In truth, there was little doubt regarding the success of Su Li's forthcoming manga, as she currently boasted an immense fan base. After a discussion among Chief Editor Yin Lang and the other editors about the finale of Pure Love, they concluded that while the ending would undoubtedly provoke a strong reaction from readers, it would also leave a profound impression on all. This conclusion could position Pure Love as one of the most distinctive titles among harem manga. Surely, readers would not forget Pure Love when harem comics were mentioned. In a certain sense, this was a positive outcome, far preferable to works that gradually fade from readers' memories over time. Moreover, the artistic quality of this conclusion was indeed remarkable. The almost devastatingly melancholic ending seemed to pay homage to the late Su, serving as an excellent hook that might elevate the narrative in the eyes of eccentric readers, potentially turning this splendid conclusion into a beloved trope within the otaku community. Consequently, this work might be regarded as a masterpiece. In summary, the decision to feature the conclusion of Pure Love in the next issue of Phone Comics was made. Many of its readers expressed disbelief upon learning that the next installment would be the final chapter, engaging in lively discussions online about how Pure Love could conclude so swiftly. Given its current popularity, it seemingly warranted further exploration. They hoped that Su Li would continue to stretch the narrative for another decade. Pure Love should at least conclude after the animation aired. Otherwise, the surge in sales following its adaptation would be squandered. Readers expressed their desire to witness more escapades of the hapless young Ming as he pursued more beautiful girls, reluctant to see the story come to an end. Xu Jing and Yang Tranqian's beautiful Yuri subplot had yet to fully unfold. How could it possibly conclude? They eagerly awaited the moment when Yang Tranqian's heart and mind would be won over by the goddess Su Jing. Regardless, the conclusion of Pure Love was expected to be exceptionally satisfying. After all, with Su Li's admirable character and unwavering integrity, she would not betray her audience. Indeed, while the ending seemed to arrive rather abruptly, I firmly believe she will deliver a gratifying conclusion. As long as she embarks on a new serialization, I shall continue to support her endeavors. Su Li has assured us that if she were to poison us or serve as something distasteful, she would partake in it herself surely. There are no individuals who relish such fare in this world? On that Saturday, after returning to his dormitory from evening study, Jiang Chao gazed at the multitude of comments online from fans of Pure Love. He, too, felt a deep resonance with them. Although he was reluctant to see Pure Love nearing its conclusion, his unwavering faith in his beloved author, Su Li, reassured him that she would not disappoint. Su Li was so enchanting and kind-hearted. How could she betray her readers or serve them anything less than exquisite? Furthermore, Jiang Chao resolved that as soon as Su Li launched a new series, he would continue his support and join her fan group. The prospect of engaging in close conversation with her was simply exhilarating. Brother Chao, what are you so absorbed in, grinning like that? Approached a roommate named Su Haitao, draping an arm over Jiang Chao's shoulder. Jiang Chao replied candidly, I'm reading the comments about the impending conclusion of Pure Love. What? Pure Love is actually coming to an end? Su Haitao exclaimed. Thanks to your recommendation, I've been thoroughly enjoying the updates. I wish I could be like that character, Yang Ming. What a thrill it must be to indulge in such romantic escapades. Why is it that we are all high school students, yet there is such a vast disparity? I'm still a virgin. Upon mentioning Yang Ming, Su Haitao's expression was a mix of envy and resentment. He saw nothing wrong with Yang Ming's unscrupulous behavior. If a girl were to show him affection, he doubted he would be able to resist. Jiang Chao cast a disdainful glance at Su Haitao. Fatty Su, why do you behave like a lovesick dog? The essence of Pure Love lies in the beautiful connection between my goddess Su Jing and Yang Tranqian. Do you understand why this work is titled Pure Love? It is to convey that pure love exists solely between individuals of the same gender. Heterosexuality, is merely a base reproductive impulse. Su Haitao dismissed Jiang Chao's sarcasm, continuing to walk arm in arm with him, laughing heartily. Regardless, I must thank you for your recommendation. I never imagined a comic could be this captivating. Everyone you've introduced this work to has praised your discerning taste for uncovering such a masterpiece. A satisfied and proud expression graced Jiang Chao's face, as he thought to himself that this was indeed Su Li's magnum opus. How could it not be remarkable? The following day, Jiang Chao found himself unable to concentrate during the morning study session, his mind consumed with thoughts of the grand finale of Pure Love. He wondered what delightful surprises Su Li would unveil and if they would bring him joy. As the afternoon arrived, Jiang Chao, as was his custom, promptly set out to purchase feng manhua, foregoing a meal in the cafeteria in favor of returning to his dormitory to indulge in instant noodles. All for the sake of being among the first to immerse himself in Chunlian. He felt no different from the fervent admirers among the girls, except that his idol was Su Li and her work, Chunlian. He even managed to save some pocket money to reward Su Li. Upon seeing the full-color cover of feng manhua, which featured the ethereal beauty of Su Jing, adorned in a pristine white dress with features akin to a painting, his heart swelled with youthful adoration. How he longed to step into the realm of the second dimension to appreciate her beauty up close. Such a goddess as Su Jing could never exist in the mundane world of reality. With a fervent sense of anticipation, he opened the magazine and deftly flipped to Su Li's column. Chapter 45. How did it come to this? Though Jiang Chao had long been aware of the protagonist Yang Ming's unscrupulous nature from the storyline of Pure Love, he never anticipated that Yang Ming could descend to such depths. Not long ago, he had been inseparable from his childhood sweetheart, Li Xiaodong. Yet he swiftly found his affections shifting towards the captivating heiress, Lu Xia. This sudden change profoundly affected Yang Ming. Nevertheless, he remained indecisive between the two, until Li Xiaodong, armed with her keen intuition, stormed back into Yang Ming's residence, creating a ruckus and expressing her inability to tolerate Lu Xia. In contrast, Lu Xia declared her willingness to endure everything, prompting Yang Ming to make a choice. In truth, he relished the thrill of being with Lu Xia, savoring the endless wealth that accompanied her, preferring lavish dinners with her over the home-cooked meals prepared by Li Xiaodong. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chao's disdain for the protagonist intensified. He fervently hoped that Su Li would not heed the insipid counsel advocating for a harem that included Su Jing and Yang Transcends, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Instead, he desired to see Su Jing and Yang Transcends live together in blissful harmony. However, the subsequent developments in the plot took Jiang Chao completely by surprise. He could scarcely believe that Li Xiaodong, unable to bear Yang Ming's ultimate choice of Lu Xia, would resort to stabbing him to death with a kitchen knife. She mounted Yang Ming's body, relentlessly plunging the knife into him, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle. At that moment, Jiang Chao had yet to finish his instant noodles, but his appetite vanished entirely, leaving him with a nauseating urge to expel what he had consumed. How could the narrative take such a violent turn? Furthermore, under Su Li's peak artistic prowess, the scene of the knife plunging into the protagonist repeatedly was charged with tension. If one were to empathize with the childhood sweetheart, Li Xiaodong, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of thrilling satisfaction. This kid deserved nothing less than to be stabbed. Jiang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he identified with the protagonist, the sensation would surely be overwhelmingly bitter. He had been blissfully envisioning a harmonious coexistence among all the women, only to be fatally betrayed by the childhood friend who once adored him, mercilessly stabbing him while straddling his body. At this moment, Jiang Chao felt an inexplicable thrill. His worldview remained relatively upright, ever since Yang Ming's character deteriorated. He had developed a profound disdain for the male protagonist, though he found himself exhilarated while watching the protagonist recklessly engage in reckless behavior. He attributed this enjoyment entirely to the brilliance of his beloved manga artist, Su Li. Out of respect for Su Li's artistic labor, he felt compelled to appreciate the work thoroughly. However, it was unfortunate that he often found himself lost in fantasies after reading, his body aflame with excitement, left to lament the extraordinary skill of Su Li. Now that Yang Ming was dead, Jiang Chao felt an even greater sense of anticipation. If his memory served him correctly, the orchestrator behind Yang Ming's downfall was Su Jing. Although Su Jing had not directly harmed Yang Ming, she had manipulated the affections of various women towards him, inciting them to resort to extreme measures in their rivalry for his affection. This ultimately led to Li Xiaodong being abandoned, succumbing to darkness, and seeking revenge against the male protagonist. This clearly aligned with Su Jing's ulterior motive of ensuring that Yang Transcends would completely forsake Yang Ming. Indeed, with Yang Ming deceased, why would Yang Transcends still harbor feelings for her brother? Was it destined that the conclusion would depict Su Jing and Yang Transcends living blissfully together? A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Chao's face as he continued to read. The subsequent plot unfolded with such intensity that it widened his eyes in disbelief. He was astonished to discover that the young lady Lu Sha possessed a formidable square-chopping technique and used it to eliminate Li Xiaodong, even going so far as to cut open her abdomen merely to prove there was no child within. This was undeniably gratifying. It was evident that Lu Sha had also descended into darkness following Yang Ming's death, as they had both vowed to be each other's angels, only for Yang Ming to be sent to the heavens by Li Xiaodong. Lu Sha had resorted to such extreme measures to exact revenge. Jiang Chao felt that this conclusion was a whirlwind of unexpected developments, thrilling beyond measure. The scene of Lu Sha attacking Li Xiaodong was equally gruesome and shocking, leaving him with a sense of moral pollution. He deeply suspected that he might have been watching a counterfeit tale of pure love. Later, when Lu Sha resisted arrest and was shot dead, Jiang Chao was left in utter bewilderment. This narrative was spiraling out of control. However, a glimmer of hope persisted in his heart, serving as the greatest motivation for him to continue reading Pure Love. Naturally, he longed to know whether Su Jing and Yang Qianqian would ultimately find happiness together. He believed that if that were the case, any spiritual pollution he had endured would be completely purified. If not, how could such an unexpected turn of events occur? The beautiful and kind-hearted Su Li had emphatically declared that the ending would indeed be a grand reunion, asserting that earlier events were merely accidents. The true culmination must refer to the exquisite love story between Su Jing and Yang Qianqian, right? Absolutely, it must be so. Jiang Chao's smile grew even more radiant until he encountered the conclusion that nearly shattered his spirit. To his shock, Yang Qianqian had taken her brother's severed head to sea, completely abandoning Su Jing. How could the sister character be so unreasonably obsessed with her brother? Why is she so utterly devoted to her brother? It is simply infuriating. Jiang Chao's radiant smile has completely frozen, rendering him utterly devastated, and he feels as though his very psyche has shattered. Naturally, the breathtaking image of Su Jing walking towards the sea beneath the setting sun, only to be engulfed by the waves, lingers in his mind. In that moment, Su Jing became the most exquisite female character in Pure Love, her gentle smile accompanied by tears as she professed that learning was her greatest passion, solidifying her image as a devoted scholar in the hearts of all. Whenever readers think of Su Jing, the first impression is undoubtedly that of an academic prodigy, followed by thoughts of her tragic background, her filial piety, her mastery of household skills, and her profound emotional depth. Jiang Chao, overwhelmed with emotion, violently tore Win Comics to shreds, his eyes reddening as if he had lost his mind. He muttered to himself, how could it come to this? For the first time, he had found a beloved manga artist and a story that resonated deeply with his heart in Pure Love. The convergence of two joyous experiences should have brought about a happiness akin to a dream. Yet, why has it transformed into this? Chapter 46. A Life Without Attachment. On that fateful Sunday, Zhao Youyue unexpectedly attended evening self-study sessions, as the impending final examinations loomed just 2 days away. Despite her usual lackadaisical approach to academics, she recognized the necessity of diligence in the face of impending assessments. This behavior epitomized the age-old adage of neglecting to worship until the moment of need arises. When it came to examinations, Zhao Youyue was not particularly adept at tackling complex problems. However, she excelled at effortlessly navigating through simpler questions, ensuring she would not lose points on the easier sections. Furthermore, she displayed no glaring weaknesses across the various subjects, which allowed her to maintain consistent performance in her examinations, with minimal fluctuations in her scores. As previously mentioned, her compositions in Chinese language classes did not possess the breathtaking flair of the illustrious Han Long, yet she managed to secure commendable scores through her elegant and meticulous handwriting, coupled with the neat presentation of her work. Her essays, characterized by a central thesis accompanied by 3 supporting arguments and the ubiquitous use of well-known examples, consistently earned her respectable scores. In a typical 70-point essay, Han Lang would score around 60 points under normal conditions and might achieve 65 points with exceptional effort, while Zhao Youyue's compositions never fell below 58 points, albeit she had yet to attain a particularly high score. In reality, her true proficiency hovered around the 55-point mark. Yet her immaculate presentation left a favorable impression on the evaluators, thereby enhancing her overall score. Old Chiu had never called upon Zhao Youyue to read her essays aloud, as they were devoid of any remarkable features and her writing style was, quite frankly, ordinary. Nevertheless, he would showcase her work on the projector as a prime example, encouraging the class to emulate her tidiness. This served as one of the rare instances where Zhao Youyue's presence was acknowledged. Old Chiu would often jest that if Han Long could refine his handwriting and achieve a more polished presentation, a perfect score was not beyond reach. Occasionally, Old Xiao would express his bemusement at Zhao Youyue's choice of examples, suggesting she refrain from relying solely on historical figures such as Han Exine, Sima Qian, Newton, Edison, and Shi Taixing. He urged her to incorporate more innovative celebrities into her essays. While Zhao Youyue appeared to graciously accept Old Xiao's advice, come examination day, she remained steadfast in her reliance on her tried-and-true formula, resolutely refusing to change her approach. After all, she could consistently secure commendable scores using her established method. Why expend the mental effort to memorize new examples? Zhao Youyue now increasingly anticipates the ability to embody Su Jing. Once Su Jing becomes a classic character, she could possess her in reality, thereby acquiring that fervent dedication to study. It is quite disheartening for her to find that during classes, her concentration wanes after merely 20 minutes, leading her to daydream and lose focus. This feels like a significant waste of time. And even spending that time on her phone would be preferable to zoning out. Unfortunately, she lacks the audacity to engage with her phone during class. Such an act seems too audacious. However, should she activate the ability to embody Su Jing, such distractions would surely cease. Zhao Youyue has already experienced Su Jing's diligence in the realm of comics, and she perceives Su Jing's obsession with learning as akin to her own fixation on her phone. An overwhelming discomfort arises in the absence of study, akin to a fish out of water. If Zhao Youyue's memory serves her correctly, today marks the day of the finale of Pure Love. She now waits to see whether the influence of Pure Love will blossom, allowing Su Jing to become an iconic female character in the minds of readers. However, prior to the commencement of evening study sessions, there exists a brief interlude as students return to the classroom after dinner. Some may even seize this time to shower in their dormitories, ensuring they are more alert for the upcoming study session. During this interlude, a sudden commotion erupted in the corridor outside the classroom, capturing the attention of many classmates. Zhao Youyue's current seat has been moved to a location by the window along the corridor, not directly by the window but separated by Jiang Qing. Initially, her seat was situated at the rear of the classroom, right next to the window, with seating arrangements rotated weekly by groups. In truth, Zhao Youyue's current position is perilous, as the cunning Lao Qiao often saunters past the classroom, covertly observing. Should Zhao Youyue brazenly indulge in her phone, the likelihood of being caught is significantly heightened. Thus, during her time in the first group by the window, she endures the torment of refraining from phone use during morning study sessions, feigning seriousness. In the second group, she remains exceptionally vigilant, while only in the third and fourth groups can her radar for detection operate effectively, aided by the angelic Jiang Qing, allowing her to indulge freely in her phone. Zhao Youyue initially harbors no interest in the clamor outside. She intends to approach her upcoming evening study session with utmost seriousness, diligently reviewing all content from the first semester of her freshman year. She plans to revisit the problems in her error collection. While she may still struggle with difficult questions during examinations, she aims to ensure her accuracy on simpler, moderately challenging problems. Her only desire is to rank within the top 20 of her class in the upcoming final exams. Hence, she seizes this moment of leisure to indulge in her phone, relishing the experience before committing herself to a focused evening study session. As for the reason why she chose to attend evening study sessions at school with her classmates, it is evident that the classroom exudes a more conducive atmosphere for learning. She feared losing control of herself at home, succumbing to the temptation of her phone, which often led her to play until sleep overtook her, followed by a wave of regret and anxiety about her impending final exams. In the classroom, amidst her peers, she was acutely aware that the cunning Lao Qiao would be surreptitiously observing her, compelling Zhao Youyue, who held a deep-seated respect for him, to focus earnestly on her studies. Thus, for Zhao Youyue, the pursuit of knowledge was indeed a formidable challenge, which is why she longed for the ability to immerse herself in her studies as Su Jing did. This day, she felt, was drawing near. However, while Zhao Youyue was preoccupied with her phone, indifferent to the commotion outside the classroom, her deskmate, Jiang Qing, gently tapped her shoulder and exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that Jiang Chao is surrounded by several boys from our class, led by that hefty Su Haidao. Aren't they supposed to be on good terms? Only then did Zhao Youyue put away her phone, and upon glancing towards the corridor, she noticed approximately 4 or 5 boys from different classes encircling Jiang Chao, their expressions filled with indignation. Su Haitao appeared particularly aggressive, as if intent on confronting Jiang Chao. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao muttered to himself, I am truly foolish indeed. I only know Su Li, his demeanor reflecting a sense of desolation akin to that of Xiang Lin's wife. Chapter 47. Is this really happening? Many students in the class were utterly bewildered as to how Jiang Chao had managed to incite such profound anger among the boys, who had previously seemed to gravitate towards him. They regarded him now with the intensity of those seeking vengeance for a grievous wrong. It is worth noting that Jiang Chao, a seasoned comic enthusiast, was adept at discussing the latest gossip within the comic industry. Throughout the semester, he had recommended numerous high-quality comics to his classmates, thus earning considerable respect within the class. Those who had been introduced to the comic realm by him naturally looked up to him as their leader, gradually forming a relatively cohesive group. Regrettably, this academically oriented high school lacked any club activities. Otherwise, Jiang Chao would undoubtedly have organized a comic research society. However, his dream of a comic club now teetered on the brink of collapse. Students, uninterested in comics, merely observed the spectacle with amusement. Zhao Youyue, who had previously dismissed Jiang Chao, now watched with a smirk as her former deskmate, Zhou Feng, craned her neck to get a better view, her face betraying a delight in his misfortune. As a top student, she disdained those who squandered their time on trivial pursuits like comics and novels, viewing them as wasting their youth. Jiang Chao's current deskmate, Jiang Qing, harbored no ill will, but her curiosity about the commotion outside the classroom was palpable. She instinctively turned to Zhao Youyue and asked, "Lady Zhao, what do you think has happened?" Zhao Youyue did not answer immediately, but soon realized the devastating impact of the finale of Pure Love. It had left the boys, who had previously reveled in the narrative, feeling utterly betrayed. They recalled how Jiang Chao, the well-meaning fool, had incessantly recommended it, leading them to trust the misguided comic artist, Su Li. Despite her guilt, Zhao Youyue could not help but feel somewhat responsible, for in a manner of speaking, she had been the unseen puppeteer steering the plot of Pure Love. Her original intention had merely been to harness Su Jing's abilities from the comic to enhance her academic performance. To her astonishment, Su Li had transformed her from a mere background character into a pivotal role, ultimately designating her as the female protagonist. With no choice but to embrace this role, she resorted to extreme measures to shape Su Jing's character. After all, how could a harem comic, riddled with illogical character intelligence and a plot reliant on titillations, leave a lasting impression on its readers and render Su Jing an unforgettable character? She was fighting fire with fire. Zhao Youyue had intended to confront only Su Li, the source of her troubles, yet inadvertently, countless readers had also been ensnared in the web of disappointment. However, she would not take the blame. The fault lay squarely with Su Li. Outside the classroom, Su Haitao pounded his chest in despair, addressing Jiang Chao with a mournful tone. "Chao Go, I truly considered you a brother. I placed my trust in you. Why would you recommend this pure love to me? That comic artist named Su Li is nothing short of a demon, a true poisoner." Jiang Chao felt utterly ashamed to respond to Su Haidao's lamentations. He too harbored profound resentment towards Su Li, the venomous female manga artist. He had completely transitioned from a devoted fan to an ardent critic. Su Jing was his goddess. Yet she ultimately met such a tragic fate, a conclusion akin to a bottomless pit. It was a quintessential case of poisoning the readers while masquerading it as delectable chocolate. Do you have any idea the sacrifices I made for Pure Love? To rally those accustomed to indulging in pirated content online to support Su Li, the queen of toxicity. By purchasing the authentic manga and rewarding Pure Love, I even allowed these individuals to touch my B-cup bosom, providing them an outlet for their desires after reading Pure Love. And yet, what did I receive in return? Such a dismal ending has truly driven me to the brink of despair. Su Haitao's chubby face trembled as he fought back tears, looking as pitiful as a 500-pound child. Meanwhile, the members of the Manga Research Society, hearing Su Haitao's words, silently bowed their heads, struggling to suppress their laughter. Jiang Chao's expression, once devoid of hope, transformed in an instant. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Such a thing exists?" He then reached out to feel Su Haitao's chest, wondering if this was indeed the legendary sensation of a B-cup. After a brief encounter, Jiang Chao fled, with Su Haitao in hot pursuit, eager to catch him and administer a beating. Their playful chase, however, was abruptly interrupted by old Xiao, who chastised them sternly, warning them of dire consequences if their final exam results were dismal. Both boys wore expressions of profound distress, burdened by the melancholic ending of Pure Love, which left them utterly unmotivated to study. They were bound to perform poorly. Nevertheless, in reality, failing the final exams was often inconsequential. Typically, by the start of the second semester, teachers had long forgotten the harsh words they uttered the previous term. Zhao Youyue felt that her 3 evening study sessions had been particularly fruitful. Under the looming threat of the final exams, she had, for once, pushed herself and discovered a faint semblance to Su Jing's fervor for study. The thought of one day being able to wield Su Jing's abilities filled her with exhilaration. On her way home, she finally retrieved her phone, relishing the delightful sensation of indulging in it after such prolonged restraint. The diligent revision had instilled a sense of peace within her, emboldening her to enjoy her phone even more. She began scrolling through Weibo and, as expected, discovered that the grand finale of Pure Love had become a trending topic. Terms like dark transformation, axe, and tragic fate had suddenly become ubiquitous. with Su Jing's name being mentioned most frequently. This was undoubtedly due to the character's significant controversy. Her experiences and personality rendered her the most fully developed character in Pure Love. One could even argue that she was the sole character with a semblance of intelligence. In stark contrast to the 250 IQ heiress, Lu Xia, who was rather foolish. Before Su Jing schemed against the male protagonist for Yang Chanqian. She had avenged her parents through her own capabilities, igniting considerable discussion. Hardly anyone questioned Su Jing's vengeful actions, as they were indeed cathartic and exhilarating. However, as Su Jing, driven by her distorted affection for Yang Chanqian, schemes against the male protagonist, her increasingly dark disposition gradually ignites controversy. With the release of the finale, the disputes surrounding this character have reached an apex, and dissatisfaction with the conclusion has similarly soared to its zenith. Furthermore, Su Li's promise has ultimately been reduced to a mere jest. Chapter 48. Character card. The number of followers on Su Li's Weibo account surged dramatically after the conclusion of Pure Love. This increase was not due to the popularity of the ending she crafted, but rather a considerable number of disgruntled readers, eager to express their disdain for her, found it more convenient to follow her Weibo daily. The fervent responses to her latest post reveal the intensity of the readers' reactions. The ending of Pure Love is akin to poisoning us and feeding us excrement. I shall never read your works again, yet I will continue to visit your Weibo to vent my frustrations. The detestable male protagonist, Yang Ming, could perish without consequence, as I have no fondness for scoundrels. However, why was Su Jing denied a proper resolution? She has already suffered so much. Could you not extend her a modicum of sympathy? It seems to me that Su Li, perhaps a loyal follower of the vacuous, deliberately conjured an almost annihilating conclusion to toy with us naive readers. I can see that she has indeed generated a considerable uproar. Pure Love is something I shall never forget. I wholeheartedly support the goddess Su Jing. This abrupt shift in tone within the ending caught me completely off guard. It is simply toxic. Upon witnessing Su Jing in that ethereal white dress by the beach, tears streamed down my face. I longed to embrace her. The character Yang Chanqian is utterly repugnant. In a bid to force Su Jing into a tragic ending, she is depicted as eternally devoted to her brother, Yang Ming. In reality, such an extreme conclusion as goodbye would scarcely occur. The notion of sailing towards the sunset while clutching a severed head is truly revolting. Surely, this must be intentional. I can only chuckle as I repost your earlier promises from Weibo, allowing everyone to witness the depths of your cunning. You consistently claimed that the ending of Pure Love would be a joyous one, only to ensnare more readers and ruthlessly reap the rewards. I have seen through your facade. Society is indeed treacherous. By the way, why don't you go indulge in excrement? How about a live stream of that? Zhao Youyue. Observing the multitude of comments on Weibo where readers lambasted Su Li, could not suppress a smile. After all, this debacle was entirely Su Li's fault, who instructed her to suddenly focus on the character Su Jing, disrupting her opportunity to study in peace. As the host of Su Jing, Zhao Youyue felt compelled to retaliate fiercely. Beyond the Weibo tirades against Su Li, the debate surrounding Su Jing intensified, with approximately 70% of readers siding with her. They expressed profound sympathy for Su Jing, asserting that Su Li's decision to kill her off was a deliberate affront to the readers, adding to their discontent. Many readers noted that, after witnessing this conclusion, they would be mired in a melancholic state for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Conversely, some readers, eager for attention and to stand out, chose to criticize Su Jing. Their perspective is that throughout Pure Love, the true instigator of turmoil was none other than Su Jing herself. Indeed, this character is the primary architect of the tragic ending. Some individuals, it seems, are inclined to let their emotions dictate their judgments. They observe Su Jing's pitiable background and her apparent zeal for learning, inevitably developing a fondness for her. However, the reality is that this character is deeply calculating, with motives that are far from noble. She tends to embrace extremes, and had it not been for her meddling, the male protagonist would not have descended into moral decay, thus ensuring the happiness of all. Therefore, Su Jing's tragic fate is merely a consequence of her own actions. There is a saying that those who evoke pity often harbor qualities that incite disdain. Indeed, a woman like Su Jing is truly formidable, akin to a male adversary. As a heterosexual man, I find her behavior, usurping romantic resources and scheming against the protagonist Yang Ming, most distasteful. I am perplexed by Su Li's choice to create such a disruptive character, who, notably, is not even part of the male protagonist's harem, straying from the traditional harem manga narrative. Fortunately, my psychological resilience is robust. Otherwise, I would have abandoned this manga long ago. In summary, Su Jing's demise is, in fact, a relief, sparing the world from her perpetual victimhood, which grows tiresome. When such sentiments are expressed, the ardent supporters of the goddess Su Jing cannot remain silent. Rallying to her defense, Is there anything inherently wrong with Su Jing scheming for true love? Had the protagonist Yang Ming possessed greater resolve and not succumbed to temptation, allowing his baser instincts to prevail, Su Jing's manipulations would have faltered. It is perplexing how some individuals can frame the narrative as if all blame lies solely with Su Jing. Yang Ming is inherently flawed. He deserves his fate, while Su Jing remains blameless. Regrettably, Su Jing has been blinded by affection for the equally flawed Yang Qianqian, proving that this brother-sister duo is indeed not of the same ilk. From the outset, Yang Qianqian has exploited Su Jing, treating her as a mere substitute, ultimately discarding her. Astonishingly, some praise Yang Qianqian for her loyalty. If her love for her brother is so profound, why did she not directly reject Su Jing, allowing her to pursue a relationship with her studies instead? I believe in Su Jing's strength, yet it is evident that she becomes increasingly ensnared, leading to that tragic conclusion, which elicits nothing but a sigh from me. Nevertheless, I must assert that the soul of pure love is indeed Su Jing, only she is worthy of the term. I shall forever support my goddess Su Jing. To speak candidly, would this second-rate, formulaic harem manga have gained popularity without her? It is surprising that some still contend that Su Jing deserves her fate, claiming she brought it upon herself. To those who utter such remarks, does your conscience not ache? Without the goddess Su Jing, you would lack the material to concoct such exaggerated statements for attention. I suspect you have been driven mad by the conclusion, prompting you to deliberately voice such provocative opinions. Upon witnessing countless readers engage in fervent debates over the character Su Jing, Zhao Youyue discerned that she had indeed succeeded in crafting a timeless female persona. In her mind's eye, she envisioned a mystical dimensional portal, from which emerged an ethereal character card of Su Jing, adorned in a pristine white dress and sporting a simple ponytail, clutching a book with an inscrutable expression. This character exuded an air of enigmatic charm. Zhao Youyue, with her profound consciousness, reached out to touch this character card, momentarily uncovering 3 distinct methods of utilizing it. Perhaps in the future, additional methods might be unlocked. At present, the 3 options were as follows. The first was the conventional use, allowing her to gain all the abilities embodied by Su Jing. The second involved a one-time sacrifice of the character card, enabling her to enter a work of fiction that exists within the same energy tier. And the third also required a one-time sacrifice, ensuring that her next venture through the dimensional portal would lead her to a narrative realm of a higher energy tier, albeit randomly assigned rather than predetermined.